Chapter 3006. Don't panic. While Long Yen was frantically devouring Lingxi's life force, Long Chen held down the restless Lingxi. She couldn't think properly now, so Long Chen made his own decision. Of course, he knew that Long Yen didn't do it on purpose. This child's potential and bloodline were too terrifying, so her birth required such a strong life force. As a child, she could only absorb from her mother's body and didn't know that the huge gap in her body would lead to her mother's death. Therefore, Long Chen didn't blame Long Yen. What he did was directly control the realm of life. This was the realm of life, and what it lacked the least was life force. At this critical moment, Long Chen summoned a huge amount of life force and poured it into Lingxi's body. He already had some achievements in understanding the rules of life, so it wasn't difficult for him to use the realm of life's life force to sustain Lingxi's life. After Lingxi stabilized, Long Chen transferred the power of the realm of life. He didn't need Long Yen to devour it, but directly poured it into the fetus body and let her digest it. With so much power available, Long Yen didn't need to devour Lingxi's body. The situation finally stabilized. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to see a huge amount of heaven and earth turn into a river of life and flow towards Long Chen. However, if something happened, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be so calm. Although everyone was nervous, they didn't dare to disturb him for the time being. It's okay, Long Chen patted Lingxi's nervous face. Now that the realm of life's power had gathered into a river and replaced Lingxi, Long Yen had enough replenishment. Under the nourishment of the realm of life's power, the child became very majestic. She might be very weak at the beginning, but if she continued to devour like this, she would definitely be much more terrifying than a normal child when she was born. After all, she's the little ancestral dragon. You can't blame her for this. Lingxi had gotten through the tense moment just now, and now, she hurriedly spoke up for Long Yen. She was worried that Long Chen would not like this child because of this. Alright, I definitely understand. Don't worry. Long Chen was no longer nervous. He was actually looking forward to the birth of this child. She had devoured so much life force, and her starting point would be incredibly high. At the very least, he could be sure that she was different from Long Chen. She would be born with godly spirit power. Just like that, they waited. Eventually, 4 hours passed. 4 hours had been thrilling and thrilling. Fortunately, the speed at which the dragon face was absorbing life force had weakened. It wouldn't take long before it was saturated. By then, it would be time for the baby to be born. This child, if we hadn't coincidentally come to the realm of life at this time, how could there be so much life force for her to absorb? Long Chen thought that it was a close shave. He had come to the afterlife realm at the right time. Otherwise, Lingxi would have lost her life. Thinking about what would have happened in the realm of life and the difficult decisions she would have had to make, even Lingxi was frightened. Fortunately, she's fine now. We're really lucky. Lingxi said contentedly. At this time, the dragon face had almost stopped devouring life force. Long Chen took a closer look. He couldn't imagine that this little fetus had a majestic life force that was not inferior to his own. It surpassed everyone else here except for Long Chen. She hadn't been born yet. What a little monster. This could only mean that his bloodline was too powerful. If the dragon face was born normally, he would have to consider whether he should give birth to a few more children as soon as possible to play with. Chen. Just as Long Chen was relaxing, something new happened. Lingxi gritted her teeth. Long Chen could feel that after devouring a large amount of life force, the dragon face was not idle. She directly devoured the pure immortal source energy in Lingxi's body. At the same time, she's also devouring the spiritual energy in the surrounding world. However, there's not much spiritual energy in the surrounding world, so Lingxi has become her main target. Under her devouring, it won't be long before Lingxi's strength is completely devoured. At that time, Ling Shi, who has already become a divine emperor, might become a cripple. What a troublesome fellow. Long Chen had no choice but to open the divine kingdom and send Lingxi in. After all, the divine kingdom was now connected to Pangu continent, which was a primeval incipient world. The Pangu spirit energy here was the most powerful spirit energy in all the worlds. Whoosh! As soon as she entered the divine kingdom, Lingxi became the core. All the Pangu spirit energy devoured by the origin dragon palace in the whole new world was gathering toward Lingxi. I can only say that the dragon face's devouring ability is too terrifying. Long Chen quickly asked Lingxi. After all, she knew her own situation better than anyone else. Lingxi answered with some difficulty, it seems, she still feels that it's too slow and too little. She wants to absorb it from me. Lingxi had the ready-made pure immortal source energy in her, which was most effective for the dragon face. Although the divine kingdom had a lot of natural energy, which was almost the same as the normal level on Pangu continent, it still could not satisfy the child. I'll go. Long Chen became nervous again. One was his woman, and the other was his daughter. He had not been so nervous for a long time. Even the divine kingdom could not satisfy the dragon face. The only way was to get out of here. What's wrong, Chen? Yang Chen, you and the others have made progress. The dragon face is absorbing a lot of energy, which has affected Xiaoxi. I have to take her outside. Yang Yu was startled. How could this be? Go outside? Isn't Di Jun waiting for you outside? There's no other way. Long Chen did not have time to think too much. The place with the densest natural energy on Pangu continent was Pangu's heart. He hoped that when he got out of here, the dragon face could concentrate on absorbing Pangu's natural energy and let Lingxi go. Even in the divine kingdom, Lingxi could not hold on for too long. Although her life was not in great danger this time, Long Chen did not want to waste all the cultivation base that Lingxi had worked so hard for. He opened the realm of life and rushed out. As soon as he got out, he brought Lingxi out of the realm of life. This was Pangu's heart, but it was the territory of the barbarians. For the dragon face, this place was too small. Long Chen had to bring her to the sky above the heart, where she could absorb the Pangu's heart and Pangu's natural energy from all directions. It was the most abundant supply. What about now? Because of the connection of the three lives threads, Long Chen could actually feel that the dragon face was also devouring the energy from him. Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's much better now. It's stable now." Rumble. A great amount of Pangu's natural energy surged toward Long Chen like a torrent. It came not only from Pangu's heart, but also from the entire Pangu continent. Long Chen was located slightly above Pangu's heart. For a moment, this place had become the core of Pangu's natural energy. It was great news for Long Chen that Lingxi was fine. He looked around and could not help but smile bitterly. It looks like Yen is going to be born here in such a high-profile manner. Long Chen had mixed feelings about having a daughter like this. She was not even born yet, and he could not help but wonder what would happen when she was born in the future. Long Chen, what's wrong? On the barbarian tribe side, the barbarian sect master and many barbarian divine emperors had already noticed the commotion. It's nothing. Please allow me to stay here for a while, sect master, said Long Chen quickly. After all, this place was above someone else's head, and it was devouring the natural energy of Pangu continent. Of course, they would be curious when they saw that the natural energy around them had been greatly reduced. That's not a problem. But since you are here, Di Jun will definitely show up. According to the previous agreement, we can't help you, said the sect master. Long Chen would not break this agreement. Ancient god Savage Desolation had already helped him too much. No matter what, he had to personally take action in the fated battle with Di Jun. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. Did Yen ask me to choose this most important moment, the moment of her birth, to complete this fated battle and celebrate her birth? Long Chen had been waiting for the birth of his dragon face, waiting for himself to grow stronger. He had decided to come out and fight Di Jun at that time. But every time, he was hesitant, wondering if he was Di Jun's match. After all, he might have an original incipient grade divine item. If he hesitated for a long time, it would not be a good thing for him. At least in his heart, he was already a loser. Today, because of the birth of his dragon face, in order to prevent Lingxi from getting into danger, he had to come to Pangu continent and leave the life and death realms. As long as he came here, it meant that Di Jun would come to find him. Must it be like this? Why don't we just stay in the divine kingdom? I'll suffer a little. Lingxi grabbed his arm. No, now that things have come to this, I no longer have any leeway to retreat. I'm just sorry that I couldn't be by your side when Yen was born. However, I will give you the best news and give you a satisfactory answer. He did not know when, but his blood was boiling. You have to come back alive. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. There was nothing more reason for Long Chen to fight than this sentence. Lingxi had to stay here. Di Jun would come, and he had to fight. I will come back alive. Long Chen said with certainty. For a long time, he had lacked the ultimate reason to face Di Jun. But today, he saw it in Lingxi's tearful eyes. He also saw it in the young life of his dragon face. This ultimate reason is to come back alive, to see his wife and child, and to enjoy the joy of life. This is not a trivial matter, but the most important thing in Long Chen's life. This is my promise to you and Yen. You just need to let her come to this world safely. Tell her that her father is an amazing man. After saying this, a figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 3007. Di Jun was near the heart, guarding it at all times. Perhaps he had expected that one day, Long Chen would appear in front of him. Today was the moment. When Long Chen raised his head with Lingxi in his arms, who was absorbing the endless Pangu energy, he saw Di Jun hovering in the sky. His left eye was like a blazing sun, and his right eye was empty and hollow, staring at Long Chen with scorching heat and indifference. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chen. Lingxi called softly. Facing Di Jun, she could not help but feel nervous. But soon, a determined look came over her face as she said, "Don't worry, go and fight. When you come back, I will let Yen and I see you safe and sound. You have to let us see you too. I promise you, and you have to promise me." Fate had allowed Long Chen to complete this predestined duel at this most critical moment. In that case, we must both abide by the agreement. Long Chen stared into her eyes, and he saw Lingxi's resolute gaze. This was the moment when he trusted Lingxi the most. Since fate had chosen this moment, it was just the right time for him to vent all his anger and passion. By now, the ancient god of wildness and the sect master of the wildness sect had probably learned about what had happened here. However, according to the previous agreement, they stayed in the heart and did not participate in the competition between Long Chen and Di Jun. Even all the experts on Pangu continent could feel the confrontation in this place. In fact, the news of the duel between Long Chen and Di Jun had long been spread across all the realms, and now countless people were waiting for the new situation. Today's duel was bound to shake all the realms, and the impact it would have was unprecedented. The battle between the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Who would be the strongest Divine Emperor in all the realms? The suspense was all in this day. Long Chen decisively handed Lingxi over to Yang Yu, Yuhua Divine Emperor, and the others. They were all women and knew more about this than Long Chen. If there was any trouble, the immortal godly phoenix could also help. She happened to be nearby and had rushed over at this time. Because of Zhu Shi, the immortal godly phoenix and Long Chen were on good terms. Don't waste time. Di Jun sneered and waved his hand. Following his move, an enormous column of fire descended from the sky, striking towards Long Chen. In a flash, it seemed to have ignited all of Pan Gu's spirit power, making the sky above the heart of Pan Gu shine brightly. Di Jun was not a gentleman. His target was not only Long Chen, but also Lingxi. As long as Lingxi had to stay in this place, she would be his trump card. For the sake of obtaining the Origin Dragon Palace, he was nothing more than a villain. Long Chen didn't say a word. This time, he left Ling Shi and charged into the clouds under everyone's gazes. He split the pillar of fire in half with a single slash, and the two halves split in two directions, forming a sea of fire in the sky. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already in front of Di Jun. Let's go. Long Chen gave him a look, then flew into the starry sky. Di Jun could tell from the look in his eyes that Long Chen would not run away this time. He was ready. With that, Di Jun was temporarily relieved. Of course, he would not be despicable enough to think of killing Lingxi first. Fine, I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight. Di Jun smiled faintly and followed Long Chen. Under the gazes of billions of living beings, the two of them rushed up into the starry sky. The vast Pangu continent gradually shrank in their eyes. When he turned around, he saw that Ling Shi was looking at him. Her smile and calm demeanor were the most boundless strength in Long Chen's heart, and the little life in her womb was the source of all of Long Chen's fighting spirit. Although he looked ordinary at the moment, the truth was that the blood in his heart had long since been boiling, and his fighting spirit had long since broken through the heavens. This level of fighting spirit was unprecedented. He could not forget Lingxi's smile and the pulse of the little life. Because of this, as a husband and a father, at this moment, he was so confident, so courageous, and so full of fighting spirit. When they came to the infinitely high starry sky, where the whole Pangu continent had become small, Long Chen knew that this was the battlefield he wanted. Fighting here would not affect Lingxi. Of course, those experts on Pangu continent could also see the situation of their battle. 10,000 meters away, Di Jun hovered in midair. On his left was a blazing flame, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, and on his right was ethereal, as if it did not exist. However, he had control over space. This was his world, his battlefield. The power of the laws had begun to spread before the battle began. What made Long Chen most afraid was that there was a layer of strange thing on Di Jun's body. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was like an armor that had already fused with him. Long Chen couldn't imagine how hard this thing was and how hard it was to break through it. He could feel that this thing was definitely related to the dragon sacrificial continent. When I was in Pangu's heart, I felt a fluctuation that made Origin Dragon Palace react. It must be the thing on Di Jun now, and it must be his greatest trump card. Whether I can defeat him this time, it will depend on whether I can break this trump card. At this time, Long Chen could not think about when he was confident. He could only win and go back alive. This was the only choice he had given himself. As a father and husband, nothing was more important than seeing his daughter and woman. It was the hot blood flowing in Long Chen's heart, his greatest perseverance and fighting spirit at this moment. It was an immortal power, a spiritual will. Even if he did not close his eyes, all Long Chen could see was Lingxi's smile at him, and the movement of the little life. Touched. Touched by life. Di Jun could not understand Long Chen's current emotions. He did not understand that this was actually the best moment for Long Chen. Everyone desired different things. To Di Jun, the so-called daughter was nothing more than an insignificant thing. It was far less important than the Origin Dragon Palace. It's a pity. It seems like you care a lot about your children who are about to be born. However, this is fate. You won't have the chance to see them. It is indeed a sad thing for a child to have his father die in battle when he is just born. However, you don't seem to have a choice. Di Jun said word by word in an indifferent tone. Long Chen's gaze was unprecedentedly calm. He said, the reason why humans, gods, and demons are so noble is because of their emotions. You are an emotionless person, no different from the beasts in the mortal world. You have no right to discuss my matters. Since I am here today, I will not run anymore. You have chased me for dozens of years, and today is the end. Di Jun sneered, yes. However, this is your end and my new starting point. Everything in the draconic sacrificial continent is destined to belong to me. You are indeed heaven-defying, but it's a pity that you were born too late. Since that is the case, there is no need to say anything more. Many years of grudges and fated enemies. Today, I, Long Chen, will settle everything with you cleanly. Of course, I couldn't ask for more. After Di Jun finished his last sentence, his gaze had already changed. From a deity, he had turned into a killing maniac. He had chased after Long Chen for far too long, reaching the limit of his endurance time and time again. He had truly waited for too long for today. Therefore, he was excited. Boundless excitement. His excitement and fanaticism were the most insane power he had at this moment. Roar. He was almost unable to suppress it. Looking at Long Chen, he let out a beast-like roar. Everyone was looking at them, witnessing this battle, witnessing Di Jun's madness at this moment. Under this madness, Long Chen indeed appeared very insignificant. However, in Long Chen's eyes, it was as if he had returned to his childhood. Although he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, his opponent was just a wild wolf. He had something he needed to protect, and he had strong emotions in his heart. These were all weapons that Long Chen wouldn't give up even if he died. Your life, everything you have, I, Di Jun, will take it all. In that instant, right in front of Long Chen, Di Jun suddenly split into two. A golden-haired Di Jun and a silver-haired Di Jun appeared. The golden-haired Di Jun's anger soared to the heavens, like a sun, burning with raging flames. As for the silver-haired Di Jun, he was cold and indifferent, mysterious and illusory, as though he had fused with space itself. After splitting into two, each clone was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Di Jun's aura towered to the heavens, causing Long Chen to feel a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he had fought against the Wildlands sect leader before, so he had a certain degree of confidence. In that instant, even the blazing flames of the golden-haired Di Jun didn't seem so terrifying. In that instant, the battle erupted. Di Jun charged forward, directly attacking. The golden-haired Di Jun was at the front, while the silver-haired Di Jun was at the back. Indistinctly, Long Chen could see that the golden-haired Di Jun was holding a stone in his hand, while the silver-haired Di Jun seemed to be holding a long sword. Although it was an invisible longsword, it was definitely an eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Before Long Chen could take a closer look, the golden-haired Di Jun attacked in a frenzy. The stone in his hand was the eternal opal. The eternal opal that had once suppressed and stabilized the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen had no idea that the dragon sacrificial continent had actually been destroyed by Di Jun. The Tao of Sun that I cultivate is not weaker than Shen Yi. That sun is not just Shen Yi's territory. The golden-haired Di Jun's aura was magnificent. For a moment, large areas of the starry sky were burning under his control. At this moment, the eternal opal in his hand burst out with an unprecedented super light, piercing through the universe. Even on Pangu continent, almost every place was covered by this light. Rumble. An explosive sound came from the sky. Chapter 3008. In front of Long Chen, the fireball with the blonde Emperor Jun and the eternal opal as its core was enormous. Being right next to it, he could naturally feel the terrifying lethality. If this law were to be thrown onto Pangu continent, it would definitely cause terrible damage, even greater than the damage caused to the barbarians during the chaos of ancient demons. Since he is cultivating the law of refining sun, then this should be the refining sun. Even at this moment, Long Chen was still able to keep his mind calm. Compared to the huge fireball, his entire body was covered in waves of fire, making him look very small. Di Jun, on the other hand, had a majestic aura. Frankly speaking, just this rule alone was no weaker than the Wildland sect leader's wilderness god fist. Ashes of all things, refining sun imperial flame. Endless waves of sound erupted from the refining sun. In the eyes of the crowd, the enormous refining sun was already crashing down towards Long Chen. It was so terrifying that everyone could not help but worry about Long Chen. The flame was too fierce, too intense. For Long Chen, there was only one thing in the entire world in front of him, and that was the enormous fireball hovering in the starry sky. And the law that could burn everything. Boom! Boom! As the refining sun imperial flame moved, even the starry sky was set ablaze. Countless broken stars were directly turned into ashes. It was as if the flame was used to split the sky and earth. Such a law showed how determined Emperor Jun was to kill Long Chen, as he had used an absolute killing move right from the start. In the Divine Kingdom, the realm of life, and the heart of Pangu, countless people who were concerned about Long Chen could not help but clench their fists as they watched the scene. Even under the test of the flame, their eyes did not dare to move away. Bam! In their eyes, Long Chen moved. It was hope and dawn. In the face of the terrifying refining sun imperial flame, Long Chen remained calm. When the flame approached him, he was already prepared and had a plan in place. Buzz! In front of the refining sun imperial flame, he, who looked very tiny, suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin. Big! Under his control, the eternal grade fortune divine artifact grew infinitely, blocking in front of Long Chen. Under his power, the heaven-burying coffin was displayed to the extreme. The bronze coffin with countless skull carvings appeared in front of everyone. It was incomparably fiendish, and it formed a sharp contrast with Di Jun's flames of righteousness. The sky-burying coffin emitted a bloody light. Long Chen's actions were very straightforward. He manipulated the sky-burying coffin to devour the burning sun imperial fire. The golden-haired Di Jun and the eternal incandescent stone were the cores of the burning sun imperial fire, so they were also devoured by the sky-burying coffin. When the lid of the heaven-burying coffin closed, the heat and light between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. It was as if the burning sun imperial fire had never appeared. Just as everyone was finding it hard to accept and understand this miracle, the entire heaven-burying coffin lit up again. It even started to burn. Although Long Chen used this fortune divine artifact to suppress Di Jun's laws are too ferocious. They are resisting inside the fortune divine artifact. If Long Chen can't stop them, the fortune divine artifact might even be destroyed. The Wildland sect leader explained to the god emperors. At this moment it was purely a battle to see who was stronger. Would the burning sun imperial fire destroy the sky-burying coffin, or would the sky-burying coffin suppress the burning sun imperial fire? The answer was revealed in an instant. Long Chen descended from the sky and landed on top of the sky-burying coffin. His eyes were filled with illusory colors, and his hands instantly pressed on the sky-burying coffin. Heart of the Great Void. Until now, this was the strongest time law. It happened directly inside the sealed sky-burying coffin. At the same time, he used the power of the sky-burying coffin. The Heart of the Great Void had the power to stop time and accelerate time. It was almost equivalent to a time prison and white bones. When used inside the sky-burying coffin, its power surpassed the Chaos Demon's return to chaos, and was even faster and more violent. The sky-burying coffin could be said to be Long Chen's territory. Boom! When time stopped, in order to kill Blonde Dijun, Long Chen used his ultimate killing move. The sky-burying coffin and the heart of the Great Void were definitely his strongest combination. Moreover, it was also his first attempt. Actually, he had a lot of confidence. This was definitely a combination that could terrify Dijun. At that moment, time stopped inside the sky-burying coffin, and it became a time prison. The White Bones Law descended on Blonde Dijun, and it was difficult to resist. No matter how powerful the Burning Sun Imperial Fire was, it could not do anything at this moment. Success. Long Chen did not have much joy in his heart. All of this was actually within his plan. When Blonde Dijun began to weaken and die under the power of time, Long Chen directly threw Mo Xiaolang into the sky-burying coffin. Roar! After rushing in, Mo Xiaolang turned into a sun-devouring dire wolf. He had waited for this moment for too long. Now that Blonde Dijun, who had been hit by the heart of the Great Void, was no match for him at all. The tricolored ancestral fire quickly pounced forward. The power of the smelting sun imperial fire had yet to disappear. The sun-devouring dire wolf looked like it had seen a feast and was gorging on it. Of course, the fastest thing he could do was to use the fire-forbidden domain to devour the golden-haired Dijun, Long Chen. Golden-haired Dijun could only watch as his power flowed away and his life force declined. However, this was the heart of the Great Void. This was the most terrifying part of the rules of time. Once hit, there was no corresponding rules of time to alleviate it. Only death was possible. Who asked Dijun to be directly hit by the heart of the Great Void? You've lost. Before Mo Xiaolang was swallowed by the law of time, he had used the fire-forbidden realm to devour him. In this way, he could forcibly absorb most of the power from Dijun. Of course, the burning sun imperial fire and the eternal opal were his targets. Now that Dijun was powerless, Long Chen saw that the flames on the sky-burying coffin were gradually dissipating. He knew what to do, so he put the coffin away. Such a move naturally caused a great uproar on Pangu continent. Although no one knew the specific process, however, it was obvious that the fact that Long Chen was able to put away the sky-burying coffin meant that the golden-haired Dijun wouldn't be able to come out. The battle had just begun, yet Long Chen had already killed one of the other party's fire clones. He had directly killed half of his opponent. Didn't that mean that he was almost certain to win next? In fact, he could absolutely crush Dijun. For a moment, all the barbarians on Pangu continent could not believe it. After all, they thought that this was a stalemate. At least, most of them thought that Dijun had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had suppressed Long Chen several times before. He had turned defeat into victory so quickly. In fact, even Long Chen himself felt that things were going smoothly. But at this time, he was very confident that when Blonde Dijun was devoured, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Mo Xiaolang was a member of the Sky-Devouring clan, and his devouring basically represented the death of Blonde Dijun. With half of his opponent's combat strength dead, there was nothing to worry about. It seems that I have slightly weakened the lethality of the heart of Great Void. This thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. All of a sudden, even though the crowd below was cheering, he sensed danger. It was too smooth. Blonde-haired Dijun was dead, and silver-haired Dijun was dead. Why did he let me kill Blonde Dijun? He was a fool, obviously not. From the beginning, he seemed to have disappeared. Especially now, there was no trace of him in the whole world. At that moment, Long Chen had a creepy feeling. He had realized that on the surface, he had won a complete victory, but in fact, it seemed that Dijun was still in control of everything. At this moment, there was a feeling of suffocation. Silver-haired Dijun was here. He had been lying low for a long time, and even at the cost of Blonde Dijun, he wanted to give Long Chen a fatal blow at this moment. It was not that Long Chen had the upper hand and crushed Di Jun, but that he had fallen into a trap. Perhaps there were not many people on Pangu continent who knew this. Suddenly, silver-haired Di Jun appeared in front of Long Chen. He had lost a clone, but he did not react at all. There was even a strange sneer at the corner of his mouth, which meant that everything was still under his control. When Long Chen saw him, it was already too late. After all, for this moment, Di Jun had been preparing for too long. The gate of the universe, the forbidden zone of eternity. The law of space. Using the gate of the universe, Long Chen displayed the nomological laws of space. The moment Di Jun appeared, the gate of the universe opened up beneath Long Chen's feet. It was so close that he couldn't dodge it. Inside the gate of the universe, a terrifying space swallowed Long Chen. It was easy to imagine that it took an existence like Di Jun such a long time to use this move, and he even had to use blonde Di Jun as a cover. How powerful was the law of the forbidden zone of eternity? At least, when the power of the law burst out, Long Chen could not hold it and was directly swallowed. It was just like blonde Di Jun being swallowed into the sky-burying coffin. At this time, Long Chen was swallowed by the law of space and disappeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Long Chen remembered many things. Finally, he saw a detail. When Di Jun and the silver-haired Di Jun had fused into one, the original incipient grade treasure had fused with them. However, when they separated, the golden-haired Di Jun didn't have any protection while the silver-haired Di Jun had everything. Moreover, the second ancestral dragon's symbiotic dragon, the sacrificial dragon, was good at space law, but not fire law. Long Chen always thought that the two clones, blonde and silver-haired, had the same status. Now that he was swallowed by the law of the forbidden zone of eternity, he knew that it was not the case. It was even possible that silver-haired Di Jun was the real body, and the blonde Di Jun might be a part of him that he didn't care about. Boom! While he was still in shock, Long Chen fell into a magical space. This space was not big. It was surrounded by smooth gray walls, but it was definitely completely sealed. When Long Chen came in, the gate of the universe was closed. In this kind of space, as long as I open the Death Realm Dragon Gate, I can go back. Long Chen knew that just like the sky-burying coffin, it could not trap him. However, when he used the law, he found a terrible thing. Chapter 3009. This was a strange space. It was the law of Emperor Jun's eternal exclusion zone. It was not a large space, but just like the sky-burying coffin, it locked Long Chen in here. When he first came in, Long Chen was not very worried. Just like the sky-burying coffin, he could complete the transfer from the Death Realm. But when he entered the eternal exclusion zone and was about to open the gate to the Life Realm or the Death Realm, he suddenly found that he could not move in the eternal exclusion zone. It was an absolutely locked space. It was an application of Emperor Jun's space freeze. There's no need to struggle. Even if you're an ultimate god, you won't be able to move after falling into my gate of the universe's eternal exclusion domain. I used my avatar to attract your attention and spent so much effort to display the laws. How can I let you out so easily? In this gray space, silver-haired Emperor Jun suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Of course, he could move at will. Space freeze was somewhat similar to time stop, but they were not the same. One suppressed space, while the other locked time. They were different in nature, but the effect was the same. In the eternal exclusion zone, the law of space that Emperor Jun had been brewing for a long time was clearly more terrifying than the time prison of Era Heavenly Fiend. I just didn't expect that you could kill my clone while I was preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Obviously, you, Long Chen, already have the strength to fight me. But unfortunately, you still lost. In Di Jun's hand, the divine sword gradually revealed itself, appearing in front of Long Chen. It was a transparent divine sword, slender and clean, like a transparent crystal. However, upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the power of this divine sword, because there were tens of thousands of spaces hidden within it, and each space seemed to contain a real world. Oh, this is the myriad worlds divine sword. There are 10,000 worlds in it, corresponding to the 10,000 worlds in the myriad worlds. This is the miniature of the myriad worlds. It was a spatial divine sword. It was made up of 10,000 spatial fragments, including Pangu continent, the third heaven, and so on. This was Emperor Jun's real weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the 10,000 worlds inside began to collide and revolve, releasing terrifying spatial fluctuations. At this moment, he was standing in front of Long Chen, and his ethereal eyes narrowed as he looked at Long Chen. The myriad worlds divine sword, an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, was slightly raised. In terms of power, the myriad worlds divine sword could completely suppress the ghost blood curse. It was much stronger than ordinary eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Ever since I let you escape last time, I've been preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Today, I've finally put it to use. Although you've still killed one of my avatars, I still have to thank you for this. As my cultivation level increases, the Raging Flames law has gradually lost its effect. It's far inferior to my space law. A long time ago, it had already become a burden to me. I couldn't bear to part with it. Today, you've helped me kill it. In fact, you've opened a new path for me, a pure path of cultivation. No matter what he said, Long Chen couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. The space was frozen, pressing down on Long Chen like countless mountains. He could communicate with Emperor Jun through his nascent divinity, but there was no need. What Long Chen needed to do now was to figure out how to break Emperor Jun's eternal exclusion zone. It's over. Emperor Jun couldn't help but laugh. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Not only was he stronger than Long Chen, but he had also come up with a plan. This eternal exclusion zone was prepared for Long Chen. The loss of blonde Emperor Jun was nothing to him. His foundation was the space law, which was also the reason why he had completely transferred the primordial dragon pagoda to this body. Their eyes collided. The myriad world's godly sword was waved. Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. What a coincidence, your child is about to be born. I can somewhat understand your feelings now, but it's a pity that fate sent you to this place. You can only accept it. If we are both chosen by the draconic sacrificial continent, chosen by the divine dragon, but ultimately, I'm stronger than you. When I get what you got, I will have a brighter future. The myriad world's godly sword was raised. Emperor Jun raised the myriad world's godly sword high up, his silver hair fluttering. Don't you want to say a single word before you die? Emperor Jun stared into Long Chen's eyes and said solemnly. Long Chen was unable to move. Even if he was filled with boundless anger, the power of the space freeze still prevented him from moving, and he couldn't show it on his face. What Emperor Jun saw was a calm Long Chen with a calm gaze. Oh, it's not that you don't have anything to say, you're just in despair. I understand. At this moment, Emperor Jun made his move. Outside the Forbidden Zone, everyone was staring at this place, waiting for the result. Everyone could see that although Long Chen killed the golden-haired Emperor Jun, he seemed to have fallen into the silver-haired Emperor Jun's rule and hadn't come out yet. How was he doing? On Pangu's heart, the speed at which the dragon face was devouring Pangu's spiritual energy had slowed down. It was almost time for the birth. Under the protection of Yang Yu and the others, Lingxi was a little tired. However, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at the movement in the starry sky. Her heart was beating rapidly. No matter how she called out to Long Chen, there was no response. Chen, Lingxi slowly closed her eyes. She had an extremely ominous premonition. However, this didn't scare her. My mission is to keep Yen-Er safe and welcome his victorious return. I can't give up, and he definitely won't give up. Lingxi knew what kind of person Long Chen was. Before seeing that his wife and daughter were safe, he would never admit defeat. He would do what he promised Lingxi. Thinking of the promise Long Chen made to her before he left, Lingxi gritted her teeth. Even if Long Chen didn't do anything now, her heart was filled with hope. In the most crucial matters, Long Chen had never let her down. Forbidden Zone forever. Die. Emperor Jun waved the myriad world's god sword in front of Long Chen, who couldn't move at all. In an instant, the myriad world's god sword raged, and a terrifying space-tearing force burst out. Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The sword swept across. Even in the Forbidden Zone forever, everything was destroyed by the space-tearing force. This is the end of you, Long Chen. Emperor Jun roared. His voice reverberated throughout the Forbidden Zone of Eternal World. Rumble. Under the power of the Forbidden Zone destruction cut, in front of Emperor Jun, Long Chen, who was imprisoned in the Forbidden Zone forever, began to crumble bit by bit and turn into ashes. Not only Long Chen, but the entire Forbidden Zone forever was destroyed. The Forbidden Zone forever and the Forbidden Zone destruction cut were, in fact, just the same rule. The Forbidden Zone forever imprisoned the opponent and completely bound the opponent with the power of space, while the Forbidden Zone destruction cut worked with the power of the Forbidden Zone forever to destroy everything. Rumble. What everyone saw was a towering, transparent sword energy suddenly shooting out of the starry sky. It raged and shattered a starry sky that was 1/10 the size of Pangu continent. In fact, this was also the explosion of the Forbidden Zone forever. It was almost one of Emperor Jun's most terrifying killing moves in the law of space. Long Chen had merged with the Forbidden Zone forever, so the explosion and destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever was his destruction. Emperor Jun suddenly appeared. The myriad world's divine sword was still rippling with the infinite power of space, tearing everything apart. Everyone saw Emperor Jun, the hundreds of millions of miles-long sword energy in front of him, and the countless destroyed spaces in front of him. As for Long Chen, he had completely vanished. Boom! Boom! Endless explosions echoed between heaven and earth, causing a deafening rumble that shook the entire Pangu continent. Long Chen had disappeared into the starry sky. No one else saw it, but Emperor Jun clearly felt that Long Chen had been torn apart by the power of space during the destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever. Of course, Emperor Jun would not doubt it. After all, even an ultimate god, as long as he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone forever, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured by the Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The myriad world's divine sword was famous for its lethality. Emperor Jun had relied on the myriad world's divine sword alone to get to the top of the divine emperor list. Boom! Most people saw this scene. Emperor Jun could not help but laugh wildly. Above the starry sky, his silver hair fluttered in the wind, surrounded by destroyed spaces. Could it be that Long Chen has died in the battle? What a pity. In the end, even ancient god Savage Wilderness let out a sigh. The last thing they wanted to see had happened, and under such circumstances, it was really hard to bear. After all, the child he had been waiting for a long time was about to come to this world. He had just been born, and he had just lost his father. For a moment, the entire Pangu continent was silent, and the eyes that looked in the direction of Lingxi were full of pity. Long Chen is dead. Emperor Jun's voice spread across the world. After decades of chasing, he had finally found his son. Of course, he was extremely excited, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment overwhelmed him. Yang Yu shook her head, tears beginning to fill her eyes. Aunt Yu, have you forgotten? He can bring the dead back to life. Lingxi's eyes were firm as she looked at the starry sky, as if to prove what she had said. Just as she finished speaking, and just as Emperor Jun was about to open his divine kingdom to search for the origin Dragon Palace, countless rays of green light converged. About 1,000 meters in front of Emperor Jun, a tremendous power was accumulating and exploding. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling helpless, suddenly, there was an explosion, and Long Chen's figure appeared, unscathed. His fighting spirit towered into the sky, and his killing intent was heavy. In his right hand, the ghost blood curse shone brightly. In his left hand, the sacrificial spear shone brightly. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head between the sword and spear. He had paid with his life in exchange for another chance to fight equally. At this moment, he and Emperor Jun had each died once. Chapter 30:10. On his left hand, the emerald green bracelet that could bring him back to life had already dimmed. No one knew when it would shine again, and this was almost Long Chen's only chance. After the previous confrontation, both sides had a certain degree of understanding. Just as Long Chen appeared and Di Jun was at his most shocked, Long Chen unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack in the starry sky. This was his limit. Boom! For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to explode. All of a sudden, a green ocean of life appeared in his left eye, and a tumbling ocean of blood appeared in his right eye. The power of life and death had perfectly combined at this moment. Most importantly, an eye appeared between his brows. It was the combination of the core of the death realm and the core of the life realm. The fusion of life and death had given birth to a bizarre eye that was emerald green and blood red. Rumble. With the heavenly spear in his left hand and the ghost blood curse in his right, on the left was the shadow of a boundless ocean of life. The ocean of life had turned into a huge vortex behind Long Chen, so huge that it blotted out the starry sky in the eyes of the people on Pangu continent. On the right was a boundless, violent blood-colored ocean that was releasing endless killing intent. Long Chen's position happened to be between these two oceans and the two worlds. At this moment, he had gathered almost all the power of the life and death realms, and while Di Jun was still in a state of shock, he had unleashed this peerless killing technique that was destined to be passed down through the ages. Death tribulation. Life tribulation. When they were used almost at the same time, it was the death tribulation. As the ghost blood curse unleashed the power of the death tribulation, the heavenly spear thrust toward Di Jun with the law of life that could deprive life. The killing technique of life and death was unleashed at the same time. Everything in its path disappeared, and Di Jun, who was very close to it, could not dodge or escape. The power of the life realm had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to get away. In the eyes of the barbarians on Pangu continent, the power of life and death was perfectly combined. The power of law. In the face of all this, no matter how depressed Di Jun was, he had to enter a fighting state from the shock. Obviously, Long Chen had come back to life. This was a fact, and no matter how unbelievable it was, it could not change this fact. Di Jun's silver hair fluttered in the wind under the bombardment of the life and death laws. His eyes were illusory, cold and emotionless. Even now, he didn't bat an eyelid as he gripped the myriad worlds god sword with both hands. Just before the life and death calamity descended, he roared and activated the space laws. With the myriad worlds god sword, he slashed out once again. The sword slashed down. World extermination slash. Unlike the previous sword of destruction, which was only a part of the eternal forbidden zone, this sword of destruction was an independent law of space, the law of space shattering. As the sword slashed down, a terrible thing happened. The space within tens of millions of meters around the sword, which was almost as close as Pangu continent, was shattered. Di Jun's sword was powerful enough to destroy a great world. Countless fragments of space condensed into a huge sword and pierced toward the life and death calamity. This was a clash of pure nomological powers. It was a clash of the strong, and it was the best way to distinguish the absolute combat power of the two sides. In the space where Long Chen was, apart from where he was standing, everything else was in the midst of destruction. For a moment, everything was destroyed. The life and death calamity collided wildly with the world extermination / Heaven and earth were destroyed. The law of life and death collided with the law of space. Break. Long Chen used the death calamity to open the way, and the life calamity to follow. With the combination of the two, each of his laws was not weaker than the world extermination / Under this double attack, the world extermination / which Di Jun was most satisfied with, collapsed, collided, and destroyed under the attack of his rebirth. Rumble. Wow. People let out cries of surprise. They saw that the life and death calamity broke through the world extermination / Even though the world was destroyed, it still collided with Di Jun. Long Chen's ghost blood curse and heaven sacrificial spear landed on Di Jun almost at the same time. Die. Under the impact of the life and death calamity, Di Jun had to face such an attack head-on. According to Long Chen's estimation, he would die for sure. Di Jun had completely lost this confrontation. After all, Long Chen's rebirth was too strange. As long as the ghost blood curse slashed across Di Jun's body, as long as the heaven sacrificial spear stabbed into him, Di Jun would die and turn into ashes. At that moment, blazing flames spewed out from Long Chen's eyes. Di Jun, Long Chen. But even at the last moment, when the ghost blood curse stabbed into his body, Di Jun suddenly gave up all resistance, allowing the ghost blood curse and heaven sacrificial spear to stab into his body. In the next instant, Long Chen discovered that what he stabbed wasn't Di Jun's body, but something else. Destinable divine weapon. He knew what it was. When his weapon struck Di Jun, a transparent pagoda appeared on Di Jun's body, enveloping him completely. The ghost blood curse and the heavenly sacrificial spear didn't manage to pierce through. Instead, they were smashed away. Long Chen was also sent flying. Di Jun also flew backward. After a life and death battle, the two separated. Boom. After all, the battle between the two of them had never stopped. At the beginning, Long Chen had killed the golden-haired Di Jun. Everyone had thought that was the end, but Di Jun had instantly suppressed Long Chen, almost causing him to lose his life. This time, Long Chen had once again reversed the situation. Just as he was about to kill Di Jun, no one had imagined that Di Jun would have a super divine item that could protect him. This is the primordial dragon pagoda. You will never be able to break it in your entire life, Di Jun said calmly, pointing at the transparent pagoda on his body. Indeed, it was the original incipient grade destinable divine weapon. Long Chen couldn't help but feel troubled. At this point, only the primordial dragon pagoda was left. He had just experienced the terror of the primordial dragon pagoda. Did it mean that he had no way to defeat Di Jun? Everything he had done until now was in vain. He didn't have much time to think. Di Jun wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. After the primordial dragon pagoda had done its job, he chuckled, "After playing with you for so long, I didn't think that you could be reborn again. However, you won't have a second chance. Let me end this grudge. The Origin Dragon Palace belongs to me. Let it return to me. You don't even know what the Origin Dragon Palace is. How do you know that it belongs to you?" Long Chen's eyes were cold. He gazed at Di Jun's primordial dragon pagoda, searching for a way to break it. "I am actually stronger than Di Jun. The only difference is the primordial dragon pagoda. No, he can use it, but I can't." This gave Long Chen some hope. However, at this critical moment, Di Jun's speed was unprecedentedly fast. He had reached his limit. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, and in the eyes of millions of people, he had transformed into a pure silver dragon. He had dazzling dragon scales, and his claws were like precious gems. His eyes shone brightly, but his entire body seemed illusory, flickering and moving at will. Moreover, he was a more mature and complete supreme divine dragon. Hence, his body was extremely huge. When he coiled up, he was a super colossus. At the very least, compared to him, Long Chen was just a tiny dot. What is this? He's too big. He doesn't look like a demon. It was said that Long Chen could also transform into this form. For a moment, countless people on Pangu continent were discussing Di Jun's form. Of course, there were too many people who were watching this battle. So far, the battle was exciting, but vaguely, Di Jun had the upper hand. Especially now, when the dragon sacrificial ceremony appeared in front of Long Chen could feel the pressure of a real divine dragon. In time, Di Jun will surely reach the peak of Tai Immortal Realm. That's the real supreme divine dragon. It's a pity that I haven't found the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Even if I found it, I can only fuse with it when I'm close to the ancestor realm. This was Father's warning. After all, the fusing might cause too much noise, and it might attract the attention of the sleeping sky devourer. This was Long Chen's regret now. He could only rely on his inherited blood essence to fight against the real divine dragon. Yen Er seems to have the origin dragon soul, but she was born by herself. Compared to the adult ancestral dragon, she doesn't cause too much noise now. Besides, the dragon attendants might know about her, so they didn't warn me. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm just afraid that when Yen Er becomes stronger in the future, she will attract their attention. I have to become stronger quickly to protect her. However, he understood that it was useless to think so much. The most important thing was to get through today's calamity. The most important women in his life were waiting for his return. I must go back and see Yen Er. It was also an explanation to Lingxi. It was a promise that a man needed to shoulder. It was a responsibility, everything. However, Di Jun wouldn't give him a chance. When he turned into the sacrificial dragon, the primordial dragon pagoda was still covering him. Although it was an original incipient grade divine weapon, he could still use a part of its power. Using the original incipient grade divine weapon, he could use the sacrificial dragon's rule. This was Di Jun's strongest feature. Previously, he thought that the perpetual forbidden domain was enough to kill Long Chen. In fact, he was right. The perpetual forbidden domain had killed Long Chen once. Di Jun turned into a dragon, his voice imposing. Then, this will be the moment of your death. It was the first time he faced such a massive divine dragon. The sacrificial dragon's body was covered in silver light, fusing with countless spaces around it. It seemed like he was the embodiment of the countless spaces around him. At that moment, his eyes were as illusory as the universe. The primordial dragon pagoda was surrounded by a transparent divine dragon that sparkled with psychedelic light. It was something similar to the origin dragon palace. It gave people a feeling that it wasn't just a simple original divine weapon. Sacrificial dragon's rule, descend. Another space freeze. This was the most depressing thing for Long Chen. However, the primordial cage was different from the perpetual forbidden domain. There was a door in the perpetual forbidden domain that needed to be entered, but the primordial cage directly controlled an endless territory, freezing it and turning it into a cage. It was the ultimate cage in the law of space. The primordial dragon pagoda was glowing brightly on his body. Obviously, he was using the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to control the primordial cage to such an extent. If he wanted to, perhaps he could directly freeze the entire Pangu continent. However, he was afraid of the ancient gods of the savage wilderness, so he did not do so. However, what made Long Chen furious was that Lingxi, Yang Yu, and the others were also trapped in the primordial cage. Di Jun must have done this on purpose. Not only did he want to destroy Long Chen, he also wanted to destroy everything about Long Chen. The sacrificial dragon and the primordial dragon pagoda had frozen the entire space above Pangu continent. At that moment, the heaven and earth fell silent. Only the sacrificial dragon himself could speak. Staring at Long Chen with his silver eyes, he said indifferently, "It seems like it's a pity, but this is the result. I've always been ruthless. Don't blame me for not only destroying you, but also everything you have, your descendants, and everything you care about. However, I will help you fulfill your lifelong wish, the successor of the ancestral dragon, Long Chen." At the end of his words, he could not help but smile strangely. Chapter 30:11. Of course I hate you, because why can't it be me? I, Di Jun, am superior to you in every aspect. In the stillness, Di Jun transformed into a sacrificial dragon. His enormous body descended above Long Chen. His silver, illusory eyes were filled with too much killing intent, anger, and, of course, jealousy. Ancient God Savage Wilderness could recover some of his memories, and Di Jun had come into contact with more people on Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It was normal for him to have some of those memories. It was just that he had endured it for too long, and only today, when everything about Long Chen was under his control, did he finally say it out loud. The fact that he could still remain calm after chasing Long Chen all the way from Dragon Sacrificial Continent was a terrifying achievement. Now, everything is over. The Blade of Sacrifice. The primeval cage had imprisoned Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others. It was a rule unleashed by the primeval dragon pagoda, and it was a crushing force for Long Chen. It was even harder to resist than the eternal Forbidden Zone. But, he could only come back from the dead once. Right at this moment, Di Jun's sacrificial dragon body began to move. His dragon tail began to transform, turning into a huge silver blade. It shone brightly, but it was illusory. With a casual swing, it could cut through heaven and earth, mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. This was the Blade of Sacrifice, the thing he was using to end Long Chen's life. "I don't believe you can come back to life again." Di Jun sneered. Under the gaze of all the barbarians on Pangu continent, the sacrificial dragon wielded the Blade of Sacrifice and descended above Long Chen. The blade was raised high, and once it fell, the world would be torn apart, and Long Chen would die. In fact, Ling Shi and the others below Long Chen would also become the targets of the heaven sacrificial blade. The Blade of Sacrificial Heaven could definitely kill Long Chen, and then destroy everything Long Chen had, everything he protected, all his responsibilities and promises. That deadly Blade of Sacrificial Heaven made Long Chen feel somewhat dazed. "I can no longer bring the dead back to life," it was just like when he faced the Forbidden Region obliteration / from before. The only difference was that if he was killed this time, he would die. Not only him, but Lingxi, all his brothers and sisters, and all the people on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent would also die. Di Jun would never let them off. "When I die, it will be the end of everything." In the stillness, Long Chen saw the still Lingxi. He saw that the young life was still pulsating. She was about to come to this world. How many years had it been for this day? From the beginning until now, he had been fighting for what he had promised his father to accomplish. It was also his long-cherished wish. However, the Blade of Heaven's sacrifice was going to sever all of this. It contained the power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Everything was the primordial dragon pagoda. In God's nation, countless people were crying. They held each other's hands, shouting and roaring. "We can't die. Fight, win. Fight, fight, fight. Go, 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 go." It was a struggle against fate, a rage against disaster. Everyone stood together with Long Chen. Perhaps Lingxi and Long Yan were the reasons why Long Chen couldn't lose at this moment. Perhaps this was just a battle between men. He had promised Lingxi, promised that child. If he didn't do it well, it would be so shameful. I can't do this. At this moment, his eyes were burning as he looked at the blade of sacrifice. His entire body, even every single particle, was erupting with an unprecedented battle intent. His blood vessels, his muscles, his bones, they were all roaring furiously at the same time. It wasn't that he couldn't lose, but that he couldn't die. If he lost, he could make a comeback. But if he died, he would lose everything, and he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise. At this moment, he was filled with passion and anger. The billions of particles in his body were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit and killing intent. They all gathered in Long Chen's eyes, turning into endless flames that burst forth. At this point, cultivation was no longer just for himself. Long Chen recalled what Long Qinglan had once said to him. Only by being strong could he have dignity, the right to speak, and the power to change fate. Now that he was strong enough, he needed more energy. That energy was responsibility, and that energy was love. It wasn't love, but brotherly love, father-son love, mother-son love, and the feelings he had for the world and his companions. They were all his power, the reason he had no choice but to become strong and survive. For a very long time, he wasn't fighting alone. When he roared, the trillions of living beings in his divine kingdom would fight alongside him. Kill. 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 The love of heroes, the tears of beauties. A battle of survival, a battle of destiny. A battle of life and death, but Long Chen couldn't die at all. Because of this, he had no reason not to go crazy, not to rush to the last moment. The blade of heaven's sacrifice descended. As his life was about to end, many images appeared in Long Chen's mind. Lingxi's gentle and trusting smile, Li Xuanji's silent companionship, Mo Xiaolang's sincerity and hot-bloodedness, Kitten's comical but sincere, and so many more. Every image was a source of strength in his heart. Daddy, he didn't know when or where, but he suddenly heard such a tender voice. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot tears. This must be Long Yan's call to him. She urgently needed him. Even if it was only for this cute little life, he had no reason not to fight. When Di Jun lowered his head, the look in Long Chen's eyes gave him a fright. He had never seen such a fanatical, stubborn, and crazy gaze. Just this gaze alone could devour the heavens and earth, it could destroy everything. The will in this gaze was simply the will of the myriad worlds. It was a kind of unyielding, a kind of rage. People were strong because of their strong will. When Long Chen's will merged with the will of the world, it formed a will that was above all things. To Di Jun, this was a terrifying blow. You can't kill me. Even under such circumstances, Long Chen's strange smile made Di Jun's hair stand on end. No one allowed him to be defeated, so how could he be defeated? A true man should stand up for love and responsibility. Behind Long Chen, all the gazes and hope in his eyes were like boiling hot energy in his heart. They were the reason why he would fight to the end even if he died. The 5 types of ancestral dragon's blood had long merged in his anger and even merged into one. Vaguely, it was already spreading towards the Origin Dragon Palace. At this moment, Long Chen was conscious. He gathered all the power in his body and rushed towards the Origin Dragon Palace. Wake up, wake up. The only thing that could crush the primordial dragon pagoda was the Origin Dragon Palace. The power of emotions, the pursuit of survival, and all his fighting spirit were fused into the formless dragon energy and launched an unprecedented attack on the Origin Dragon Palace. He was using the bloodline of the ancestral dragon to attack the Origin Dragon Palace that he couldn't possibly control. Origin Dragon Palace, today, I will use your power to sweep away all obstacles and open up a new path. This is the only time. Under Long Chen's call, countless mystical dragons, dragon martial artists, and even the commoners were contributing their strength. The mystical dragons and dragon martial artists appeared beside the Origin Dragon Palace. Even if their strength was insignificant, they fused their power into Long Chen's to shake the Origin Dragon Palace. Billions of lives were of one mind and one heart with Long Chen. This was something that Di Jun couldn't compare to Long Chen at all. Everyone believed that with the fervent attack and the fighting spirit of the entire race, they would eventually see the light of hope. What did you say? In the endless starry sky, Di Jun laughed maniacally. He wasn't intimidated by Long Chen. Let's give it a try then. Actually, all of this happened in an instant. As Di Jun laughed coldly, he slashed down with the blade of sacrifice. The huge silver blade cut through the sky and descended towards Long Chen's head. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and everything was destroyed from head to toe. From this moment on, you, Long Chen, will no longer exist in the 10,000 realms. You are indeed a legend. However, in my eyes, you are also a joke, because everything you have is mine. Die. Primordial cage, blade of sacrifice. Silver light flashed, and the sky and earth lost their color. Everything lost their luster. Long Chen's furious face was still flickering in the light of the blade. Just as the blade of sacrifice was about to land on his head, all of a sudden, Long Chen smiled. At that moment, when the power of the masses gathered at the Origin Dragon Palace, when everyone roared and contributed their power, when Long Chen rushed everything into the Origin Dragon Palace, there was a rumble. The Origin Dragon Palace exploded with a golden light, and a terrifying power burst out, penetrating the God Nation. A golden dragon rushed out from within. It rushed out of Long Chen's God Nation. Even so, under the control of the primordial dragon pagoda, the golden dragon still rushed out. It swam within the primordial cage, and rushed upwards to meet the blade of sacrifice. Everything was changing, and everything was reversing. Rumble. Silver and gold light shone brightly, drowning everything. Kill. From Long Chen's mouth came the voices of trillions of people. At that moment, the golden light swallowed the dragon. With a loud explosion, the entire primordial cage collapsed. Long Chen was the first to recover, and the boundless starry sky began to operate again. How, this change was too shocking, too violent, too sudden, and too fast. Even ancient god Savage Desolation hadn't expected this. He had just been struggling over whether or not to save Long Chen, but he hadn't expected that Long Chen would save himself. The primordial cage was gone. Di Jun was swallowed up by the golden light in disbelief. When his eyes went wide, he sensed that this wasn't Long Chen's power, but the power of the Origin Dragon Palace. Rumble. Even the defenses of the primordial dragon pagoda were pierced by this power. Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Chapter 30:12. Under the golden light, the primordial dragon pagoda had shrunk back into his body. The primordial dragon pagoda had encountered a power that could intimidate it. Di Jun had not fully controlled the primordial dragon pagoda, but he had never expected such a thing to happen. When the primordial dragon pagoda was gone, he was not much stronger than Long Chen. At this moment, his mind was blank. Heaven, earth, and the universe were like a dream. Boom! Under the power of the Origin Dragon Pagoda, the sacrificial dragon's body collapsed and was riddled with holes. An irresistible impact caused Di Jun to revert back to his human form. His silver body was almost illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. His eyes had never been as confused and painful as they were at this moment. He had never been as weak as he was at this moment. On the other hand, Long Chen was not exhausted after using the power of the Origin Dragon Pagoda. Instead, he was full of energy and was at his peak, forming a strong contrast with Di Jun. Up until now, this battle had been reversed several times in a row. It was an eye-opener for everyone. It was unbelievable again and again, but there were reversals time and time again. It had been a long time since there was such a wonderful battle in the myriad worlds. Until now, when the barbarians saw this scene, they could only gasp in amazement. However, they did not believe that there would be any suspense. At this moment, they were completely immersed in the power that Long Chen had just unleashed. It was simply a power that was impossible for a divine emperor. When the primordial cage was destroyed, everything returned to normal. On Lingxi's side, the dragon face was also in a normal state. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. Impossible. Di Jun had never been defeated. However, his current weakness was constantly reminding him that he was on the verge of collapsing in this most crucial battle. When the smoke dispersed, he saw Long Chen in front of him. Long Chen was no longer as crazy as before. He was cold and calm, and instantly appeared in front of Di Jun. Di Jun was proficient in the law of space. Long Chen was most afraid that Di Jun would escape. Once he escaped, all the dangers they had just experienced would be in vain. Their eyes met again. However, this time, it was Long Chen who crushed Di Jun, sky-burying coffin. Long Chen's speed was very fast. At the critical moment, the sky-burying coffin descended. Emperor Jun, who had been defeated by the Origin Dragon Palace's attack, could not evade the power of the sky-burying coffin. Just like blonde Emperor Jun, he was trapped inside the coffin. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already devoured blonde Emperor Jun and returned to the kingdom of God. Long Chen. Di Jun shuddered at the thought of Di Jun's fate. However, when he shouted Long Chen's name in the sky-burying coffin, Long Chen had already made his move. Since he had paid such a high price, he could not let Di Jun leave. Heart of Great Void. In that instant, he transformed into a void universe dragon and pounced on the enormous sky-burying coffin. Using his body, he unleashed the Heart of the Great Void. The Heart of the Great Void swept through the entire sky-burying coffin, trapping Di Jun like a turtle in a jar. Boom! The power of time swept past. Time, space and time were of the utmost importance in the laws. However, space was only one of the laws of the second ancestral dragon, while time was the third. Space, it was Di Jun's first time being suppressed by the time freeze. Of course, it was the silver-haired Di Jun. Under the time freeze, he couldn't move at all. However, the time acceleration also descended on him, hastening his destruction. Being hit by the Heart of Great Void and in such a weak state, he was destined to die. In the time stop, Di Jun's body was fading away. He was aging, withering, and losing everything. However, he was actually very strong. Even so, the speed at which he was dying was very slow. By the time he completely died, it would probably take a quarter of an hour. Long Chen couldn't wait that long. Although Di Jun was destined to be defeated and die, Long Chen was still worried. He had to see Di Jun die before he could rest assured. This was the lesson he had learned from Di Jun. Di Jun had been complacent too early. It would be fatal if he was complacent before he killed him. Swoosh! Long Chen landed in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! He brought the sky-burying coffin to the death world. In the death world, Di Jun would not be able to escape even if he used space transfer. The death world was the world of the primordial blood dragon. Those who had not surpassed the primordial blood dragon's laws would not be able to escape easily. He was relieved when he arrived here, but he still held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Just as Di Jun stared at him with his eyes wide open, he pierced the heart of the laws without saying a word. The ghost blood curse remained. The black swastika rushed into Di Jun's body and covered his entire body in an instant. Under such circumstances, Di Jun would not be able to survive. However, his vitality was too strong. He was still in a deadlock and did not die immediately. Goodbye forever. Long Chen took out the sacrificial spear. He is going to deal the final blow to Di Jun with the law of death in the life world. You don't have to be so ruthless. I'm already dead. Is there a need for that? Di Jun suddenly laughed and cried. The ghost blood curse had already covered his eyes. Long Chen was startled. That's right. He was doomed. There was no more hope. He did not even have much time to speak. Long Chen, you have won. You have completely won. I know I am not qualified, but I beg you to agree to my request. Di Jun ignored the destruction of his body and stared at Long Chen. Why? Because we are both from the Draconic Sacrifice continent. Di Jun clenched his teeth. He didn't wait for Long Chen to refuse and said, "In my divine country, there are some gods from the immemorial era of Dragon Sacrifice continent. They are my brothers and also your ancestors. They are innocent. I beg you to let them live. Everything I have will be yours. Primordial Dragon Pagoda, Myriad Worlds Godly Sword, etc. Them. They were probably the two demon god emperors and Tai Yi divine king. They did not interact much with Long Chen. Di Jun was the only powerful god of the immemorial era in the Draconic Sacrifice continent. The others were too far away from him. However, Di Jun still brought them along because of old ties. He was a strange person. He did not seem to care about his lover and daughter, but he made such a request before he died. In fact, even if he did not ask, Long Chen would not harm the innocent like him. I'm different from you. I have all living beings fighting alongside me, and I won't kill innocent people. This is the reason why you lost. If you hadn't targeted Lingxi, the one who lost today might not have been you. Di Jun's body was disappearing under the ghost blood curse and the heart of great void. Only his remnant soul was left struggling. Thank you. Di Jun's last words were sobbing. I, Di Jun, have lived a glorious life. In the era when the divine dragons were extinct, I was the first to rise. I controlled the Draconic Sacrifice continent and became the first god of the immemorial era. After the Draconic Sacrifice continent died, I obtained the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and found the Origin Dragon Palace. I rose in the myriad of worlds and established a force in the Taihao domain. I made Lord Taihao and I call each other brothers. I concealed my identity and challenged the battlefield of gods and demons. I fought my way to the top of the Divine Emperor ranking list. I defeated the experts of the myriad of worlds and became the first Divine Emperor. I awakened my memory and knew the secrets of the myriad of worlds. I was about to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace and save the myriad of worlds. But I did not expect that the shabby Draconic Sacrifice continent would give birth to you. I thought you were just a coincidence, a stroke of luck, and that the true inheritor was me, so I never cared about you. Just a quarter of an hour ago, I still firmly believed that I was the inheritor, but I didn't expect that all my glory was just a stepping stone for you, the successor. Long Chen, I am not satisfied. A hero of a generation, in the moment of defeat, his face was full of tears, crying loudly. He was not satisfied. He was only one step away from the greatest success. Speaking of which, Di Jun is not an evil person. What he wants is harmless to all living beings. He also wants to fight for the myriad worlds. I ask this ancestor, why did he give birth to me, Di Jun, and you, Long Chen? In the end, only his head was left. Di Jun roared with all his strength. The resentful spirit stared at Long Chen. Why? Why? Long Chen did not waver. Because I fought for the divine dragon, for the myriad of worlds. I fought for survival, for the sake of all living beings, for the sake of responsibility. As for you, you fought for your own glory, for your own achievements. Di Jun, it seems that our goals are the same, but our spirits are different. Therefore, you are destined not to be the chosen one. Whoosh. When Long Chen finished his last word, the sacrificial spear swallowed the last remnant of Di Jun's soul in the sky-burying coffin. However, when Long Chen finished his last sentence, Di Jun seemed to understand. Therefore, his eyes dimmed. He was not as unwilling as before because he understood Long Chen's words. It seemed that their goals were the same, but they were fundamentally different. The one who was truly lucky was him. As for the person who was truly chosen, it was still Long Chen. If he was willing to help Long Chen, the situation would be different. However, he insisted on walking the path of a life and death battle with Long Chen. Di Jun had completely disappeared. The entire sky-burying coffin was empty. Only Di Jun's divine country was left. At this time, many gods of the Dragon-Right continent came out of their divine countries. They knew about this battle, but they probably did not know about the Divine Dragon and the Sky Devourer clan. According to my agreement with Di Jun, all of you can leave. However, you are not allowed to do anything heartless in the myriad of worlds and disgrace the Dragon-Right continent. Now, Long Chen was no longer on the same level as them. He put away the sky-burying coffin and swept all the important items in Di Jun's divine country into the death rain. When he had time in the future, he would slowly organize them. Then, he would control the gods of the Dragon-Right continent. Long Chen, from now on, we will follow you, said a white-haired girl among the demon god emperors. The others did not object. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Perhaps this was Di Jun's last order. No matter what happened in the past, it was just a competition between you and Di Jun for treasures. The myriad of worlds is vast. Now, we can only follow you. I hope you can give us a chance. All right. Long Chen swept them into his divine country. In his divine country, the world was under Long Chen's control. They couldn't do anything if they wanted. Chapter 30:13. Among the treasures left behind by Di Jun, the most important ones were the primordial dragon pagoda, the myriad worlds divine sword, the gate of the universe, and the eternal opal. Among them, the gate of the universe was borrowed from divine Taihao. Of course, it was now in the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen was not going to return such a precious and powerful item to divine Taihao. With the gate of the universe, as long as one mastered the way to use it, he could travel to any place in the myriad worlds at will. It could help the realms of life and death, and it would be even more difficult for others to catch Long Chen. However, what Long Chen was most curious about was the primordial dragon pagoda. If it were not for the special circumstances, he would, of course, study the pagoda first. The special thing now was that something more important than the primordial dragon pagoda had appeared. That was, of course, his precious daughter, whom he had been waiting for a long time. When Di Jun was killed and everything was settled, he did not have the same feeling of disbelief that he had after defeating Di Jun. Instead, he hurriedly left the death world and returned to the starry sky where he fought Di Jun. If it were any other time, he would still be immersed in the excitement and joy of defeating Di Jun. But now, there was something that made Long Chen even more excited. Whoosh! The moment he appeared alone in the starry sky, the whole Pangu continent was boiling. Just a while ago, Long Chen had seriously injured Di Jun with a strange method, then imprisoned him with the sky-burying coffin and brought him into the death world. Now that he had come out alone, it naturally meant that the real winner of this unprecedented battle was Long Chen. I can't believe he really won. Unbelievable. It's a miracle that a battle of this level can be so complicated. Di Jun, who was able to repel the Dark Heaven Region Lord, was defeated. From now on, Long Chen will have a bright future ahead of him. No one will be able to stop him anymore. Now, he is the #1 divine emperor in the world. He is an absolute supreme expert under the supreme deity realm. He can even compete with the supreme deity realm and the Tai divine realm. Praises and praises for Long Chen came pouring in like a tide. Even the experts of Panga's heart and the few divine masters were now looking at Long Chen with admiration. Master, I didn't expect his limits to be so shocking. Before the battle, I really thought that he was no match for Di Jun. The Wildland sect master shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not just you. Actually, I also think that his chances of winning are only 10%. Ancient God Savage Wilderness and the Savage Wilderness sect master bitterly smiled. However, no matter how many praises and exclamations there were, to Long Chen, none of it existed. He couldn't hear them at all. As soon as he appeared, he rushed madly towards Lingxi. His eyes were only looking at one place. In this place, the dense Pangu spiritual energy had already dissipated. Everything became very clear, as if everything had ended. Long Chen's eyes penetrated everything and fell on Lingxi. Now, Lingxi was floating in the air with her white dress fluttering and long hair dancing in the wind. She looked dreamy. Long Chen originally thought that she would be very tired, but unexpectedly, Lingxi was in high spirits at this time as if she had received a huge nourishment. Her realm had stabilized at the Divine Emperor realm of perfection and was even infinitely close to the Divine Emperor realm of Ultimate Divine Emperor. It wouldn't take long for her to become an Ultimate Divine Emperor. Perhaps all this was because Long Yen had absorbed too much Pangu spiritual energy through her. Lingxi had been in danger twice before, but now it was a blessing in disguise. When Long Chen saw that she was in a very good condition, the nervousness in his heart had already been reduced by half. In the next instant, his gaze landed on Lingxi's bosom, where there was a life form with an incomparably huge amount of life force. In terms of the vigorous life force, it was not inferior to that of Long Chen who cultivated the life law. At the same time, the majestic power in her body was similar to that of Lingxi in terms of realm. After absorbing a large amount of Pangu spiritual energy, this child was already a divine emperor in the divine emperor realm of perfection when she was just born. There was even a lot of power accumulated in her body. When she grew up, she would obviously be even more terrifying. Long Chen couldn't wait to appear in front of Lingxi. His hands were almost trembling as he gently placed them on the young but strong life. This was his daughter. Even though she was just born, she was already very round and cute. He could vaguely see that she had black hair. When she opened her eyes, her pupils were shockingly red. "This is my daughter." Long Chen was a little stunned. Although he had watched her grow up, he still felt a little dazed when he saw her in front of him. This little girl was still at a very young stage, but after all, she was born in a high position. Now, she did not cry or make a fuss. Her body and primordial spirit were growing rapidly, and there were changes all the time. Her pair of big red eyes stared at Long Chen. As soon as she saw Long Chen, she just reached out to Long Chen while babbling. "I want you to carry her." Lingxi's face was slightly red. As a mother for the first time, she looked at this little girl with doting eyes. Long Chen took the young life and was still in a daze. However, the little girl was much calmer than him. As soon as she came into Long Chen's arms, she stretched her little body to her heart's content. From time to time, she used her little hands to pinch Long Chen's face and giggled. "Daddy!" Suddenly, she cried out and stared at Long Chen with her big red eyes. It was not surprising that a monster who was born as a god emperor could speak after a while. In fact, she might have even developed her own consciousness when she was a fetus. This call caused Long Chen's heart to feel intoxicated, and he wished that he could take out everything he had and give it to this child. "What about me? What about me?" Lingxi asked anxiously when she heard that. "Mommy," the little girl's voice was dragged out. The strange address made Lingxi blush as well. They had forgotten everything now. In their world, there was only this little girl. Of course, this was in front of a large crowd. Long Chen and Lingxi played with the little girl for a while, then handed her over to Lingxi and brought them into the Divine Kingdom. After defeating Di Jun, he did not want to do anything now. All he wanted now was to have a good rest with his family and brothers. However, he still had to inform the ancient god of barbaric wilderness before fighting on Pangu continent. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Long Chen landed in Pangu's heart. The ancient god of barbaric wilderness and the sect master of barbaric wilderness were both here. Thank you for your help this time, seniors. Long Chen will never forget your kindness today. The ancient god shook his head and said, I didn't help you much. Everything you have now is the result of your hard work, and you have won it. The road ahead is still bumpy, and it all depends on your future efforts. Gratitude was something that Long Chen only needed to remember in his heart. We have to congratulate you on your double happiness today, said the sect master of barbaric wilderness. Not only have you gotten rid of your mortal enemy, but you have also gotten a daughter. Now that you need to enjoy the happiness of a family, we won't disturb you any longer. You can do whatever you want on Pangu continent. Thank you, seniors, said Long Chen with a relaxed smile. To be honest, he could not wait to return to the realm of life. The battle was over, and he had not seen enough of his daughter. After expressing his gratitude to the immortal divine phoenix, Long Chen returned to the realm of life amidst the satisfied and amazed gazes of the crowd. He knew that the news of today's battle would spread to all the worlds in an instant. His name and glory would be known by more people. From now on, he would be crowned with the title of the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, the number 1 Divine Emperor in all the worlds, and one of the most fearsome figures in the world. At this time, Long Chen was already one of the supreme figures in all the worlds. Even a primeval incipient realm had to be afraid of a figure like Long Chen. But, for Long Chen, none of this mattered at all. The realm of life was safer than the divine kingdom. Therefore, when he did not need to cultivate, Long Chen hoped that those closest to him could stay in the realm of life, such as Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Ong Lingqing, Yang Yu, and the Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Dragon Emperors were usually very busy, as they were handling the blood essence and origin dragon souls for Long Chen. Of course, little Dragon Yen and Lingxi were also in the realm of life. The realm of life, with its vigorous life force, was a wonderful place to live. However, Long Chen couldn't find the origin dragon souls of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon or the Syndicate Dragon here. Anyway, the Spirit Dragon was in the building with Sacred Tree, and the others were scattered. When Long Chen returned to the realm of life and asked Lingxi and the others to come, little Dragon Yen had become familiar with Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Yang Lingqing. Although she was still a baby, she had matured faster. Shortly after, she could call them. Little beauty, call me Uncle Cat. Call me Uncle Cat. No, call me first. Call me. I'm Zhu Shi. I'm your aunt. At this moment, everybody was surrounding Lingxi. They couldn't wait to see this little girl playing happily. And all of this was built on the foundation of Long Chen's victory. When he saw this scene, Long Chen understood in his heart that his victory and survival this time were worth it, and how precious it was. Big brother. After Mo Xiaolang devoured the blonde Di Jun, he had reached the ultimate divine emperor realm. The eternal incandescent stone was also of the fire attribute. It was also devoured by Mo Xiaolang at that critical moment. In fact, he had just completely digested it. When he woke up, Long Chen had already won, just as he had expected. With the strength of an ultimate divine emperor, 3 ancestral fires, and the Chaos Devil Saber, Mo Xiaolang was quite powerful now. He might even be able to fight against Long Chen. Di Jun seemed to have left behind an eternal level boundless divine technique called Celestial Emperor's Sun Refining Art. I'll give it to you when I'm sorting things out later. Long Chen had taken a glance at the items left behind by Di Jun. It was the boundless divine technique cultivated by the golden-haired Di Jun. Mo Xiaolang smiled and nodded. Even though he had experienced so many battles and killings, his smile was still so clean. At this moment, everyone let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that at this moment, Xiao Long Yen had actually turned into a chubby red dragon the size of an arm. He flew above everyone's head and giggled happily. From this appearance, it could be expected that he would look like the primordial blood spiritual dragon when he grew up. As expected, it's the ancestral dragon. However, there's a slight difference from the ancestral dragons that appeared in the origin of the divine dragons. The ancestral dragons were already super experts when they first appeared. Compared to those ancestral dragons, Yen is still too weak. However, it seems that she has a lot of room for growth. Before I merged with the origin dragon soul, her room was even bigger than mine. Her future is indeed limitless. However, I have to protect her well. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he would let Xiao Long Yen grow up safely. However, he was depressed. Growing up under the protection of so many people, would Xiao Long Yen have a bad temper in the future? After all, he hated the temper of a little princess the most. Then, he saw Lingxi. With she, by her side, she will definitely be very kind. Chapter 30:14. Following that, the days revolved around Long Yen and became peaceful. From the moment they arrived at the myriad worlds, they were chased by Di Jun. It seemed that they had never had peace. Now that Di Jun was dead, all the pressure on them was gone. Long Chen and the rest could go into battle without being so passive. Even if they knew the location of the time tunnel, they were not in a hurry to go there. Instead, they had to be prepared. Long Yan's physical growth was very slow. It would probably take tens of thousands of years for her to grow up. However, she was very smart. It didn't take long for her to be able to communicate with everyone. Sure enough, she was quirky and was quite similar to Lingxi when she was young. Of course, she was more lively. One moment, she would stick to Lingxi, the next moment, she would transform into a small dragon and run around the entire realm of life. Not many people could catch up with her. Fortunately, the realm of life wasn't afraid of her destruction. Otherwise, if it were any other place, it wouldn't be enough for her to mess around. Usually, it was quite depressing for Lingxi to chase her, but Lingxi enjoyed it. Mommy, what is this thing? Ah, Uncle Kitten is here again. I have to run. This small red whirlwind made everyone happy. Especially Kitten and Zhu Shi, they loved to play around and didn't stop every day. At first, it was Kitten who teased her, but soon, Kitten became the target of teasing. Uncle Kitten, you are so slow. Good Yen, quickly spank his butt. Zhu Shi was mischievous at the side. After circling around this child for a long time, Long Chen set off again. Now, Long Yen was not afraid of anyone, but she still listened to Long Chen's words. Everyone spoiled her too much, so Long Chen had no choice but to be more serious so that she wouldn't be too lawless. Daddy, are you very powerful? I saw you fighting with someone the other day. You were so fierce. Long Yen turned into a small dragon and wrapped around Long Chen's arm. She looked at Long Chen eagerly. It was easier for her to move in her dragon form. If she was in human form, she could only crawl. Yen, be good. In this world, there are fights, but there are also people who want to live in harmony. We all live in harmony, but there will also be people who want to fight with us. Therefore, I have to protect everyone. When Yen, grows up, I have to protect everyone and protect my parents. Do you understand? Ah, I understand. Long Yen nodded heavily. Her world was blank. Many ideas needed to be instilled by her parents. She had the best talent and future in the world. Long Chen hoped that when she had great power, she could also have an upright and kind heart. He and Lingxi played a crucial role in Long Yan's world. Daddy, I'm going to play with Uncle Kitten. After Long Yan heard this, she immediately ran away again. Looking at her back as she left, Long Chen could not help but smile. This feeling was really wonderful. A family could really make a man more powerful and fighting spirit. Little Shi, come with me. Long Chen waved his hand slightly and brought Lingxi to another corner of the realm of life. It had been a few months since he defeated Di Jun. He had been accompanying them before, but he knew that it was almost time to deal with these serious matters. Previously, he found that Celestial the Arch-Sun refining technique for Mo Xiaolang among Di Jun's relics. Now, Mo Xiaolang was cultivating the eternal level boundless divine technique. Mo Xiaolang was already an ultimate divine emperor. It should not be difficult for him to complete the transformation of his power and reach the eternal level with the Celestial the Arch-Sun refining divine spirit that only ordinary ultimate gods possessed. However, he also learned from the dragon sacrifice deities that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by Di Jun. When he heard the news, he was very disappointed. However, he knew in his heart that it was already a world that would eventually be destroyed. He had to re-establish order and build a new world in order to let the dragon sacrificial dragon continent return. It was just that the once glorious world was now destroyed. Of course, he still felt very sad. In his memory, there were the streets he had walked, the familiar Yang residence, the prosperity of Yuan Ling City, the road he and Lingxi walked together, the Wuxia Sage Dynasty, the Primordial Cemetery, the True Martial Emperor Palace where he fought, the Sword Soul Mountain when he transformed into a dragon. There were the 5 great dragon cities, the Chaos Galaxy, the 3-life Divine Stone of the Sea Clan, and the Spiritual Clan's Spiritual Lord residence. But all of this was gone. It was impossible to say that he was not sad. After all, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent carried too many of Long Chen's memories. One day, I will make this disappeared world reappear and restore its glory. The entire god nation and the people of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent were somewhat helpless, but they still believed in Long Chen. Just like how they contributed their strength and finally helped Long Chen defeat Di Jun. A new beginning was right in front of them. Long Chen planned to return to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent once before looking for the time tunnel. Although the dragon sacrificial dragon continent no longer existed, Long Chen still wanted to go back and take a look. At least, the Curse Realm and the Divine Star of Destiny were still in their original places. What's wrong? Lingxi had been busy accompanying the dragon these days. Her condition was really much better. Now that the dragon was born, she felt relaxed and seemed to be in high spirits. What do you think? Long Chen smiled and held her in his arms. They lingered in this world of life. After all, it had been a long time since they had the dragon. This time, it was naturally especially exciting. After a long time, it finally ended. Long Chen hugged her. Lingxi's skin was still slightly red and emitted heat. Her laws and Long Chen's communication were very beneficial to her. She was already close to the ultimate deity emperor realm, and now she was even faster. Of the 18 types of heavenly rules, only the last one is left. It won't be long before I comprehend all of them and reach the ultimate deity emperor realm. I hope that by then, I can be of help to you like Xiaolang. Lingxi lay on his chest and looked at Long Chen with big eyes like the dragon. That's not all. Long Chen suddenly smiled. What? Lingxi looked at him curiously. Seeing that he only cared about smiling, she used her fist to hit his chest and said, "You're not young anymore, you can't be so frivolous anymore. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." All right. Long Chen sat up straight and said, "When I saw the primordial dragon pagoda left behind by Emperor Jun, I didn't expect such a selfish person to leave it behind instead of destroying it. He probably left it at the last moment without telling me." Lingxi seemed to have guessed something. She pursed her lips and said, given his personality of not being willing to admit defeat, he definitely wouldn't do it openly in front of you. That's why he came here in secret. In truth, he also hopes that the divine dragons can return. Otherwise, out of all the unparalleled divine dragons in the future, only the sacrificial dragon's legacy will be severed. That's right, Long Chen found the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul in the primordial dragon pagoda. The sacrificial dragon was one of the symbiotic dragons of the second ancestral dragon. It was a pure space divine dragon. Before the epoch, among all the symbiotic dragons, its ability could be ranked in the top 10. It was much stronger than all the inheritance blood and origin dragon souls that Long Chen currently possessed. It was Emperor Jun who couldn't bear to destroy it and left it behind. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed together. What I mean is for you to inherit the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul. With your current strength, if you become the sacrificial dragon directly, you will be much stronger than Ling Qing. Among the heavenly rules and spiritual techniques, there are many that are related to the laws of space. You are undoubtedly the most suitable. You have already brought out the full potential of Celestial Emperor Ling Su's inheritance. You should be able to develop further. Me. Lingxi was taken aback. In fact, she was never the best at combat. Long Chen had walked further and further on the path of the strong. Lingxi's talent wasn't high. Even with Long Chen's help, it was hard for her to play a role under Long Chen's shadow. Especially after she was pregnant for a long time, she almost didn't participate in combat. I also don't want to be a weakling. I should work hard. Lingxi nodded slightly. There had been many Supreme Divine Dragon Inheritance blood essences, but she hadn't chosen any of them. Firstly, she was still pregnant at that time. Secondly, she hadn't prepared herself and was worried that she would waste Long Chen's inheritance blood essences. Believe me, no one can bring out its potential better than you. Moreover, I need someone to control the gate of the universe. You are the person I trust the most. Of course, you have to be the one. With the gate of the universe, I can quickly travel to other places in the myriad worlds. Long Chen didn't understand the laws of space. If he controlled the gate of the universe, it would be hard to bring out its potential. With so many resources left behind by Emperor Jun, Long Chen could rely on them to create another Emperor Jun. Now that Lingxi was in her best state, it was time for her to take charge. After all, she also wanted to use her own strength to protect her children and home. Then, all right. Since I've made my choice, I will work hard. I won't let you down. Lingxi thought for a while and finally looked at Long Chen with determination. Don't treat me like an outsider, but I believe you can do it. Just the look of conviction was enough. Previously, Lingxi wasn't ready to inherit the blood essence. But now, she was ready. For hundreds of years, they had been together. She was still Long Chen's most precious treasure. All right, let's start. I will protect you. Perhaps, with your foundation that is close to the ultimate divine emperor, you might not be weaker than Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun originally reached the ultimate divine emperor realm with the help of the dragon sacrifice. Lingxi was already close to the ultimate divine emperor realm. When she inherited the blood essence and the origin of the dragon soul, Lingxi was much stronger than Emperor Jun. Therefore, even Long Chen wasn't sure to what extent he could help Lingxi reach this time. Making the woman he loved the most powerful was a manifestation of his ability. In the future, they would build a home together. Chapter 30:15. The inherited blood needed some time to adapt, but the origin dragon soul could do it quickly. Therefore, during this period of time, Lingxi had basically been adapting to the inherited blood essence. There were many people who played with her in the realm of life. With Yang Yu watching over her, there was no problem. While Long Chen was protecting Lingxi, he also placed his focus on the primordial dragon pagoda. A mysterious pagoda. Similar to the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen still could not use the Origin Dragon Palace. Of course, he was sure that Di Jun could not control the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. However, Di Jun could at least fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and use its power to make himself stronger. Without the help of the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen naturally would not be Di Jun's opponent under the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Although I do not know how much Di Jun paid to fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and how long it took, but if he can do it, I can do it too. Indeed, only supreme existences like Ancient God Savage Wilderness can truly use the Primordial Incipient Grade Creator Divine Weapon. I am still far from that level, so it is normal that I cannot truly shake the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. However, I can at least be on par with Di Jun. As long as I am on par with Di Jun, Supreme Gods and Tai Immortal Realm experts should not be able to do anything to me. Of course, I will not be able to defeat them either. In the end, Supreme Gods were still stronger than Di Jun. There were many Supreme Gods in the myriad worlds. Long Chen held the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. It was a transparent pagoda with invisible dragons moving around it. It was as cold as the Origin Dragon Palace and difficult to communicate with. Long Chen used the 5 types of dragon blood to fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Perhaps the ancestral dragon's inherited blood was too powerful, it instantly triggered the pagoda. The blood gathered on the transparent pagoda and formed 5 different colors. However, the center was still transparent. Long Chen squinted his eyes. It seems that in order to truly conquer the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, bloodline alone is not enough. I also need sufficient strength. Of course, I have an advantage over Di Jun. Therefore, when his ancestral dragon blood flowed through most of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, he could vaguely feel the terrifying power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was like a huge world, and there were a total of 9 levels. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the effect would be if such a huge divine power of creation was used. Long Chen and the Primordial Dragon Pagoda were in a stalemate. Day after day, he was feeling the power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and communicating with it. Currently, the consciousness of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda was very vague, like a baby. Long Chen had to gain its trust first. About 2 months later, they had basically become familiar with each other. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda had also adapted to Long Chen's existence. Long Chen had also grasped the majority of the divine power of creation in the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. This power was several times more than his 3 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts combined. No wonder Di Jun's Primordial Cage's power had increased several times. I want to fuse with you and borrow your power, Huang Xiaolong said. Long Chen kept making such requests to the vague consciousness. Of course, this was based on the fact that the two of them had more or less reached a consensus. In the beginning, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda refused. However, as time went on, another month passed. Under the premise of Long Chen's own bloodline, he found that the fuzzy consciousness had loosened. He estimated that it would not be long before he reached the same level as Di Jun. It was completely possible. It took a few months. How troublesome and slow. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he didn't know was that Di Jun had persisted for hundreds of years to fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Finally, one day, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda loosened completely. It approached Long Chen and fused with Long Chen's body. On one hand, it was like an original incipient grade armor, giving Long Chen a formidable defensive ability. On the other hand, the endless divine power belonged to Long Chen. Once Long Chen used his principles, the power would obviously increase several times. Di Jun's trump card had become his trump card. Swoosh. Not long after that, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda left. Long Chen was just about to go crazy over that terrifying power. It's really too powerful. It would be great if he could control the primordial dragon pagoda completely. Right now, it's not perfect. First, the primordial dragon pagoda isn't very obedient. Whether he can fuse with it or not depends on luck and the primordial dragon pagoda's mood. As time passes and it gets used to it, it will be better. Second, the duration of the fusion is not under Long Chen's control. If the primordial dragon pagoda suddenly doesn't work during a critical battle, it will be a tragedy. Therefore, he couldn't rely on the primordial dragon pagoda too much. It would be great if he could use it at the most critical moment. Di Jun was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the primordial dragon pagoda this time. Obviously, he couldn't control it completely. This was an unstable trump card. However, at least it was a sign of hope. Once it was used successfully, it would be the end of the enemy. Communicating with the primordial dragon pagoda was a long-term task. It would be fun if it forgot him when he needed it. Phew. Long Chen recovered from that state and put away the primordial dragon pagoda. Ah! He was shocked. In front of him was a sacrificial dragon. Her entire body was silver and sparkled like a gem. She seemed to have fused with space. She could be considered an absolute beauty among the mystical dragons. Such a mystical dragon should be a female. So it was Lingxi. A few sounds of laughter came from Sacrifice Dragon's body. Then, it transformed into Ling Shi before Long Chen's eyes. She descended from the sky and arrived in front of Long Chen. Right now, her long hair had turned from black to silver. Her eyes flickered with light, making her even more beautiful and moving. She was ethereal and graceful, as if she was the darling of space, one with the boundless heaven and earth. Although he was always with Lingxi, he still felt a sense of awe when he saw her now. Powerful, ethereal, mysterious. Every move, every smile, is the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She has fused with the origin dragon soul. From now on, Lingxi is the same as Yang Lingqing. She is a true supreme mystical dragon. As time passes, they will grow to the peak of the Tai-E God realm and be very close to the progenitor realm. Yes, it's done. Lingxi landed in front of him. Long Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. He felt as though he was in a dream. She had completely transformed. She was no longer the plain maiden of the past. She had an imposing manner and majesty. She was a true supreme divine dragon. She had washed away her weakness in exchange for toughness. However, she did not lose her charm. Her ethereal eyes, cherry-red lips, and the ribbons in her hair made her look even more beautiful. Through the threads of 3 lifetimes, Long Chen can actually better sense her current power. That's right, she's already infinitely close to me. Just in terms of power alone, she's already on par with Long Chen. After becoming a true divine dragon, her own power has the nature of the infinite divine technique. What you lack now is the laws. The dragon ritual has many spatial laws. Di Jun also gained enlightenment from it. You are like a young dragon now. In the future, you can slowly understand it. As long as you understand it, you might not be weaker than Di Jun. Long Chen analyzed her current situation. In terms of strength, she is close to the supreme deity realm. After all, Lingxi's starting point is very high. I have many ideas now. Actually, I have been watching your battle with him. There is a similar rule in the sacrificial dragon legacy. Actually, it shouldn't be difficult for me to figure it out. Moreover, God Emperor Ling Su's 18 heavenly rules and spirit arts can be used to great effect now. Lingxi is actually a genius in the area of laws. She has a very good foundation, and with Long Chen's nurturing, it's not surprising that she has such improvements. Big brother Chen, I'm really happy. Lingxi hugged him tightly. Now that she had a daughter, and Long Chen had obtained such a perfect object for her, allowing her to realize her own worth. To her, he was already everything in this world. From now on, I will still be able to live and die together with you. This is truly wonderful. Feeling the warmth in his arms, her burning heart. Long Chen recalled that he had always thought this way. For a person like her, it was worth it even if he had to do more for her. She had always been working hard so that Long Chen would not worry about her. For example, this time, she fused with the inherited blood essence. She did it faster than everyone else. She did it better, and she worked hard. Alright, don't be unreasonable. Long Chen patted her buttocks, causing her to pout coquettishly. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Long Chen said, "Strike the iron while it's hot. Since you've become a divine dragon, I'll let you control the gate of the universe and bring me through the myriad realms. Then, I'll let you control the myriad realms' divine sword so that you can protect yourself and defeat your enemies." Of course, Long Chen's plan was to turn everyone around him into super experts. On Mo Xiaolang's side, Long Chen had always been working hard. Now that Mo Xiaolang had become an ultimate god emperor, with 3 types of ancestral fire seeds and the Chaos Devil Saber, his strength was close to the top 10 of the God Emperor board. As for Lingxi, she had become a sacrificial dragon and had 18 kinds of heavenly rules and spirit arts. She had also comprehended the space laws, and could control the gate of the universe and the myriad worlds' divine sword. It would not be a problem for her to catch up to Di Jun in a short period of time. Once she controlled the gate of the universe and the myriad worlds' divine sword, she would definitely be in the top 10 of the God Emperor board. As for Kitten, Long Chen was about to head to the time tunnel to search for his true body. He could become the strongest expert in the team. As for Li Xuanji, Long Chen had not forgotten about her. If there was a better opportunity in the future, he would definitely give it to Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's Yin demon, and her strength was of utmost importance to Long Chen. Lastly, for Soyian, Zhu Shi, and the rest, Long Chen had considered a lot for them. However, Zhu Shi's bloodline was strong, Soyian had the devil body of Hua, and there was still room for growth. Yang Lingqing was already a supreme divine dragon, so there was no need to mention. Chapter 30:16. The Gate of the Universe and the Myriad Worlds' Sacred Sword were both in the Death Realm. Long Chen and Lingxi came to the Death Realm alone. It wasn't easy to make these 2 divine objects that originally belonged to Di Jun submit. Arriving at the Death World, Long Chen watched as the gates of the universe and the myriad worlds' God Sword turned the Death World upside down. My father once said that you might have other fortuitous encounters. Don't be in a hurry to inherit the legacy blood from the Origin Dragon Palace. I'm not sure if this fortuitous encounter is the legacy blood and the Origin Dragon soul. Lingxi said contentedly, fate is unpredictable and cannot be fixed. The so-called encounters are just coincidences. I think it's pretty good now. Long Chen nodded. Actually, if it's better, I can let you give up the inheritance blood and the Origin Dragon soul and get a new one. Moreover, I need you to control the gate of the universe. Otherwise, it'll be too time-consuming to move around the infinite worlds. The gate of the universe had great benefits. The road ahead was filled with countless possibilities. Just like Long Qinglan, who had traveled 100,000 years to come here, the future was also filled with countless possibilities. Space is one of the nomological laws that I like very much. Currently, Lingxi was completely immersed in the nomological laws of space. Her talent was increasing strangely, especially in terms of nomological laws. Over the past few days, she had actually grasped the various nomological laws of space, and her speed was very fast. Don't you feel like you've changed? How can you be so fast? Even if others became real divine dragons, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. For example, Yang Lingqing hadn't comprehended many nomological laws yet. They were both supreme divine dragons, but Lingxi was way ahead of him. I don't know either. I'll understand in a while. Perhaps it has something to do with you. After all, Long Chen had comprehended nomological laws much faster. Lingxi's plain lady nomological laws could communicate and merge with the man's power. Should be. Of course, he didn't know that it had something to do with Long Qinglan. Then, I'll help you control the gate of the universe. Long Chen landed. The gate of the universe was trapped in his bloodline. When he used it, it was a circular gate, but now it was a bronze bracelet. With Long Chen's current abilities, it was very easy for him to catch it. Don't resist. It's meaningless. Long Chen said to the good fortune heroic spirit. Don't worry, I won't have any grudges with you because of Di Jun. I originally belonged to Divine Lord Taihao. Let me ask you, are you prepared to fight Divine Lord Taihao if you dare to control me? That's a real Divine Lord, not Di Jun. Long Chen could not be bothered to fight Di Jun. He could just return to the death reign when the time came. Therefore, he had no reason to be afraid of revered Divine Taihao. The treasure belongs to whoever obtains it, Long Chen said solemnly. As long as you have the resolve. The gate of the universe admired Long Chen very much. After all, Di Jun had reached such a level and still hadn't killed him. However, if you want to control me, and it's not you, then it depends on whether this woman has the will to suppress me. I want to see true ability. The gate of the universe said calmly. It would not go easy on Lingxi because of Long Chen's pressure. No creation divine weapon would want to follow a weak master. Chen, I'll do it myself. Lingxi was very confident. She floated down. Long Chen gave up his position and let her handle it herself. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, Lingxi had a lot of time and energy. With Lingxi's current superb state, she could definitely handle the gate of the universe. However, the Myriad World's divine sword would be a little more difficult because it was a semi-primeval level creation divine weapon. It was a level higher than the Ghost Blood Curse and the Sacrificial Spear. Time flew. Long Chen watched Lingxi fight with the gate of the universe. She was very organized. It was considered to be showing her strength to the gate of the universe. With her current level, it was not difficult. Not long after, the gate of the universe admitted defeat and willingly let Lingxi control it. I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent in the space rules. Your future achievements will surpass Di Jun. The gate of the universe originally thought that Long Chen was only strong on his own. It did not expect that the woman beside him also had such abilities. In fact, what Long Chen needed the most was for Lingxi to handle the gate of the universe. She could slowly study and conquer the Myriad World's divine sword. However, after easily handling the gate of the universe, Lingxi had a stronger confidence. Now that the Myriad World's divine sword was in the Blood Sea, she could even see the scene of them controlling the gate of the universe. I think I should take this opportunity to try it with the Myriad World's divine sword. Lingxi turned the gate of the universe into a bracelet and wore it on her wrist. It became a very beautiful accessory. Of course. However, the Myriad World's divine sword has been with Di Jun for too long. We have to be careful. Long Chen pulled Lingxi and shifted their position in the Death World. In an instant, they appeared in front of the Myriad World's divine sword. Now, the Myriad World's divine sword was floating above the Blood Sea, splitting into tens of thousands of illusory worlds. Each illusory world seemed like a real world. When Lingxi and the others arrived, these tens of thousands of worlds instantly gathered together. It's you guys. The Myriad World's divine sword knew that when Di Jun was defeated, this day was destined to come. It was already prepared. If you want to control me, it's very simple. At the very least, you have to convince me. Not just in terms of strength. At the same time, without space rules, you won't be able to unleash my strength. The Myriad World's divine sword was more direct and passionate. They were not loyal to Di Jun. They only recognized strength. This was actually a good thing. Go. Long Chen gently patted Lingxi's shoulder. This time, he used the golden-haired Di Jun to create Mo Xiaolang, and the silver-haired Di Jun to create Lingxi. The Myriad World's divine sword would definitely belong to Lingxi. Sooner or later. Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Lingxi used her extraordinary talent to teach the Myriad World's divine sword a wonderful lesson. Before the Myriad World's divine sword was ready, she had already controlled the gate of the universe that she had just prepared and used this move. Although the power was not as great as the time when Di Jun imprisoned Long Chen, at least it was much faster. Not only was the Myriad World's divine sword swallowed up, even Long Chen was shocked. This is Di Jun's space rules. This is Di Jun's law of space. Lingxi is comprehending it too quickly. I originally thought that law was her weakness. I didn't expect it to be her strength. If this goes on, when she controls the Myriad World's divine sword, she will not be far behind Di Jun and will catch up to me. The ancestral blood of the dragon sacrifice and the origin dragon soul are indeed powerful, but how can she comprehend it so quickly? Now that Lingxi had the space rules, in addition to her 18 heavenly rules, she had become a difficult character to deal with. She had even surpassed Mo Xiaolang. She had already crushed the Myriad World's divine sword in the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Seeing how she controlled the Forbidden Zone of Eternity with such speed, even the Myriad World's divine sword would have to yield. Indeed, a few days later, that terrifying space divine treasure became Lingxi's new weapon. After integrating everything from the sacrificial dragon, Lingxi rose to the top in a single step. Space rules, heavenly rules, gate of the universe, and the Myriad World's divine sword allowed her to be on par with Di Jun in a short period of time. I am also curious. Why did so many difficult problems suddenly become simple after Yen was born? Lingxi herself was also completely baffled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Could it have something to do with your father? I keep feeling that after coming out of the Origin Dragon Palace, there were some slight changes in my body." However, it was not obvious. These few days, after inheriting the sacrificial dragon's blood essence, the changes became much faster. Is that so? If it was Long Qinglan's explanation, then it wouldn't be surprising. However, he didn't tell her. Perhaps there were some secrets that she couldn't know for now. No matter what, it's great that my little she is so powerful. Above the blood sea, Long Chen hugged her tightly. Alright, I miss Yen. Take me to see her. If I keep playing with Kitten and the others, Yen will definitely become more and more mischievous. Okay. Back in the realm of life. Dad, Mom, Uncle Kitten is teaching Yen how to pick up girls. It's so fun. A small dragon came crashing over. Long Chen's expression darkened. With Lingxi in control of the gate of the universe, everything was ready. It was time to start on the journey again. Staying in the realm of life would wear away his fighting spirit. Long Chen still had many things to do. Mo Xiaolang had already finished cultivating the Celestial Emperor Sun cultivation art and achieved eternal god power. With Long Chen as the leader, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang, the Iron Triangle had formed. More people would join them in the future. Let's go back to the dragon sacrificial continent first. How was that destroyed world now? Yeah. It was Lingxi's first time using the gate of the universe to cross such a long distance. She was still a little nervous. To be honest, it would take several years to reach the dragon sacrificial dragon continent from here. Even with the primordial grade divine worship left by Di Jun, Long Chen entered Lingxi's divine kingdom and let him cross by himself. The others could actually stay in the realm of life because no matter where they went, Long Chen could open the realm of life and return from there. Open the gate of the universe. The gate of the universe could reach all the places it had been to before, but it had never been to the dragon sacrificial continent. Under the influence of the sky-swallowing clan, all the creation heroic spirits had actually lost their memories related to the dragon sacrificial continent and the divine dragon. Therefore, the gate of the universe didn't know the specific location of the dragon sacrificial continent. It could only bring Lingxi to the vicinity of the dragon sacrificial continent and then adjust the direction. The bracelet vibrated violently in front of her and was connected to thousands of spaces. The gate opened, and the inside was full of spatial ripples. This was a large-scale space crossing. Go. Chapter 30:17. The first time they teleported, they traveled too far. Hence, it took them more than a month to reach the vicinity of the dragon sacrificial continent. When Dijun controlled the gate of the universe for the first time, it took him even longer to reach the third heaven. Of course, he had also obtained the gate of the universe for a long time. It was said that Hierarch Taihao lent the gate of the universe to Dijun, and Dijun did something for him. After completing that task, he handed the gate of the universe to Dijun. Long Chen came out of the divine nation. The nearby space and world levels are indeed too low. This is the weakest place in the myriad worlds. It seems like the spirit essence star ocean is in front. Lingxi's long hair fluttered in the wind as she pointed at the bright star ocean ahead. Yes, the first world we set foot in. The two passed by the spirit essence star ocean. They remembered that this was the first place they defeated Skyfiend Ji and brought him into the death world. The spirit essence star ocean was still very peaceful at this time. Long Chen didn't disturb their lives. God Emperor Ling Su is really pitiful. She went to the dragon sacrificial continent and met Dijun. She fell in love with him and gave birth to a pair of children, Lord Spirit and Lady Su. Unexpectedly, Dijun first killed Mo Sang, then used a scheme to kill God Emperor Ling Su. In the end, he didn't even let his children go. Killing such a person can be considered as taking revenge for God Emperor Ling Su. This was the story between Dijun, Ling Su, and Mo Sang. It happened in the dragon sacrificial continent during the primordial era. The three of them were a bit like Long Chen, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji. However, Long Chen and Dijun were never the same. Hence, Long Chen was happy, while Dijun was destruction. Using the gate of the universe again, they teleported a large distance and arrived at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen looked from afar and saw two huge planets in front of him. However, one of them was gray and real, while the other was formed by thick fog. The dragon sacrificial continent actually became like this. There was some sadness in Lingxi's eyes. This was also the place where she grew up. Damn it. Long Chen had deep feelings for this place. To him, this was his home, the only place he had a sense of belonging in the myriad worlds. However, this place was destroyed. From then on, they were vagrants, rootless duckweed. Chen, we will definitely rebuild this place in the future. Don't be sad. Lingxi held his hand. It's fine. Let's go and take a look. Long Chen had already guessed that this would happen and was mentally prepared for it. Let's take a look at the divine star of destiny, the curse realm, and the origin of the divine dragon. He first came to planet Destiny. Stepping on the ground, the gravity of planet Destiny was nothing to him now. He leaned against the ground, his eyes piercing through the soil. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the cursed mystical dragons were still hidden here. They were waiting for Long Chen to find a way to break the curse. Don't worry, seniors. I already know the location of the homeworld, and one day, I will do my best to bring back the method to break the curse. He was relieved that the divine star of destiny was safe. Next, he went to the curse realm. Everything was the same as before. Dijun did not destroy this place. They have been sleeping for too long, and they have been cursed for an entire era. How pitiful. The rims of Ling Xi's eyes reddened as she stared at the boundless black stars. She had always been an emotional little woman, and she couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. At the same time, she also understood that Long Chen had a heavy responsibility. Countless mystical dragons, and the hope of the entire legacy, were pinned on him. That day, Long Chen looked at the endless stars. One day, I will let all the mystical dragons return to the myriad worlds. I will build a new core of the myriad worlds here, and I will make the dragon sacrificial continent a supreme world that surpasses Pangu continent. The exuberant and rich natural energy on Pangu continent reminded Long Chen of the dragon sacrificial continent when the mystical dragon soared. At that time, the dragon sacrificial continent must be even more beautiful. Then, they went to the origin of the divine dragon. This is actually the most mysterious place in the world. Cave of Ancestral Dragon. Let me have a look. This was the second time Long Chen was so close to the Cave of Ancestral Dragon. The first time was when he walked the dragon stairway of inheritance. The ancestral dragons were all born here. Who knew what was in the Cave of Ancestral Dragon? A mysterious cave abode, or even a passage to another world. No one knew. Long Qinglan had once stepped into the origin of the divine dragon, but he did not go far. Long Chen asked Lingxi to stay outside, while he walked into the cave. As soon as he stepped in, he could feel a mysterious and ancient force repelling him. With every step he took, the force increased by 100 times. When Long Chen took dozens of steps, he was blasted out of the world that he had not seen yet. It seems that I am not qualified to go in. Now that he had entered, he wouldn't be able to get any information at all. He thought he could hear and see something. The origin of the divine dragon, the source of everything. Now that I have returned, I can understand the mysteries of this place better. When he first came, the origin of the divine dragon was just an ordinary place in his eyes, similar to the battlefield of the gods. Now that he was back, his vision was different, and everything was different. It seems that I can't be anxious to figure out the origin of the divine dragon. He calmed down inside. Let's go in and take a look. After stabilizing his emotions, he pulled Lingxi along and entered the huge mass of air that was formed after the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen directly transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon and wandered around inside. Everything inside seemed to have been shattered and there was nothing left. What a fragile world. Long Chen could not help but sigh. 100 years later, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed. As expected, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed today. The Black Jade Dragon Head's prophecy was so accurate. Right, where's the Black Jade Dragon Head? Long Chen looked around. Finally, he saw that at the core of the mass of air was the Black Jade Dragon Head. Under Di Jun's destruction, it was not destroyed. Long Chen saw such a dim black jade dragon head amidst the dust. It was still dead silent, like a stone. Looking at it, Long Chen recalled the first time he stood on this black jade dragon head. I was really young back then, people would always change. The current Long Chen was more mature. He touched the black jade dragon head and thought about it. Since this black jade dragon head was terrifyingly hard, could he destroy it now? Although it was a holy relic. But he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Long Chen had already gathered the strength of a punch. He roared and punched the black jade dragon head. Boom! There was a tremor. Long Chen retreated quickly. In front of him, cracks suddenly appeared on the black jade dragon head. It really shattered. Rumble. The entire jade black dragon head exploded. It turned into countless fine black sand and shattered. It's really broken. Long Chen was a little absent-minded. This legendary indestructible thing had now been broken. Although this was inevitable, he was already very strong, but in his heart, he still believed that it should be impossible to destroy it. Even the dragon sacrificial continent is gone, let alone this black jade dragon head. He sighed helplessly. Chen, What are you looking at? Lingxi was more attentive. Among the countless black dust, she saw two spherical black stones. They were not very big. Long Chen went over in an instant and took control of these two spherical stones. These are its eyes. They're actually still intact. The fact that they could not be destroyed under Long Chen's power proved that the black jade dragon head's eyes were extraordinary. There are words on them, Lingxi said in surprise. Long Chen took a closer look. It was the words of the divine dragon from before the epoch. On the left, Long Chen studied it carefully and was ecstatic. What? Chen. Lingxi saw his expression and knew it must be something good. Long Chen said, 7th, Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon, Ancestral Planet. The 7th Ancestral Dragon was the Dragon of Calamity and Calamity. In the Dragon Sacrificial Continent before the epoch, the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon controlled the primordial dragon tribulation and the rules of power of billions of divine dragons. It was ranked before the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and was almost a pure offensive divine dragon like the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Does this mean that the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence is in the ancestral planet that we're going to? Lingxi was also very surprised. She did not expect to find the location of the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence with just a simple try. Collecting the ancestral dragon's blood essence was also an important task for Long Chen. It was even more perfect since it happened to be in the ancestral planet. What about this one? There were a total of 2 eyes. Long Chen put this one down and picked up the other one. After a closer look, he could not help but laugh and said, 9th, Shadow Dream Dragon, in the southern Taihao territory. Other than the first and second ancestral dragons and the last chaotic heaven devouring dragon, Long Chen had inherited 5 of the other blood essences. The location of the other 2 was actually hidden in the black jade dragon head. Back then, if Di Jun had broken this black jade dragon head, then the one who would have known the location of the 2 ancestral dragon blood essences would have been him, especially since the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's blood essences were actually in the southern Taihao domain, which was simply Di Jun's base camp. The Shadow Dream Dragon was a dragon of illusion and transformation. Among the 10 great ancestral dragons, it was the 9th ancestral dragon, just after the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Finding the 2 ancestral dragons' blood essence was originally an important task for Long Chen. Now that he knew the location, at least he was relieved. I originally decided to go to the time tunnel, but it seems like I have to change my plan now. Chapter 30:18. Taihao Territory, Time Tunnel, Ancestral Planet. These were Long Chen's 3 goals. These 2 inherited blood essences, Kitten's body, and the time tunnel were all must-have. Long Chen decided the order according to the degree of difficulty. The ancestral planet was definitely the most dangerous. The time tunnel was remote and inaccessible. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to go there later. He still told Kitten. Kitten was playing happily with Long Yen in the realm of life. Hearing Long Chen's words, she waved her hand and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'll go to the Taihao territory first and get that inherited blood essence. Kitten didn't object, which was even better. These 2 eyes seem to be able to help us find the inherited blood essence. Let's put them away first. Long Chen put away the 2 eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head and came out of the primal chaos. Looking at the state of the dragon sacrificial continent after it shattered, his heart was filled with unwillingness and heaviness. Maybe I don't have much time left. Little Shi, let's go to the Taihao territory immediately and find the inherited blood essence of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. Okay. Lingxi began to prepare the gate of the universe. Now that he had the gate of the universe, it was easy to return to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The gate of the universe remembered this place and could naturally reach it directly. Even if Long Chen returned to the realm of life and death, he could instantly return here. It was just that the traces left by the rules could only last for 10 days. Therefore, the gate of the universe was still the most useful. This was also the reason why Long Chen let Lingxi inherit the inherited blood essence of the dragon sacrificial dragon and control the gate of the universe. Where is the Taihao territory? Lingxi asked. The Taihao territory was very big, and the gate of the universe had been to most places, so he needed a specific place. In the divine nation, Long Chen called out the 2 white-haired demonic god emperors from the dragon sacrificial dragon deities. The white-haired youth was called Fang Shuo and the white-haired girl was called Lu Ji. Introduce me to the Taihao territory. They had just followed Long Chen, and now that he had a use for them, they naturally worked very hard. The vast expanse territory is located in the south, close to the dragon sacrificial continent. There's an eternal realm there, which is the vast expanse divine realm that hierarch Taihao presides over. There are also many primordial chaos realms. As for the other realms, they should be too small. In the entire vast expanse territory, the only one who can threaten you should be hierarch Taihao. Moreover, you used his gate of the universe, so he will definitely come to snatch it back. Long Chen thought about it. The black jade dragon head did not clearly describe its location, so it would not be easy to find it. The most likely place is still in the vast expanse divine realm, or a few primordial chaos realms. In this vast expanse territory, there are about 300 realms. I may have to search them one by one. Fortunately, with the gate of the universe, I will definitely be able to find them. As for hierarch Taihao, Long Chen was actually not worried. After all, he had fought against the Wildlands sect master, who should be about the same as hierarch Taihao. Anyway, the other party did not have the power to crush him. Even if he did, he, Lingxi and Imo Xiaolang might still be able to resist him if they joined forces. If it came down to it, they could just escape into the life and death realms. Let's go to the vast expanse territory first. Any place will do. In this way, Lingxi began to move. The gate of the universe opened, bringing her into a twisted tunnel to the vast expanse territory. If Di Jun had valued me from the beginning and found this gate of the universe, would have been finished long ago. More than 10 days later, Long Chen arrived at the vast expanse territory. An ancient and barren world. This was the place where Di Jun and the others had stayed after leaving the dragon sacrificial continent. We have occupied a primordial chaos realm world here and renamed it Di Jun Realm. However, after we left, there were no longer any god emperors there. Fang Shuo of the demon race said. Then let's go take a look at this Di Jun Realm first. The gate of the universe shifted once again. Di Jun Realm was a primordial chaos realm world that was very close to an eternal realm world. It did not belong to Di Jun in the past. It was Di Jun who occupied and controlled this place. He killed the original god emperors and became the ruler of this place. This was a world in the vast expanse territory that was second only to the vast expanse god world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen descended on a golden planet. This massive planet was dozens of times the size of Ling Su giant star. It was thick and massive, and its soil was as hard as steel. This is Di Jun Realm. Actually, Long Chen understood that if the 9th ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence was here, it would have been snatched away by Di Jun long ago. Indeed, after searching for a few days, he found nothing. The 2 eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head also showed no signs of activity. Not here, go to another world. Fang Shuo and Lu Ji did not dare to ask what Long Chen was looking for. Besides the vast expanse god world, he could go anywhere else. He did not go to the vast expanse god world for now because he did not want to have a head-on conflict with hierarch Taihao so soon. He wanted to search all the surrounding worlds first. In the end, if he still could not find it, he could only go to the vast expanse god world. Fang Shuo brought a star map for Long Chen. It marked the various major worlds of the vast expanse territory. With the vast expanse god world as the core, Jun realm was actually very close to the vast expanse god world. Then, there were a few primordial chaos realms in the surroundings. The further away from the center, the more remote it was, and the lower the level of the world. There was even a dream-level small world. In such a world, one could become a ruler the moment one became a god. Long Chen searched for a while. The Umbra Dream Demon Dragon is considered more feminine. Then, let's go with this. Fengdu Ghost City. This Fengdu Ghost City was a primordial chaos realm world. It should not be much weaker than Jun realm. The gate of the universe had been to these places before. After opening the gate of the universe and traversing through the starry sky, Long Chen soon arrived at the Fengdu Ghost City. He had seen many worlds, but this was the first time he saw an entire world as a city. This was a world that was even bigger than the Builder Tree. It was very difficult for the living beings that lived in this world to see themselves as living in a huge city. After all, this city was really too big. Even if Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he was still a tiny speck of dust to this city. But looking from afar, this was a dark city. Above it, chilly winds howled angrily, and there were layers upon layers of ghostly shadows. The entire Fengdu Ghost City was hidden in thick black fog, and one could not see the light of day all day long. Any random room in the city was probably as big as the entire dragon sacrificial continent. The myriad worlds were created by the myriad worlds' ancestor gods. Whatever shape the myriad worlds' ancestor gods wanted to create, that would be the shape. Therefore, Long Chen did not regard himself as an outsider. After all, every leaf on the Builder Tree was a continent. Sacred Leaf Continent. This was just a primordial chaos realm world, and it would not be too much of a threat to Long Chen. In this world, there are a total of 37 god emperors, and the strongest is an ultimate god emperor. Together, they are called the 37 ghostly gods by the living beings. They divide the entire Fengdu Ghost City into 37 parts, and each of them commands and restrains each other. They call themselves the Ghostly God Clan, but they are actually demons. These demons were not primeval troll, but ordinary gods and demons of the myriad worlds. In the end, these demons were actually just gods with a dark attribute. Long Chen's will swept across this world, and he roughly knew the locations of the 37 god emperors. He and Lingxi had silently descended into this world, and their targets were of course the strongest god emperors. Ultimate god emperors. They definitely knew the most things. There is a god emperor here, and he is ranked 95th on the god emperor list. He is the strongest expert in Fengdu Ghost City, and he is called Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Lu Ji told Long Chen softly. Then let's look for him. There should be no mistake. Fengdu Ghost City was huge, and even a little bit of trouble was troublesome. They could learn about some important places from Ghost Emperor Fengdu, and their chances of success would be much higher. Ghost Emperor Fengdu resided at the highest place in Fengdu Ghost City. He was a loner, and he was invincible. The place where he resided was the holy land of the entire Ghost City. Other than the other 2 or 3 ultimate god emperors, no one else dared to go there. Long Chen and Lingxi arrived easily. The gate of the universe was simply too convenient. Gate of the universe. When Long Chen first arrived, the soil in front of him rose up, and a huge coffin appeared. At this moment, the coffin opened, and boundless black chi soared into the sky. The entire world was shaking. Rumble. Half of his body was made of flesh and blood, while the other half was made of bones. His appearance was very frightening, but it was useless against Long Chen. When he saw the eternal rank fortune divine artifact, the gate of the universe, Ghost Emperor Feng Du had already knelt on the ground. Greetings, Hierarch Taihao. Ghost Emperor Feng Du said respectfully. However, He quickly stood up and looked at Long Chen and Lingxi in shock. How did the gate of the universe fall into their hands? Who were these two? God Emperors? It seems like you haven't been paying attention to the matters of the myriad worlds for a period of time. Long Chen said. Because he didn't know Long Chen's background, Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't make things difficult for them. These two made him feel a huge threat, and he was observing them in the dark. However, Long Chen definitely didn't trust him. You like to sleep in a coffin. Actually, Long Chen didn't know that everyone in Ghost City had their own coffin. When they slept, they were used to burying themselves in the soil. Who are you two? Ghost Emperor Fengdu asked, and the sky-burying coffin fell from the sky. The eternal great gate of the universe naturally imprisoned him within. Long Chen and Lingxi entered the sky-burying coffin. Ghost Emperor Fengdu tried his best to destroy it, but to no avail. It's useless. Don't waste your energy. Long Chen said. What do you two want? Ghost Emperor Fengdu realized how powerful they were. They could casually use an eternal great gate of the universe. It was simply too terrifying. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance. I will try to use the Eye of Wishes to control him. It will save me a lot of trouble. The Eye of Wishes law, under Long Chen's suppression, succeeded without much suspense. Chapter 30-19. Although Long Chen had already reached an extremely high level, his attainments in the Law of Wishes were not too strong. Now, he just happened to control Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the #1 expert of Ghost City. The only existence on the Divine Emperor list. After using the Eye of Wishes to control him, Long Chen began to question him. He basically did not hold back, and told Long Chen some of the more crucial locations of Ghost City. Long Chen memorized them all. Forget everything that happened today, and sleep peacefully. Okay. If the Law of Wishes was developed to its most terrifying level, it could display even more unimaginable effects. This was also Long Chen's future development goal. For example, any random law could completely control a person. How strong would that be? Long Chen could do it now, but the stronger one was, the harder it was to control. For example, this Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he could only ask a few questions. When Ghost Emperor Fengdu fell asleep again, Long Chen put him back into his coffin, and let him return to the soil at the highest point of Ghost City. There are only a few places that might exist. Let's search first. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence must not fall into the hands of others. Even if others could not use it, if it fell into the hands of others, especially those supreme deities, it would basically be impossible to find. Now that he knew the location, it was time to find it in one go. The 9th ancestral dragon was a dragon of illusions and transformations. Its law of transformations was the mystical side of all things. From stillness to movement, replication, transformation. It was said that apart from the other ancestral dragons, the Shadow Dream Dragon could transform into anything. If Long Chen completely controlled the law, he could transform into anything, and even possess everything of others. That was true transformation. The Umbra Dream Dragon was ever-changing. Long Chen now knew very well that his goal was to fuse with all 9 types of ancestral dragons, apart from the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. He even wanted to find the origin dragon souls of these 9 ancestral dragons and fuse them all. At that time, he would truly be heaven-defying. No one could imagine how strong he would be at that time. Even the rulers of the sky-devouring race, even the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, could not compare. Perhaps this was the first ancestral dragon's plan. Therefore, searching for the ancestral dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul was, in fact, Long Chen's most important mission. It wasn't just for Long Qinglan, the dragon sacrificial continent, and the myriad worlds, but also for himself. Long Chen felt that day was not far away. Let's start with the dragon with endless transformations, the Umbra Dream Dragon. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu provided a few dangerous places. Long Chen found a few other experts of the ghost city of Fengdu to verify them before heading to those places one by one. To this day, if the ancestral dragon's blood essence was nearby, Long Chen would feel it very strongly. Moreover, the thing left behind by the black jade dragon head was also helping Long Chen search. Generally speaking, as long as he approached, there would be a reaction. To Long Chen and his companions, the so-called dangerous places and forbidden areas were just so. Ordinary deity emperors might pose a threat to them. However, Long Chen was like a hot knife through butter. No, regrettably, after searching one place after another, he still couldn't find it. Previously, he thought it was easy, but after coming to the Taihao domain, he realized that it was actually like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's right. Back then, there were 5 types of blood essence on the dragon sacrificial continent. I've been searching for so many years. It's normal now. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't too anxious now. After all, he still had some time. The sky-devouring clan hadn't taken action, and the myriad worlds still existed. This place, even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that he didn't dare to enter. There are the legendary 8 great heavenly ghosts of the Ghost City of Fengdu in the entire Ghost City of Fengdu. Basically anyone who enters will not come out alive. It's an absolute forbidden area of death. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu did enter, but when he came out, he was seriously injured. Long Chen and Lingxi appeared in the Ghost City of Fengdu. It was a very secluded place with no signs of human habitation within a million miles. Beneath their feet was a dark swamp with thick black fog. In the deepest part, there was a pool called the Heavenly Ghost Pool. This was the #1 forbidden area of the Ghost City of Fengdu to other worlds. The Ghost City of Fengdu was undoubtedly a terrifying world. It was vicious, bloody, dirty, and ugly. Therefore, very few outsiders came to this world. A place like the Heavenly Ghost Pool was hidden in the depths of the Ghost City of Fengdu. It was even more inaccessible. If the ancestral dragon's blood essence exists in the Ghost City of Fengdu, it's most likely to be in this place. Arriving here, Long Chen could already feel the terrifying yin qi in the Heavenly Ghost Pool. Anyway, this place. Lingxi frowned as she looked at it. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was like a dirty cold pool. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. You go back first. Long Chen opened the door to the realm of life and let her in. He could handle this place by himself. However, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be interested in coming out to take a look. So, Long Chen went with him so that they could take care of each other. Be a little more careful. Even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that we can't come to this place. I just don't know what the 8 great heavenly ghosts are. Could it be 8 hidden gods and devils? That shouldn't be possible. Gods and devils wouldn't be willing to stay in this place. Perhaps it's something left behind from before the epoch. It's just that too many people have forgotten about it. Then, they randomly named it the 8 great heavenly ghosts. No matter what, we'll know once we go in. Hopefully, the blood essence is inside. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang broke through the layers of black fog and passed through the dangerous swamp. Finally, they arrived above the Heavenly Ghost Pool. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was filled with baleful energy and was extremely cold. It wasn't big and was a little narrow. It felt like they couldn't get out even if they entered. Go in. The two of them entered the Heavenly Ghost Pool side by side. Under the suppression of their power, the pool water was directly forced away. Especially since Mo Xiaolang now had the Chaos Green Flame, which had the effect of purification. Under the burning of the Chaos Green Flame, the cold water of the Heavenly Ghost Pool was constantly evaporating and disappearing. I reckon that if we let you stay here for a little longer, the Heavenly Ghost Pool will dry up. At that time, This place will change from the most dangerous place to a place where tens of thousands of people can play. Tyrannical power could change too many things. The ghost city of Fengdu was originally a world that was countless times stronger than the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, Long Chen and the others were too powerful. Therefore, when they came to the ghost city of Fengdu, they could easily become gods that ruled over this world. The life and death of the billions of living beings in this world was just a matter of a single thought from them. This was the so-called power. Long Qinglan had told Long Chen how powerful he was. With a thought, he could destroy the world and annihilate trillions of living beings. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't do that. The responsibility of the strong was to maintain order and protect the weak. Only then could the myriad worlds prosper. Otherwise, they would be destroyed and everything would disappear. Without the weak, there would naturally be no strong. There really is one. Long Chen stopped and looked down with Mo Xiaolang. After entering, they discovered that the space inside the heavenly ghost pool wasn't small. At this time, after discovering traces of the enemy, Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed down. An incomparably majestic power from the Trillion Shrine turned the endless pool water into ashes. The appearance of the enemy appeared directly. It's actually a kind of fortune divine tool. Long Chen's eyes saw through the essence of this legendary creature with a single glance. It was undeniable that the creature in front of Long Chen and the others was no weaker than the Ghost God clan. If it wasn't for the fact that it possessed the power to suppress them, it would be very difficult to tell whether it was a real creature or a fortune divine artifact. Long Chen could see that the creature in front of them had a strong body, a green face and fangs. It wore a tattered bronze armor and was covered in a deathly aura. Its flesh and blood were rotting. This was the so-called 8 great heavenly ghosts. It wasn't a living creature, but a fortune divine tool in disguise. However, this fortune divine tool was very powerful. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't know what it was. After losing to the 8 great sky ogres, he probably didn't know what it was either. He was ranked 90th on the Divine Emperor ranking, not even as strong as Great Emperor Yuehua. Roar. The rough aura, the angry roar, and the majestic baleful yin qi. Its body was the fortune divine tool, and the rotting flesh and blood were just an illusion. What kind of monster is this? Mo Xiaolang couldn't understand what it was. After all, this fortune divine tool was very good at disguising itself. It was Long Chen's first time seeing such a fortune divine tool. It's a fortune divine tool. Long Chen sneered as he watched it approach. He might not be able to obtain the ancestral dragon's blood essence today, but he would definitely gain something. Mo Xiaolang was a little confused. However, Mo Xiaolang was confused. When the heavenly ghost heard Long Chen's words, its expression changed drastically. Its dark green face turned blood red. It roared loudly and brandished its claws. With terrifying power, it charged at Long Chen. Its roar spread across half of Ghost City of Fengdu. At least trillions of living beings in Ghost City of Fengdu trembled when they heard it. Heavenly Ghost, it's the Heavenly Ghost. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The world is going to end. We're all going to die. Run. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The Fengdu continent is going to be finished. The people of Ghost City of Fengdu would not call themselves a city, but a continent. It was just that their situation was much more complicated than the average continent. Long Chen didn't know what was happening outside. Let me. At his current realm, Mo Xiaolang didn't have any room to display his strength. At this time, he took out the slender Chaos Demon Saber, held the saber hilt with both hands, and slashed down from the sky. Chaos Green Fire. The Chaos Demon Saber was surrounded by towering emerald green flames. Suddenly, the flames formed an astral saber and collided with the Heavenly Ghost. Immediately, a ravine appeared on the heavenly ghost's body. The heavenly ghost let out a shrill scream. It was in extreme pain. Chapter 30-20. We can't escape. Mo Xiaolang was the first to rush down, followed by Long Chen. The entire Fengdu ghost city was panicking over the sky ghost's rage, but they acted like nothing had happened as they followed behind the stone stele. The stone stele is the true form of this destinable divine artifact. The so-called 8 sky ghosts should have 8 stone steles as one. I'm guessing that the destinable divine artifact that could defeat the ghost emperor of Fengdu should be an eternal grade destinable divine artifact. Long Chen gazed into the depths of the heavenly ghost lake. If we can obtain an eternal grade destinable divine artifact like this, we can only say that our luck is too good. In the myriad worlds, all eternal grade destinable divine artifacts were supreme treasures. Back then, Long Chen had spent so much effort to obtain the ghost blood curse. Compared to that time, this time was simply too easy. Even defeating the chaos fiendish demons and Di Jun was not easy at all. They had fought to the death to obtain their eternal grade destinable divine artifacts. We're here. At this time, the huge black stone stele plunged into the ground with a loud bang, causing endless smoke and dust to rise. Previously, Long Chen had seen a ghostly image on the huge stone stele, completely identical to the sky ghost that had appeared before. At this moment, when the black stone stele landed on the bottom of the lake, a total of 7 similar stone steles appeared around it. The only difference on each stone stele was the image of a sky ghost. However, every sky ghost looked different. Some were thick, some were thin, some were tall, some were short, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some resembled a primeval troll, and some resembled a centipede. The only similarity was that they all had similar heads. There were a total of 8 stone steles, all massive and heavy. At first glance, one could tell that the combined might of these stone steles was not inferior to the sky-burying coffin. Boom! When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang approached, the 8 stone steles suddenly transformed into 8 sky ghosts. Their appearances were basically the same as the previous images on the stone stele. The sky ghost that had been injured by Mo Xiaolang was also among them. It was these 8 who joined forces to deal with the ghost emperor of Fengdu. As soon as this thought flashed through Long Chen's mind, the 8 heavenly ghosts in the depths of the heavenly ghost lake unleashed an earth-shattering roar as if they were facing a great enemy. This time, it was even more terrifying. The 8 great heavenly ghosts appeared at the same time. For a moment, it seemed that the entire ghost city of Fengdu was trembling. Countless people were panicking and running around, scared out of their wits. The experts sleeping in the coffins woke up one after another. The sky ghost's roar was the most terrifying signal in the entire ghost city of Fengdu. I didn't expect an eternal grade fortune divine artifact to be hidden in a primordial chaos realm. It's probably because no one has guessed that this eternal grade fortune divine artifact has existed until now without anyone obtaining it. In the face of the roars of the 8 great heavenly ghosts, Long Chen only felt lucky. Xiaolang, you should be able to control 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. It just so happens that the Chaos Demon Saber specializes in offense, and this fortune divine artifact can be used for offense, defense, and suppression. It's similar to the heaven-burying coffin. If you subdue it, your battle prowess will increase by leaps and bounds. No problem. Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up when he saw the 8 great heavenly ghosts. It had been a long time since he had participated in a battle. Today, it was just taking care of an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. If Ghost Emperor Fengdu could rank in the 30s on the Divine Emperor list, perhaps these 8 great heavenly ghosts would be his fortune divine artifact. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Mo Xiaolang was an ultimate divine emperor, and with the 8 ancestral flames and the Chaos Demon Saber, subduing an eternal grade fortune divine artifact without a master was a piece of cake for him. Long Chen watched the battle from the side while Mo Xiaolang rushed down. Listen, I want to control you. The 8 great heavenly ghosts didn't seem to be in their right mind. They didn't care what Mo Xiaolang said and attacked directly. The 8 great heavenly ghosts surrounded him and attacked violently, causing a huge commotion in the heavenly ghost lake. Most of the land around them was already crumbling. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. About a quarter of an hour later, the 8 great heavenly ghosts became 8 stone steels under Mo Xiaolang's feet. Mo Xiaolang's current combat strength could rank in the top 10 on the Divine Emperor list. It was indeed not difficult for him to control an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, just like how Lingxi controlled the myriad world's divine sword. It's done. The 8 stone steels recognized their master and became a part of Mo Xiaolang. This is an eternal grade fortune divine artifact called the Deity Ghost Celestial Steel. It can suppress, defend, and attack. It can also conjure the 8 great heavenly ghosts. With the ancestral flames working together with them, their power should not be any weaker than the Chaos Demon Saber. Mo Xiaolang was excited. Long Chen had also watched him grow stronger step by step. Big brother, thank you, Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. What are you thanking me for? This is your luck. Mo Xiaolang shook his head. It's not just the Deity Ghost Celestial Steel. I feel that without you, I would not have been able to live until now. Although I have confirmed that I am from the Sky Devouring clan, I still have to say that without you, there would be no me. Not just in the past, but in the future, no matter when, my life will always be yours. Long Chen smiled and said, that's enough, don't say such sentimental words. Your life is your own, and we are all working hard for the same goal. No one knows what the future holds. We just need to work hard to the extreme and do what we have to do. Even if we die, it's fine as long as we die. I'm not like you, wasting your life for me is not worth it. You also have your own life and important people. I understand. Mo Xiaolang smiled and said no more. Long Chen searched the depths of the heavenly ghost lake and found nothing related to the ancestral dragon's blood essence. As expected. Let's go to another place. But to be able to get an eternal grade fate divine tool, our luck today is heaven-defying. Let's hope that our luck is still this good. The two left the heavenly ghost lake. There was no movement here now. The chaos in Fengdu Ghost City would probably calm down soon. Next, they searched a few more places. After confirming that the ancestral dragon's blood essence was not in Fengdu Ghost City, they prepared to leave for the next world. It took me 5 days. If that's the case, it'll take me a few months to finish searching the entire Taihao territory. It'll be easier to search the lesser worlds later. Finally, it'll be the Taihao Divine Realm. I just hope that thing won't be in some uninhabited area or even the fragmented stars. If that was the case, it would be a real headache. There were too many broken stars in the entire Taihao domain. If they searched them one by one, they would not be able to find all of them even after millions of years. Ah! At the highest point of Fengdu Ghost City. Whoosh! Soil flew. A coffin exploded. Ghost Emperor Fengdu appeared from the ground, panting heavily. He floated in the air, covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction in shock. After a while, he appeared above the heavenly ghost lake. The entire heavenly ghost lake had dried up. My deity ghost heavenly steel, my deity ghost heavenly steel. Ghost Emperor Fengdu cried. He knelt in front of the heavenly ghost lake, trembling. There were no words to describe his sorrow. Who was it? Who was it that stole my deity ghost heavenly steel? There should be no one in the entire ghost city that can do it. Even I can't control it. Who was it? He roared and roared. He hugged his head and hit the ground repeatedly. In fact, he had long known that the 8 great sky ghosts in the heavenly ghost lake, which the entire ghost city regarded as a nightmare, were actually eternal-grade fortune divine artifacts. In the entire ghost city of Fengdu, only he knew about them. Even if experts from other worlds came here, the ghost emperor of Fengdu would hide the information about the heavenly ghost lake. For so many years, nothing had happened. But when he woke up today, the deity ghost heavenly steel was gone. He had guarded it for so long, tried so many times, just for the day when he could control the deity ghost heavenly steel. At that time, his cultivation would definitely rush into the top 30 of the Divine Emperor list. His position in the myriad worlds, in the entire Taihao domain, would be different. Finally, he remembered. It's them. After so many hardships, he finally remembered the 2 illusory figures. They had suddenly appeared and forced him to tell him the location of the heavenly ghost lake. They seemed to be looking for something. Then they came here and took the deity ghost heavenly steel. That's right, they came here through the gate of the universe. The gate of the universe. Divine Taihao. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's eyes widened. That's right, Divine Taihao. The deity ghost heavenly steel couldn't just disappear like that. At this time, he calmed down and contacted Divine Taihao. A ball of light gradually appeared on a gem in his hand. Within the light was a terrifying supreme god. Facing him, Ghost Emperor Fengdu held his breath. What business do you have with me? Divine Taihao asked. Divine Taihao, there is something I must tell you. A few days ago, 2 gods came to Ghost Fengdu City through the gate of the universe. Oh, it's that Long Chen, right? Divine Taihao said indifferently. How does Divine Taihao know his name? Ghost Emperor Fengdu himself didn't know. The entire myriad worlds know. You're the only one who doesn't know. Go on, and then? Ghost Emperor Fengdu hurriedly said, They seem to be looking for something. They searched the entire Ghost Fengdu city and have left. I was suppressed by them before. Now that I've regained my freedom, I saw them using the gate of the universe, so I came to you. Divine Taihao, what happened? It has nothing to do with you. However, I still have to thank you for bringing me this news today. There will be a gift sent to you later. If there's any news in the future, just tell me directly. Thank you, Divine Taihao. Also, when Divine Taihao is going to kill those 2, please let me know. They also took something of mine. Before he finished, the connection was cut. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was stunned. Long Chen, who is this? I've been asleep for hundreds of years. Did I miss some news? Chapter 30-21. Subsequently, Long Chen searched through the entire Taihao territory, one world after another. After searching all the primordial chaos realm worlds, he turned to the order-level worlds. Not long after, he had searched nearly 30 order-level worlds. At that time, Long Chen did not have much hope. He actually felt that the most likely place was the Taihao Divine Realm, but he was too lazy to confront Hierarch Taihao directly. Now, he decided to spend some time to search the remaining worlds. Because of the gate of the universe, a task that would have taken hundreds of years could be completed in a few months. The further he went, the smaller the worlds became. Then came the creation-level worlds. In the end, he did not dare to choose a world and searched them one by one according to the distance. He searched every single world in the entire Taihao territory. There were close to 300 worlds, and he spent about 4 months to go through almost all of them. Unfortunately, he still could not find it. Looks like I still have to make a trip to the Taihao Divine Realm. In the endless starry sky, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Taihao Divine Realm. He had recently gotten to know revered divinity Taihao and realized that this person was very similar to Di Jun. It was no wonder that they were birds of a feather. In any case, revered divinity Taihao was not a kind character. Under his rule, the entire Taihao domain was very strict and hierarchical. Although I obtained the gate of the universe from Di Jun, it was something that Di Jun borrowed from him. Naturally, he would not let it go. If I go to Hierarch Taihao, I will have to fight with him. After all, he was an ultimate god. Anyone who could become an ultimate god was obviously not a simple character. If he was not stronger than Di Jun would probably be the master of the Taihao territory. There was a certain level of risk in fighting with Hierarch Taihao, but Long Chen still had to go. Otherwise, he would be wasting his time searching through the 300 worlds. There's still the last world. Lingxi activated the gate of the universe and brought Long Chen to the last world in the Taihao territory. After searching that world, Long Chen would head to the Taihao divine realm. He, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang appeared next to the last world. This was actually a prehistoric world. The strongest person there was a divine lord. It was a world that was slightly stronger than the spirit essence star ocean. But to Long Chen and the others, it was just too small. The place where the living beings lived was only a few tenths of the size of Fengdu Ghost City, which was slightly larger than the dragon sacrificial continent. However, when the three of them saw this world, they couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the myriad worlds. Actually, a world like the Builder Tree was already amazing enough, but the world in front of them was even more amazing because it was actually a flower. The entire world was a 9-colored flower that stood proudly in the endless starry sky. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. The entire world was enveloped in a kind of dreamlike brilliance, like a fairyland in a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that the level of this world was a bit low, presumably Lingxi and the other women would want to live here. So beautiful. Hearing Lingxi's sigh, Yang Lingqing, Soi Yan, and Zhu Shi came out of the life realm one after another. They chattered among themselves. Looking from the starry sky, the world formed by this flower was indeed extremely beautiful, making people gasp in admiration. A world in a flower. Actually, Long Chen also felt that it was quite amazing. However, presumably, the living beings that lived there wouldn't feel too much of a difference. The land was still the land, the mountains were still the mountains, and the rivers were still the rivers. There would only be slight changes. This is a prehistoric world called the Flower Fairy World. There is a kind of flower fairy race, which is actually a type of human race. There are no males in the flower fairy race, only females. As long as the females consume a kind of magical liquid that is produced in the flower fairy world, they can conceive and give birth to daughters. The entire flower fairy world stands aloof from worldly affairs because very few people can reach the border of the Taihao domain. Actually, for the entire myriad worlds, such a world was too small. Just like the dragon sacrificial continent, it was fortunate that it was relatively remote. Otherwise, it would be easily destroyed. Of course, because the level of the world was relatively low, there were no experts who wanted to occupy such a world. It was useless and would only ruin one's reputation. Moreover, as long as it was the Taihao domain, it was also considered the territory of Hierarch Taihao. Regardless of whether it was inside or outside the Taihao domain, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go in and take a look. After searching this world, we'll go to Hierarch Taihao. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang headed towards the Flower Fairy world. As there was no threat, Zhu Shi and the rest also wandered around. Long Chen didn't care much about them. After the search was over, he would take them away. In such a small flower fairy world, no matter how carefully they searched, 2 days was enough. After descending into the flower fairy world, Long Chen felt that it was quite interesting. Every flower petal here formed a continent and living beings lived on it. There were also many flower fairy race living in places like the flower heart. After descending, Long Chen also saw the flower fairy race. They were members of the human race. Their bodies changed slightly and there was a fresh fragrance of flowers. The entire world was enveloped in a psychedelic fragrance of flowers, but it was very beautiful. To the flower fairy race who only had beautiful women, men like Long Chen were very rare. The entire flower fairy world was similar to the dragon sacrificial continent back then. The living beings on it would only think that the flower fairy world was the entire world. They wouldn't have the concept of men in their eyes. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to disturb their simple lives. He found a few gods and asked a few questions before starting to search the flower fairy world. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan held one of the eyeballs left behind by the black jade dragon head and searched in another direction for the legacy blood essence. What a comfortable place. Coming here and feeling the beauty of this place was indeed a kind of enjoyment. The entire flower fairy world was filled with all kinds of beauties. They were all as delicate as flowers. It was simply a man's paradise. Long Chen focused on searching for the legacy blood essence. Logically speaking, the legacy blood essence of the shadow dream demon dragon that appeared in such a psychedelic world should be even bigger than the ghost city of Fengdu. Therefore, Long Chen was prepared to search carefully. If Xiaolang has any news, he will tell us. It was much simpler to split into two teams and search separately. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were together in the flower fairy world. Sui Yan was in Mo Xiaolang's arms and blushing. It smells so good, how come it smells so good here? Sui Yan suddenly smelt the fragrance in the air. Mo Xiaolang raised his head and saw that in the distance, there seemed to be another continent made of flower petals. Surprisingly, there was a colorful smoke rising up into the sky. That strong fragrance was coming from that continent. How is that possible? This fragrance was simply too fragrant. The colorful smoke was also very strange, as if it was burning something. However, just what was being burned to produce such a fragrance that swept through several continents? That world seemed to be in a state of chaos. Countless flower fairies were also looking at the other side of the sky. It's the Xueyu continent, what's going on there? Oh my god, how many people have died because of that thick smoke? Doesn't that smoke come from burning corpses? What's going on in the Xueyu continent? Has the goddess of Xueyu gone crazy? More and more people were talking about the Xueyu continent. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they sped up. In a small world like the flower fairy world, it was very easy for them to cross a flower petal. Whoosh! A small world like the flower celestial realm almost couldn't bear the presence of their experts. Thus, Long Chen was very careful when moving around. He didn't want any small movements to cause the deaths of the common people. There's a strong cultivator. After Mo Xiaolang arrived in the Xueyu continent, he suddenly stopped. He was already very close to the colorful smoke. The smell was disgusting. There was a strong cultivator in the smoke. Mo Xiaolang had to be an extremely strong cultivator. Mo Xiaolang wouldn't call him a strong cultivator like Feng Du's ghost emperor. It was impossible for such a strong cultivator to appear in the flower fairy world. At that moment, the entire Xueyu continent was covered by the colorful smoke. There were more than 1 billion flower fairies in the Xueyu continent. They were all screaming and screaming. It was like the end of the world. Mo Xiaolang could hear people screaming. The demons want to burn us to death. So many people are dying. The entire continent of Xueyu was in chaos. The paradise on earth had turned into hell on earth. Mo Xiaolang saw through the thick smoke that there were countless corpses of the flower celestial clan in the center of the continent. They were piled up into a gigantic mountain. At that moment, a huge fire was burning them. In a flash, countless living beings would be burnt to death. In fact, most of the corpses that were piled up were flower fairies who were still alive. They had been burned alive. Hundreds of millions of people were piled up together. Only a strong cultivator who was stronger than the flower fairy world could create such a scene. It was like a god slaughtering mortals. "Brother, come here!" shouted Mo Xiaolang. Then, he turned into a sun-devouring wolf. He was the ancestor of fire. He opened his mouth and in a flash, all the fire in the Xueyu continent was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. That was just an ordinary fire. That way, the smoke stopped. When the corpses of the flower fairies saw the fire disappear, some of them ran away, some of them screamed in pain. Some of them had already been crushed to death. "Who are you?" When the thick smoke dispersed, a figure appeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. It was a man dressed in extravagant clothes. His hair was pink and there was a huge peony flower on his chest. His appearance was bewitching and his eyes were cold. There were no pupils in his eyes, only two blood-red flowers. He wasn't a strong cultivator from the flower fairy world. Chapter 30-22. When they heard Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen and Lingxi thought that he had found the inherited blood. They opened the gate of the universe and arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang in a flash. They had been on the other side of the world of flowers, so they didn't know much about the situation there. Now that they saw it, they knew why Mo Xiaolang had sent them here. This was divine supremacy Taihao's territory. Ordinary gods and demons wouldn't do something like killing living beings. Now, hundreds of millions of flower fairies had almost lost their lives. To create such a large amount of smoke, at least millions of flower fairies had died, perhaps even millions of them. Below them was a scene of hell on earth. Mo Xiaolang didn't say much. The chaos green fire swept past. Most of the injured flower fairy clansmen who were on the verge of death recovered under the nourishment of the chaos green fire. Gods, they came to save us. How great! Damned demon, he has to be punished in the end. God, please kill this demon and take revenge for my flower fairy clan. In Xueyu, hundreds of millions of celestial clan members were kneeling on the ground, tears were flooding their eyes. They had seen so many of their friends and family being burned alive. No one would ever forget the look of despair in the flames. "Brother, that guy deserves to die." Mo Xiaolang looked at him coldly. He had just seen a moment before, so he was furious. Especially at that moment, that guy was still smiling proudly. He didn't seem to care at all. Two more friends. What day is it? What a coincidence that so many strong cultivators came to the celestial flower world. It's rare to see so many strong cultivators, said that guy smiling indifferently. He was tidying up his pink hair. She didn't say much. She went down and separated the celestial flowers so that they could escape safely. She then used a heavenly rule technique to protect the entire continent of Xueyu. She quickly protected all the celestial flowers. Otherwise, if they fought, the first thing that would be destroyed would be the world of flowers. The other party didn't stop Lingxi. Instead, he sneered coldly. At this time, Divine Emperor Yu Hua revealed the other party's identity. This is a guy from the southern starfield, the Taicang territory, which is next to the Taihao territory. He calls himself the Peony God Child. He's always been a loner and does things his own way. He's the kind that everyone hates. His style of doing things is unrestrained. I guess he's done a lot of things like killing hundreds of millions of living beings today. He's quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. He ranks 9th on the Divine Emperor list. Ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor list, it could be said that he was the 9th most powerful Divine Emperor in the myriad worlds. Obviously, he was quite close to Di Jun and the Chaos Demons. Is there no one to deal with this kind of person? As long as he doesn't offend himself, no one would bother to deal with him. But now that he has touched Divine Taihao's territory, Divine Taihao will probably be furious. Yet, he isn't afraid. Clearly, he wants to leave after this. Today's matter should be quite important to him. I don't think he will let this matter rest. Long Chen understood. Even if Long Chen and the others arrived, the peony godchild wouldn't stop slaughtering the Flower Fairy clan. Since Long Chen was there, he couldn't bear to watch billions of living beings die in front of him. That kind of person bullied the weak and had no morals. As expected, when the peony godchild saw that Lingxi was protecting the Flower Fairy clan in Xueyu, he laughed like a woman and said, "How interesting. A random divine emperor wants to stop me, the peony godchild? That's funny, that's too funny. I thought it was boring today. I have to thank you for making my trip more interesting." Mo Xiaolang was a straightforward person. When he heard that, he clenched his fists. He had seen the Flower Fairy clan with his own eyes, so he hated them. "I'm curious. You're a divine emperor, but you're killing living beings. What can the Flower Fairy clan do to you? Is it because you want to kill them? The joy of killing. The joy of killing billions of living beings. No, no, no. Since you are here, I will tell you the truth. I have an eternal rank fate divine artifact. It was slightly damaged when I fought with someone last time. The Flower Fairy race is similar to me. They have a very small amount of a divine item in their bodies. As long as I refine them, this divine item can be extracted. About 10 million Flower Fairies can be refined into a drop of Flower Fairy dew. Don't underestimate this Flower Fairy dew. As long as I have a dozen drops, my treasure will be able to recover. Tell me, why wouldn't I do it?" Long Chen understood. So that was it. That guy didn't deserve to be forgiven. Even though he had come to find the ancestral dragon's blood, he had coincidentally met such a person. If he killed him, he would be helping many people in the 10,000 worlds. These insignificant living beings are all trash among trash. Their existence is meaningless. I didn't destroy their world, but I made them contribute their lives. In fact, it's a great gift to them. At this point, the so-called peony godchild smiled at Long Chen and said, "So, are you here to help or to enforce justice? I'm really curious." If you want to help, I don't want to share the Flower Fairy dew with you. Of course, it's useless to you. If we fight in the Flower Fairy realm, we'll destroy this place. More people will die. We have to lure him to the starry sky. Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. "Big brother, let me do it. This person is too despicable. If I don't kill him with my own hands, I won't be able to calm my hatred." If Long Chen attacked, he would be able to take him down. All right. As for Lingxi, she would protect the Flower Fairy realm. It wasn't that Long Chen and the others were belligerent. This originally had nothing to do with them. However, if they didn't fight, the peony godchild would kill hundreds of millions of living beings. If other strong cultivators came, they would punish such an evil person who broke the rules and had no bottom line. If you have the guts, go up. I'll fight you alone, Mo Xiaolang said in a low voice. The peony godchild said in surprise, "Oh, aren't we going to fight together? If you come alone, it'll be so troublesome for me to deal with you." After saying this, he laughed again. At that moment, Long Chen, who was right behind Mo Xiaolang, attacked. He was extremely fast and instantly appeared in front of the peony godchild. The burying sky coffin fell and with a boom, the peony godchild was trapped inside. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang hadn't expected him to attack. In fact, with Long Chen's current means, it was too easy to take care of this guy. Long Chen was very calm. He threw the burying sky coffin into the death realm and said with a smile, "Go in. I'll let you have some fun. I'll continue to look for the inheritance blood essence." If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he could directly use the heart of the Great Void to take the peony godchild's life. However, since Xiao Lang wanted to give it a try, he would let him try. This battle was more important to him. It would help him hone the Celestial Emperor's sun-refining technique, the Chaos Demon Blade, and the Celestial Tablet of Ghosts and Gods. Alright. In the Death Realm, there was no need to worry about the other party destroying the Flower Fairy Realm. Mo Xiaolang entered directly, and Long Chen closed the Death Realm. At that time, the Peony God-child also ran out of the burying sky coffin. Now, when he saw the vast Death Realm around him, he could no longer be proud. Long Chen and Lingxi removed the rules. Many of the Flower Fairy clan didn't know what had happened, but seeing that the Peony God-child had disappeared, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Long Chen and Lingxi. Let's go and continue to look. Long Chen quickly disappeared from everyone's sight with Lingxi. Of course, he was also paying attention to the battle between the Peony God-child, who ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor list, and Mo Xiaolang in the Death Realm. Trapped in the Death Realm, the Peony God-child was stunned. Where is this? His face was full of shock. He no longer had the arrogant and proud expression from before. In this strange place, he had lost his sense of security. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that when Long Chen arrived, he seemed to have used a door. He didn't pay attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, it should be an eternal great fortune artifact, a bit like the famous Gate of the Universe. He had been ignoring Long Chen, because Long Chen looked the weakest among the three of them. During the conversation, he didn't expect that Long Chen would suddenly strike, and that he would instantly produce an eternal great fortune artifact. He didn't know about the heaven-burying coffin or the life and death realm, but he had heard some rumors recently. It was said that Di Jun, the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, had borrowed the Gate of the Universe from Divine Taihao to hunt down a guy named Long Chen. And on Pangu continent, Long Chen had defeated Di Jun, and it was said that the Gate of the Universe had fallen into Long Chen's hands. This legendary figure, it was because Divine Taihao had lost the Gate of the Universe and could not appear in the Flower Fairy realm instantly that he had the courage to come here. Of course, he had never seen what the Gate of the Universe looked like, so he didn't recognize it just now. Now that he thought about it, this group of people clearly included the terrifying Long Chen. You are Long Chen. The Peony God-child stared at Mo Xiaolang with a dull look in his eyes. Mo Xiaolang shook his head. He produced the Chaos Demon Knife and said coldly, "This is the Death Realm. Since you are here, you can't get out. Of course, maybe you will have the chance if you defeat me. If it's not you, then it must be that one." The Peony God-child suddenly realized why Long Chen was always the center of attention among the three of them. Chapter 30-23. He was not a fool. Putting aside Mo Xiaolang's abilities, Long Chen, who could defeat Di Jun, had the power to fight against an ultimate god. He was not someone he could deal with at all. That was the most terrifying person. He was afraid of Long Chen. Therefore, at that moment, he was covered in cold sweat, especially on the ferocious Blood Sea. It's too late to beg for mercy. You were too arrogant just now. I don't want to say it a third time. If you really want to get out of here, defeating me is the only way. Either you have the ability to kidnap me, or my big brother will give in. Remember, you only have one choice, and that is to fight me fair and square. The Peony Divine Son understood. It seems that you're treating me as a tool to hone you. If you weren't so disgusting, no one would target you. I really just need to defeat you. Since he was a tool to hone himself, the Peony Divine Son easily understood. Long Chen wanted Mo Xiaolang to have a fair battle with him, so all he had to do was to defeat Mo Xiaolang. That would be easy. Even the kidnapping that Mo Xiaolang mentioned might be his only way out. You underestimate me too much. The Peony Divine Son laughed after he understood. To be honest, he was only afraid of Long Chen, not Mo Xiaolang. Over the years, he had fought countless divine emperors and was least afraid of divine emperors. Above the Blood Sea, the gorgeously dressed peony divine sun and the black-clothed Mo Xiaolang stood opposite each other. The chaotic aura on the Chaos Devil blade swept across. The blade looked ferocious and could tear apart the opponent's will at any moment. At that moment, the peony divine sun sneered and spread his hands. Since he had decided to fight, he naturally had to go all out. At that moment, countless peony flowers surrounded him. They were extremely beautiful. In this bloody world of death, the peony divine sun had opened up a world of flowers that felt untainted by mud. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang's Chaos Devil Blade and Black Demonic Aura were simply the most evil of all evil compared to the peony divine sun. Unfortunately, the eyes could not see everything. It was the peony divine sun who seemed to be righteous but had actually slaughtered billions of lives for his own selfish desires. Flower Ancestor. The peony divine sun shouted. A gorgeous peony flower appeared on his palm and rotated in his hand. It had a terrifying power that was no less than the Chaos Devil Blades. It was no less than the peony divine sun's flower, an eternal-level creation divine weapon. This should be the divine artifact of creation that the peony divine child wanted to repair. However, the damage was actually so little that it would not affect the battle at all. Because of this, he wanted to use billions of creatures to make up for it. Choosing to fight with me to train yourself is the biggest mistake of your life. Little devil, you don't even have the right to talk to me. The only person I admire is your big brother. Rather than admiration, it was more like awe. The peony divine sun was really angry. He had not expected that a seemingly insignificant action would put him in such a situation. These shameless people always use the moral high ground to criticize others. Ordinary living beings are insignificant ants. How can the lives of trillions of living beings be compared to a god king? They dare to say that they can't crush these living beings. The peony divine sun's anger was no less than that of Mo Xiaolang. In his anger, he naturally attacked with the most explosive force. 100-Flower Feast. At that moment, it seemed that the entire world of death had been occupied by countless flowers. There was an endless sea of flowers around. The peony divine sun had built a sea of flowers that lay across the sea of blood, trapping Mo Xiaolang in it. The rules of the 100-Flower Feast were activated. In an instant, the entire sea of flowers was changing. Countless flowers exploded and turned into a large number of petals. Those petals gathered together. They were originally formed by the rules. Now, they formed the destructive power of the rules. In the entire sea of flowers, countless petals were like blades that attacked Mo Xiaolang. Swoosh! 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 The space of the world of death was stable. Otherwise, it would have been cut apart. 3 kinds of ancestral fires burned on Mo Xiaolang's Chaos Demon Blade. When the 3 kinds of ancestral fires gathered together, it was a destructive power. Moreover, the 3 kinds of flames repelled each other. As a result, Mo Xiaolang did not need to use the rules at all. Just the 3 kinds of ancestral fires, the creation divine power of the Chaos Demon Blade, and the power of the Celestial Emperor Sun cultivation technique formed a terrifying power. Clang, clang, clang. Facing the 100-Flower Feast, Mo Xiaolang did not need to retreat at all. He directly rushed toward the countless petals. The speed of his Chaos Demon Blade was very fast. Once the petals' rules got close, he would use an extremely powerful force to directly smash them. Bang, bang, bang. Countless huge petals exploded into powder. They exploded around Mo Xiaolang, forming an incomparably beautiful color that did not dissipate. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Mo Xiaolang's flaming blade moved forward with a majestic momentum. The 100-Flower Feast in front of him was continuously smashed. Soon, he approached the peony divine sun. This made the peony divine sun frown slightly. This kid is quite powerful. Even the 100-flower feast can't deal with him. He controlled the flower ancestor. The flower ancestor turned into a huge flower that spun above his head. Every ray of light it emitted would condense into a petal. This was a violent collision between the petals and the Chaos Demon blade. Boom! Mo Xiaolang coldly cut off the last petal. He had already reached the peony divine sun. The Chaos Demon blade slashed down with the power of the 3 kinds of ancestral fires. Dream Flower Bush. At that moment, the peony divine sun did not panic. Instead, he smirked. At that moment, the flower ancestor stood in front of Mo Xiaolang. It changed again. At that moment, the flower ancestor gave birth to a 9-colored light. In an instant, the entire blood sea was surrounded by this light. The powder that had been cut off from the petals shone in the sea of flowers. The peony divine sun had already disappeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. Illusion. Mo Xiaolang's guess was right. This was an illusion. Everything was changing in the dream flower bush. There were all kinds of temptations. Countless peony divine suns appeared around him. It was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was fake. He knew that if this went on, he would definitely be defeated. No wonder he's ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor ranking. He's quite capable. He was much stronger than the Eternal Emperor and the others. However, his eyes quickly turned blood red. The 3 kinds of ancestral fires on his body surged and swept out. No matter what kind of illusion it was, there was no place for the peony divine sun to hide under the eruption of the ancestral fires. In an instant, the 3 kinds of ancestral fires swept the world. The entire death world had a blood sea below and an explosion of 3-colored flames above. It was scorching, cold, and purifying. Boom! The dream flower bush was broken. However, at that moment, it seemed that it was the moment that the peony divine sun had been waiting for a long time to attack. When the dream flower bush was broken, he suddenly appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head. Flower of Rebirth, die. A powerful rule power was probably the peony divine sun's strongest move. Under his control, the flower ancestor appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head. Suddenly, the flower turned completely gray. It was filled with an endless amount of death power. From top to bottom, it descended towards Mo Xiaolang. The gray continued to spread. A slight touch would mean death. There was no way to get rid of it. The peony divine sun had already disappeared. In fact, he had merged with the flower ancestor. It was obvious that the peony divine sun had been preparing for a long time. He wanted to end this battle. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's eyes turned cold. He did not dodge. Instead, he held the Chaos Demon blade with both hands. At that moment, the 3-colored ancestral fire on the Chaos Demon blade surged and instantly formed a huge 3-colored fireball. It grew larger and larger until it was infinitely large. Such a huge fireball was like the sun. When the flower of rebirth descended, the rule power exploded. Refined Sun Imperial Fire. This was the rule power that Di Jun had once used to attack Long Chen. After being swallowed by Mo Xiaolang, it became Mo Xiaolang's. This was Di Jun's ultimate achievement in the way of fire. After being modified by Mo Xiaolang with the 3 kinds of ancestral fires, the power it had formed was something that even Long Chen was looking forward to. When the flower of rebirth descended, the refined Sun Imperial Fire erupted. From bottom to top, the light of the death world shone brightly, completely suppressing the light of the flower of rebirth. The gray was swallowed by the 3-colored flames. Boom! That earth-shattering explosion directly caused the entire death world to tremble. Countless seawater in the blood sea was pushed to the edge of the death world. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The divine power of the refined Sun Imperial Fire was actually not far from the one that Di Jun had displayed that day. Although Mo Xiaolang was slightly weaker than him in terms of power, he had 3 kinds of ancestral fires after all. When everything dissipated, the peony god's body was charred black. Even his pink hair had been completely burned. The flower ancestor in his hand was even more damaged. It was almost at its last gasp. He looked at Mo Xiaolang in a daze above the blood sea. From his point of view, the person next to Long Chen was also a monster. Mo Xiaolang had used absolute power to suppress him. The peony god undoubtedly wanted to win, but so far, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Mo Xiaolang had broken his heavy attacks and dealt him a heavy blow. After the ancestral fire passed, the peony god's body was now charred black. But Mo Xiaolang was in front of him, not injured at all. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang held the Chaos Devil Blade in his hand. The aura of chaos filled the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an unparalleled evil god. Die. At that moment, the defeated peony god's eyes suddenly became fierce. It seemed that he had not been completely defeated. Sure enough, at that moment, when he held the flower ancestor in his hand, he suddenly threw out a black divine talisman with his left hand. It turned out to be an eternal level creation divine weapon. His second eternal level creation divine weapon was the peony god's last hope. This was also the moment when Mo Xiaolang thought that he had been defeated and was least prepared. Xiaolang. Got it. Long Chen reminded him. Buzhou Mountain Divine Talisman. On the other side, the peony god controlled the Buzhou Mountain Divine Talisman. The divine talisman descended on the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. Suddenly, an incomparably huge black mountain appeared behind the divine talisman. Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. It was a terrifying weight. It seemed that the power of this eternal level creation divine weapon lay in its weight. Crush him. The peony god was very excited. This was his final trump card, his ultimate move to save his life. Chapter 30-24. The peony divine sun had hidden the Mount Buzhou divine talisman until the end because it could cause the most damage to the enemy at the most critical moment. Generally speaking, he could use the flower ancestor to finish off his enemies. He rarely used the Mount Buzhou divine talisman. In the myriad realms, not many people knew that he had 2 eternal level divine artifacts. The Mount Buzhou divine talisman looked like a light divine talisman, but its weight was beyond imagination. Given how huge the Mount Buzhou divine talisman was, it was easy to imagine how heavy it was. Once the Mount Buzhou divine talisman was attached to him, he would not even be able to move. He would be crushed. The one who laughs last is the winner. The peony divine sun was furious. A talisman fell from the sky and headed for Mo Xiaolang's head. Even though he was scorched black, he still looked ferocious and proud. Although he had been seriously injured by Mo Xiaolang, the chance to get back at him had come. As long as he used the Mount Buzhou divine talisman to control Mo Xiaolang, he was confident that he could make Long Chen let him go. This was his only hope of survival. However, even under the suppression of the Mount Buzhou divine talisman, Mo Xiaolang did not seem afraid at all. It was difficult for the peony divine sun to notice his expression. After all, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Deity and Ghost Divine Tablet. Mo Xiaolang put down the Chaos Demon Saber and flipped his hand. Suddenly, 8 huge black stone tablets surrounded him. The 8 stone tablets had 8 vivid pictures of heavenly ghosts on them. The killing intent of the Deity and Ghost Divine Tablet completely surpassed that of the Mount Buzhou Divine Talisman. Go! There was a huge roar. The 8 deity and ghost divine tablets formed a stone tablet in a short period of time, directly blocking Mo Xiaolang's head. Just as Mo Xiaolang was about to attack the peony divine sun with his sword, the deity and ghost divine tablet blocked the Mount Buzhou divine talisman. Eternal level. The other party had never expected that Mo Xiaolang would also possess a second eternal rank fortune divine artifact. He had assumed that Mo Xiaolang would die without a doubt. As long as the divine steel blocked the Buzhou mountain divine talisman, the peony divine child would be exposed to Mo Xiaolang. In front of the peony divine child, Mo Xiaolang crossed the blood sea with the terrifying chaotic blade in his hand and attacked. Rumble. At this moment, the Mount Buzhou godly talisman was pasted onto the deity ghost heaven steel. Instantly, the deity ghost heaven steel was suppressed and its weight increased immensely. It broke free from Mo Xiaolang's control and headed towards the depths of the blood sea. Return. Mo Xiaolang turned a deaf ear to it. Just as the huge deity ghost heaven steel crashed into the blood sea, the entire deity ghost heaven steel suddenly changed from 1 piece to 8. The 8 heavenly ghosts reappeared, and the Mount Buzhou godly talisman was only pasted onto one of them. In an instant, one of the deity ghost heaven steel smashed into the blood sea. The other 7 suddenly appeared next to Mo Xiaolang as he rushed towards his opponent. The 7 black stone tablets swept up a monstrous aura and violently attacked Mo Xiaolang. In the peony divine child's eyes, Mo Xiaolang was simple and straightforward at the moment, but he had brought about a crisis of death. Divine talisman. In a panic, he hurriedly controlled the divine talisman to return. However, just as the divine talisman was about to move again, the stone tablet that was stuck to it suddenly flipped over and suppressed the divine talisman for a moment. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. The 7 black stone tablets suddenly smashed beside the peony divine sun, completely trapping him. Mo Xiaolang arrived in the next moment. The chaos monster saber in his hand burst into a blazing light as he roared and slashed down with his saber. Break! The peony divine child was shocked. He manipulated the almost broken flower ancestor to shake the deity ghost heaven steel. Unfortunately, he was injured by the imperial fire of the refined sun and could not escape from the deity ghost heaven steel at all. As he struggled, the chaos demon blade carried 3 kinds of ancestral fire and slashed at his body. Return. Mo Xiaolang controlled the deity ghost heaven steel. Under his control, the deity ghost heaven steel formed a completely sealed space without a single crack. In this sealed space, the 3-colored ancestral fire descended and exploded. Imperial fire of the refined sun, no. Mo Xiaolang's unparalleled power exploded in the deity ghost heaven steel. He did not give his opponent any room for negotiation. When the imperial fire of the refined sun exploded again, the peony divine child, who was completely unable to resist, let out an earth-shattering scream. He had lost. Boom. Everything was destroyed. After a long time, Mo Xiaolang was a little tired. The peony divine child had already turned into ashes in front of him. Under the burning of the 3 ancestral fires, not even a trace of his remnant soul was left. The only things left were the flower ancestor and the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou. Among them, the flower ancestor had been more severely damaged. It would probably take a while and some treasures to recover. The divine talisman of Mount Buzhou, on the other hand, was undamaged. Mo Xiaolang did not think too much about it. He just did not like the peony divine child's behavior. Now, it had been solved. The divine talisman of Mount Buzhou has a different function than the deity ghost heaven steel. It's good for you. Try to control it during this period. You defeated its master, so it will be more convinced of you. Long Chen said. Mo Xiaolang thought about it. The 3 of them were the only ones who could control the eternal rank destinies. Long Chen had to spend time on the primordial dragon pagoda, Lingxi's gate of the universe, and the myriad world's sacred sword would take a lot of effort, especially the myriad world's sacred sword. It seemed that the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou was still suitable for him. 3 eternal rank destinies. It's a little stressful, but I'll give it a try. He went to communicate with the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou with peace of mind. Long Chen spent a total of 2 days searching the entire flower fairy realm, but to no avail. As expected, the legacy blood essence of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon was not in any of the Taihao domain worlds other than the Taihao Divine Realm. Of course, it was also possible that he had missed it. It was also possible that the legacy blood essence was not even in the world of the living, but in some remote place in the Taihao domain. The Shadow Dream Charm Dragon should have fought here, so it's normal to hide the legacy blood essence in some insignificant place. But most importantly, I have to go to the Taihao Divine Realm. What was meant to come seemed to be unavoidable. He had to go to the Taihao Divine Realm eventually. And he had to face Hierarch Taihao eventually. As long as I find some treasures to repair the flower ancestor, I can still use it. If that doesn't work, I can use the flower ancestor to exchange for the gate of the universe. Regardless of whether he is willing to let me search in his Taihao Divine Realm, I still have to go. Most people would not be willing to let others search in their own home. Even Long Chen was not willing. Therefore, he knew that a battle was unavoidable in this trip to the Taihao Divine Realm. Perhaps Hierarch Taihao would appear the moment they got close and fight to take back his gate of the universe. The gate of the universe is very useful and can save a lot of time. I must not give it to him. This was Long Chen's principle. After the final preparations, they were ready to meet Supreme Divinity Taihao. This might be a long confrontation. Mo Xiaolang had already reached his limit in dealing with the Mount Buzhou Divine Talisman. At his current level, it was already a miracle that he could control 3 eternal grade destinies. Of course, his battle prowess had also skyrocketed. With 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts, his current battle prowess was estimated to be in the top 3 of the Divine Emperor list. Among the Divine Emperors, there were very few who could be his opponent. Lingxi was preparing the gate of the universe. After a while, they passed through the gate of the universe towards Hierarch Taihao's base camp, the Taihao Divine Realm. This was the place where the gate of the universe had stayed for a long time. He could go anywhere. The Taihao Divine Realm was in the core of the Taihao domain. A golden planet could be seen in the distance. That was the Emperor Jun realm. Further away, there seemed to be a city at the end of the sky. That was the Fengdu Ghost City. But neither the Emperor Jun realm or the Fengdu Ghost City were as big and magnificent as the Taihao Divine Realm. The Taihao Divine Realm was the place that the god fiends of the Taihao domain yearned for the most. Solemn, huge, and high above, it ruled over nearly 300 worlds in the Taihao domain. From a distance, the Taihao Divine Realm looked like a continent. But unlike the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and Pangu Continent, it was a circular continent. Looking down from the starry sky, it was a huge circular continent divided into 2 parts, one black and one white. To put it simply, it was a Taiji yin and yang fish. The black part seemed to have shadows, while the white part shone brightly. The entire continent revolved around a center, constantly rotating. Of course, the people in the Taihao Divine Realm would not feel this rotation. To them, the earth was motionless, but the stars, the Emperor Jun realm, and the Fengdu Ghost City were revolving around them. It was another magical world. That was not the only magical thing in the myriad worlds. The entire Taihao Divine Realm was about a quarter of the size of Pangu Continent, about the same size as each of the 3 heavens. This was also the standard of an eternal level world. The entire Taihao Divine Realm was shrouded in a black and white brilliance, like a dream. There were many god fiends on it. The white part of the continent was inhabited by the Yang Divine Clan, while the dark part was inhabited by the Yin Demon Clan. The Yang divine clan cultivated the divine Tao, while the Yin demon clan cultivated the fiend Tao. Therefore, the Yang divine clan was the god, and the Yin demon clan was the fiend. The full name of the Taihao divine realm was the Taihao Yin Yang divine realm. According to the rumors, divine Lord Taihao cultivated both god-fiend and fiend. That was why the Yang divine clan and the Yin demon clan could coexist. Now, a figure was above the Taihao divine realm, at the center of its rotation. Venerable, why don't you go after Long Chen and take back the gate of the universe? Since we know he has the gate of the universe, there's no point in going after him. The gate of the universe can traverse myriad worlds. No one can catch up to him. Then are we just going to let it go? That's not it. I heard that he is looking for something in the Taihao divine realm, and has almost searched all 300 worlds. If he still can't find it, I think he will come to the Taihao divine realm. Oh, so Venerable is going to set a trap? The trap is already set. Chapter 30-25. The Taihao Yin-Yang realm, Long Chen and Lingxi came out of the gate of the universe and saw this place from afar. This was the territory of divine Taihao, the original owner of the gate of the universe. Naturally, they could not appear very close to the Taihao Yin-Yang realm. After taking away the gate of the universe and letting Lingxi return to the realm of life, Long Chen headed for the Taihao divine realm. He transformed into a beam of blood-red light and traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The Taihao divine realm seemed far away, but it was actually very close to him. Before long, he was very close to the vast Yin Radiance continent. Compared to the giant-like Pangu continent, the Yin Radiance continent was smaller, but it rotated around a core. It was extremely magical, and the power of heaven and earth on it was about the same level as the third heaven. Half Yin, half Yang, half celestial, half fiend. Before coming here, Long Chen had learned about the Taihao divine realm and divine Taihao from divine Emperor Yu Hua. He already knew that divine Taihao cultivated both Yin and Yang, both celestial and fiend. That was why some people called him divine Taihao Yin and Yang celestial emperor. It was somewhat similar to the Yin and Yang celestial emperor of Pangu continent, but in fact, the laws they were good at were different. It was said that divine Taihao was good at two laws. One was light, the light of dawn, the light of everything. The other was darkness, the shadow, the silence of everything. It was said that the gate of the universe was not divine Taihao's most powerful divine artifact of creation. It was only used more frequently, so more people knew about it. Long Chen looked around. The Taihao Yin-Yang realm was huge. Even if divine Taihao doesn't stop us, it will take a long time to search for it. In the entire Taihao domain, the essence blood of inheritance is most likely to appear here. However, if divine Taihao has been guarding this place for so many years, he may have obtained it. If he does, it will be difficult to find it. In that case, it would not be as simple as defeating divine Taihao, but completely crushing him to force him to take it out. There was not much hope of that, unless Long Chen was willing to exchange something with him. Of course, it wasn't very likely. After all, it was something useless to divine Lord Taihao. When Long Chen arrived in the sky above the Taihao divine world, what was meant to come would come. Although he was still a distance away, he knew that Hierarch Taihao had already discovered him. He already felt like he was being watched. Divinity Taihao was different from the Wildlands Hierarch's desolation and dominance. Divinity Taihao cultivated both fiend god and divinity. It was strange and vast, giving Long Chen the feeling of the god of Taiji. Of course, he had nothing to do with the god of Taiji. Behind him, a man had suddenly appeared. When Long Chen turned around, he saw a young man dressed in a black and white robe behind him. The left side was pure white, while the right side was pure black. Looking up, the middle of his eyebrows and the bridge of his nose were also divided into two colors. One was pure white, while the other was pure black. It was just that their positions were the opposite of his clothes. However, his eyes had no pupils. On the black side of his face, his eyes were white like a core. On the white side, his eyes were black like a core. Around him, the ultimate god-level energy formed a terrifying vortex that surrounded him in the center. He seemed to have merged with the entire Taihao Yin-Yang divine realm. His every move was the Taihao Yin-Yang divine realm's every move. He was a dangerous person. He and Di Jun called each other brothers, and Jian Wushuang had taken away his gate of the universe. Jian Wushuang naturally had to be wary of him. However, Divine Taihao did not show any hostility towards Long Chen. His half-white, half-black lips curled into a gentle smile and said to Long Chen in a demonic and deep voice, "I did not expect the new number 1 Divine Emperor to come to my Taihao divine realm. Welcome, welcome." His attitude was surprisingly friendly. His words, actions, and expressions didn't reveal any hostility. Long Chen was a little surprised. He had originally thought that the other party would fight for the Cosmos Gate as soon as he arrived, let alone allow Long Chen to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Long Chen came here with the idea of trying his luck. Jian Wushuang was naturally vigilant when the other party took the initiative to be friendly. Jian Wushuang said bluntly, "You must be the lord of the Taihao territory, Divine Taihao. To be honest, you must know about the grudge between me and Di Jun. I killed Di Jun and took his things, including the gate of the universe." At this point, Hierarch Taihao shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about it. As the saying goes, treasures are given to heroes. By lending the gate of the universe to Di Jun, I'm also bearing the risk that he might lose it. But you've won the gate of the universe fair and square from Di Jun. That's your good fortune. If you're really embarrassed, just take it as a gift from me." Before Long Chen finished speaking, Divine Taihao had already finished speaking. The other party was very generous and did not care about it at all. If it was not for Divine Emperor Yu Hua, Long Chen would have really believed him. That old fox definitely knows that you're looking for something in the supreme vast divine world. He's definitely thinking about the gate of the universe. Now that he's putting it nicely, he must be thinking of ways to snatch it back. You have to be careful. Divine Emperor Yu Hua definitely knew Divine Taihao better than Long Chen, so Long Chen did not believe what he heard and saw. Of course, this was actually a battle of wits and courage. If he wanted to find the inheritance blood essence of the Shadow Dream Dragon here, he had to stay here and defend against the other party's moves. Since the other party was like this, Long Chen would beat him at his own game. Anyway, he was very confident that he could escape. With the help of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, Divine Taihao might not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he said directly, "In that case, Long Chen will accept your gift. Long Chen will definitely remember this generous gift. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. However, I actually came to the Taihao territory this time because I need your help with something." Long Chen was more than happy to have a good relationship with the other party. This way, he could openly make his request, and the other party would not be able to refuse. Divine Taihao stood between light and darkness. The light was shining, while the darkness was the shadow. He smiled faintly at Long Chen. "I know. I heard that you have been to the Imperial June realm, the ghost city of Fengdu, and some other places. A few days ago, something happened in the Flower Fairy realm. It seems that you helped to kill the Peony God. If you need anything, just let me know." Long Chen said, "That's right. I am in the Taihao territory to find something. I have searched all the other worlds in the Taihao territory, and only the Taihao divine realm is left. I hope that you can let me search for it. It won't take too long." He looked at Divine Taihao's reaction. He roughly knew that Divine Supremacy Taihao's enthusiasm was fake. Since he was faking it, he should have agreed to it. However, Hierarch Taihao shook his head and said, Brother Long Chen, you're making things difficult for me. To me, the Taihao divine realm is my home. The countless living beings here are my descendants. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to come to my home to look for something. Divine Taihao refused. It was strange. Could it be that what he said was true and not an act? Did he really think that he was giving the gate of the universe to him? He is playing hard to get. Believe me, if you say a few more words, he will definitely let you in. Perhaps he has already set up a trap for you. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was more familiar with Divine Taihao. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was not one to be taken advantage of. Hearing this, Long Chen knew what to do. He looked sincerely at Divine Taihao and said, Divine Emperor, Di Jun and I come from the same world. That world is on the verge of destruction, but there are some things that are lost outside. They are things that only we can use. They might have been lost here. How about this, Divine Taihao can send someone to accompany me. I will not touch anything else. When I find it, I will bring it to Divine Emperor for inspection. I will not touch anything else in the Taihao divine realm. Is that okay? Divine Emperor Yu Hua frowned at Long Chen's words. In the end, he said as expected, to be honest, I think you are a trustworthy person. You are much more reliable than Di Jun. Since it is so important to you and belongs to you, we will do as you say. Out of respect for both of us, I will send a Divine Emperor to follow you. If you find it, you have to let me have a look. After all, this is the Taihao divine realm. Long Chen said happily, Thank you, Divine Emperor. Don't worry, I will not take anything from the Taihao divine realm. Divine Emperor, you have helped me a lot this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. On the surface, it was a happy ending. Divine Taihao was watertight, but it was obvious that he had ulterior motives. Although Long Chen had obtained the search plan, he knew that it was also a trap set by Divine Taihao. In the end, whether he would find the inheritance blood essence or be trapped by Divine Taihao's trap would depend on the game between the two of them. This was a battle beyond the battle. Then, I will not waste your time. Let my two disciples lead the way for you. They are more familiar with the Taihao divine realm. After saying that, Divine Taihao disappeared in front of Long Chen. After a while, two ultimate divine emperors appeared. They were a man and a woman. The man was completely black, without a trace of other colors. The woman was pure white, without a trace of other colors. She was terrifyingly white. They were Yuqing and Wuxia. They were the core disciples of Divine Taihao and were probably on the Divine Emperor ranking. They did not speak much. The pure white Wuxia led the way for Long Chen. Please. Long Chen could not be bothered with them. Next, it was a game between him and Divine Taihao. It depended on whether Divine Emperor Yu Hua's trap was better or if he found the inheritance blood essence first. Chapter 30-26. The supreme vast divine world was several times larger than Fengdu Ghost City. It would take about a month just to look at some key areas. If one were to search carefully, it would probably take half a year. Time is of the essence. I have to find the key areas first. But Divine Taihao's traps will be set in these places, and the essence blood is most likely to be in these places. Long Chen weighed his options and decided to let Yuqing and Wuxia bring him to a few key locations. This was a challenge for him. Perhaps Hierarch Taihao was very confident in his trap, but Long Chen was also very confident in himself. Hierarch Taihao only wanted the gate of the universe. Even if he failed in the end, he could just return the gate of the universe to him. There would be no danger of death. It didn't seem like the hatred between him and Di Jun. Following that, under the guidance of the two divine emperors of the supreme vast divine world, Long Chen went through all the traps in the supreme vast divine world. There were many forbidden areas that even Yuqing and Wuxia did not dare to enter, but Long Chen went through them all in one go. But he didn't find anything. During this time, he saw the sun god race and the shadow demon race. One cultivated as a god, the other cultivated as a demon. It was a miracle that the two coexisted in the same world. Yuqing was from the shadow demon race, and Wuxia was from the sun god race. Most of the sun god race cultivated the rule of light. Divine Taihao was the pinnacle of everything. The two were very close to each other on the Divine Emperor list. They were both in the 40s, similar to Taiqing Heaven's 9 swords Shenhuang. In the Taihao Divine Realm, Long Chen had gone through the Well of Demons, the battlefield of the gods, and the Forbidden Land blessed by heaven. He hadn't encountered any of Divine Taihao's traps yet. Of course, Long Chen didn't look at Divine Taihao again. It was as if he had disappeared. Usually, the ancestral dragons leave their essence blood in places that ordinary people can't get close to, such as the Sacred Star of Destiny, the Three-Life Divine Stone, and the Necropolis of the Massacre Dragon, so Long Chen decided to finish searching these places first. He had to admit that he had obtained the essence blood by chance. This time, he spent the longest time looking for it, and there was no result. After we finish the next place, we'll have to go to the Darkness Continent, Wuxia said to Long Chen. They had already searched half of the vast Yin-Yang divine world. Where is the next place? Long Chen could vaguely sense that in this bright world, there seemed to be extreme darkness gathered in front of him. It's the Eye of Light. Actually, it's very easy to see the Eye of Light in the sky above the supreme vast divine world. It's where the young fish's eye is. Corresponding to it is the Eye of Darkness in the Darkness Continent. The Eye of Light and Darkness are the most dangerous places in the supreme vast divine world. All the yin-yang spiritual energy in the supreme vast divine world originates from these two places. However, these two places are the places where the power is the most rampant. Even the fiend gods can't get close to them. Oh, it was a place similar to Pangu's heart. However, the Pangu spiritual energy in Pangu's heart was gentle, while the Eye of Light and Darkness was brutal. If Hierarch Taihao wants to set a trap for you, this is probably the place. You have to be very careful in the Eye of Light, Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Long Chen smiled faintly. In this place, he opened the Death Rain and left the brand of the Death Rain here. If he was trapped there, he could appear here through the Death Rain. This brand could be preserved for at least 10 days. Then, he had the resurrection from the dead, the primordial dragon pagoda, the gate of the universe, and other things to rely on. Even Di Jun's forbidden realm of eternity couldn't trap Long Chen now. Moreover, he had Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi as his assistants. If the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's inheritance blood exists, it might be in the Eye of Light. The so-called Eye of Light was actually the birthplace of the dark force of the entire Taihao divine realm. It was the core of the Radiance continent. The countless forces that were born were actually directly transferred to the Dark Continent from the sky. Of course, the Eye of Darkness was the birthplace of the Light Force, which was transferred to the Radiance continent from the sky. Endless light surrounded Long Chen, but he could see that the sky and the continent in front of him were already shrouded in the dark force. In the mountains ahead, a long black dragon rose up into the sky, then spread out and headed in the direction of the Dark Continent. That long black dragon was the dark spiritual Qi. The dark spiritual Qi born in the Eye of Light engulfed the entire Dark Continent and created countless demon spirits in the Taihao divine realm. We're here. We won't go any further from here. We'll wait for you here. However, I still have to warn you. The dark spiritual Qi in the Eye of Light is too rampant. You'd better be careful. It's best not to go too deep. Otherwise, even if you go in, you might not be able to come out. Although Wuxia said it was a warning, his face was expressionless. All right. Thank you, both of you. Long Chen headed straight for the Eye of Light. Seeing his figure getting smaller and smaller, their expressions didn't change at all. They only informed divine supremacy Taihao when Long Chen disappeared from their vision. Master, he's already gone in the Eye of Light. When Long Chen arrived here, he was already engulfed by the dark spiritual qi. In this extremely majestic spiritual qi, he could no longer see things that were too far away. Of course, he hadn't actually reached the Eye of Light. The spiritual qi in this place is rampant and violent. It's no wonder no one comes here. However, a place with such dense spiritual qi will definitely give birth to natural treasures. Therefore, people will still come to take the risk. However, there was no one around him. This was a little strange. This was still the periphery. It seems like his trap is here. Long Chen sneered. Although he was aware of this, he continued forward. The dark spiritual qi was like a demon, sweeping and tearing violently. Loud tearing sounds and roars could be heard. The violent power could directly tear a god-king into powder. Boom, boom, boom. Endless rumbling sounds were heard everywhere. According to estimates, even a god-emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the core of the Eye of Light, let alone go deep into the core. About 2 hours later, Long Chen finally arrived at the real Eye of Light. This was because the endless dark spiritual energy had erupted in the endless abyss in front of him and swept towards the sky. It was like a huge black dragon rushing towards the sky. Long Chen had to control his body steadily in this place. He took out the black jade dragon head's eye and paid attention to its movements at all times. There was still no movement at this position. Long Chen decided to go down. The moment you go down, it might be his trap. I know. However, Long Chen also knew that the place where the inheritance blood essence could possibly exist was in the depths of the Eye of Light. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and rushed into the abyss of the Eye of Light. In an instant, countless violent forces attacked and tore at him. Boom, boom, boom. Violent dark spiritual qi kept erupting around him. Spiritual qi erupted and pushed him up into the sky. Long Chen had to withstand this force and go deeper into the Eye of Light. Although he didn't know how deep the Eye of Light was. After descending for about 2 hours, Long Chen was almost at his limit. If he went any further, he might have to rely on the primordial dragon pagoda. However, Long Chen knew that he couldn't show his trump card before Hierarch Taihao made his move. I haven't found the inheritance blood essence yet, and I don't know how deep the Eye of Light is. At this position, if there's a trap, it should be time to activate it. Long Chen had to focus on Hierarch Taihao now. If the other party insisted on using extreme methods, he could only fight for a chance to stay and search in the Taihao divine realm. Suddenly, he felt Hierarch Taihao's presence. Indeed. Dark torrent. He suddenly turned his head and saw Hierarch Taihao appear above him. He could only see a shadow. After all, the dark spiritual qi here was too dense and completely affected his perception. When Long Chen sensed Hierarch Taihao, it was actually the time for him to make his move. In that instant, within the Eye of Light, the incomparably violent dark spiritual qi around Long Chen suddenly turned into a liquid state. Black waves. In this way, the tearing power of the dark spiritual energy could be said to have increased by several times. If Ling Shi were to appear in this position, it was very likely that she would not be able to withstand such a great tearing power. She would also not be able to use the Cosmos Gate. This was probably Hierarch Taihao's plan. His nomological laws and the surrounding dark spiritual energy actually formed a kind of superposition. If this was outside, this nomological law definitely wouldn't be able to display such strength. Indeed, this is the trap he set up. Hierarch Taihao clearly knew that the one controlling the gate of the universe was Lingxi. Lingxi did not have a strong body like Long Chen, so her appearance in the Eye of Light would only be dangerous. That was why he chose this place. Not to mention Lingxi, if the dark torrent was activated in the center of the dark spiritual qi, Long Chen would not be able to withstand it for long. Once it started, his body began to crack. You can't use the gate of the universe. Return it to me. This is my only request. If you don't return it, I can only trap you here and crush you to pieces. Hierarch Taihao's voice was very cold and indifferent. To think that you were willing to part with it. It seems that you are not a magnanimous person. Long Chen still sneered in the terrifying storm. You know the use of the gate of the universe. It is more important than ordinary eternal grade destinies. I cannot give it to you for free. You are not a fool, and I hope that you will not risk your life for it. I have no intention of going against you, but what is mine will ultimately be mine. No one else can take it away. As Hierarch Taihao spoke, he strengthened his nomological power when he saw that Long Chen did not respond. Chapter 30-27. At the Eye of Light, the dark spiritual energy was at the limit of what a divine emperor could withstand. Divine Lord Taihao's dark rules amplified the chaos. Divine Lord Taihao, who was already an ultimate god, was several times more powerful. He attacked quickly, hoping to force Long Chen to admit defeat as soon as possible. If he did not, it would be a devastating blow. Amidst the dark tide, Long Chen resisted the power as he looked across the dark ocean and saw Divine Lord Taihao's cold eyes. Divine Lord Taihao would not stop until he surrendered. Long Chen was not surprised. He had already prepared to fight Divine Lord Taihao when he dared to come to the Taihao Divine Realm. Give me back the gate of the universe. Divine Lord Taihao roared. Impossible. He did not expect Long Chen to give him such a firm answer. This made him so angry that he laughed. However, in the next moment, Long Chen opened up a blood-colored door in the midst of his raging dark tide. He entered and disappeared right in front of Divine Lord Taihao's eyes. Yes. Divine Lord Taihao was sure that Long Chen had left. He withdrew his rules and the dark spiritual energy calmed down. Of course, the calmness was only relative to the previous state. Even if it was calm, it was still a place that divine emperors would not dare to come. It seems like I have underestimated his abilities in this aspect. However, this is good too. I can test his abilities if I fight him head-on. He wants to search for something in the supreme vast divine world and will not leave easily. I have plenty of opportunities to take back the gate of the universe. Divine Lord Taihao thought as he left. Before long, he rushed out of the Eye of Light. Master, Long Chen said he is waiting for you in the starry sky. Yu Qing and Wuxia approached after he came out. They were shocked to see Long Chen, who was supposed to be suppressed by Divine Lord Taihao in the Eye of Light, suddenly appear before them. Divine Lord Taihao's plan had obviously failed. Did he attack you? No, his attitude was good, said Wuxia. I understand. In fact, this was also Long Chen's intention to fight him fair and square. He did not attack Divine Venerable Taihao's disciple nor did he destroy the supreme vast divine world. Instead, he left for the cosmos like a gentleman. I want to return to the gate of the universe, and he wants to find what he wants in the supreme vast divine world. It looks like we'll have to fight after all. Since the trap won't work, let's fight openly. After saying that, Divine Supremacy Taihao vanished before their eyes. He headed towards the endless starry sky above the Taihao divine world. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have used that little trick just now. You and I both have our own needs, and we can solve them in a battle. Above the starry sky, Hierarch Taihao appeared in front of Long Chen. Other than the Wildland sect leader, this was the first time Long Chen had faced a Tai God realm expert, a supreme god. However, that time, the Wildland sect leader had only tested him. He had not actually attacked. You know me a little, so you naturally know that I control the realms of life and death. Yet, you still want to use a place like the Eye of Light to trap me. It's really too boring. Long Chen was already confident. Indeed, he easily broke through the trap set up by Divine Supremacy Taihao. Hierarch Taihao smiled faintly. I know that the realms of life and death are mysterious, but I didn't expect them to be this mysterious. You can even escape from the Eye of Light. Logically speaking, the gate of the universe should be affected by the dark spiritual chi there. All in all, I have indeed underestimated you. Otherwise, he would not have continued his search in the supreme vast divine world. Hierarch Taihao could not refuse. Otherwise, he would not have continued searching in the supreme vast divine world. Hierarch Taihao said, then let's do it this way. You and I will fight. If you lose, you will return the gate of the universe to its owner. If you win, I will let you search the supreme vast divine world for as long as you want. Long Chen thought about it and shook his head. That won't do. It's not fair. If I lose, I will lose an eternal level fate divine weapon. If you lose, you will lose nothing. Hierarch Taihao said, then what do you want? Long Chen said, it's very simple. You are a supreme deity, and I am only a deity emperor. Everyone knows that it is difficult for me to defeat you. Otherwise, the Taihao domain would not be your territory, but Di Jun's. So, what I mean is that I will send 3 people to attack you. That will determine the winner. To be honest, this was a direct confrontation between the legendary Long Chen and Hierarch Taihao. Many people in the Taihao divine realm knew about it, including the experts. A large number of people had gathered below to watch the 2 figures in the sky, who were like stars in the sky. Oh! Hierarch Taihao thought for a while. At that moment, Long Chen had already sent Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi out. The 2 of them stood side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. Just the 3 of you. Hierarch Taihao was a little surprised. He thought that Long Chen would find 1 or 2 ultimate gods to help. If it's just these 2, then it's no problem. He readily agreed. With his cultivation level, he could easily tell that these 2 were ultimate divine emperors. They had their own unique characteristics and were obviously very close to Long Chen's level. However, Divine Lord Taihao did not feel that they were much of a threat. After confirming it, the atmosphere became tense. Hierarch Taihao took a look at the supreme vast divine world below. Even the battle here would affect the supreme vast divine world. Therefore, he moved a part of the place and the supreme vast divine world became smaller and smaller in his eyes. Big brother, I'm a little nervous, Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. He did not expect Long Chen to get them to fight Hierarch Taihao. It was too exciting, this is a valuable experience. Don't worry, you guys just need to influence him from the side. I'll be the main one. Long Chen was in a very relaxed mood. Currently, Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi had grown up very quickly and lacked actual combat experience. It was not easy to meet an ultimate god-level opponent, alright. Lingxi had basically not made a move yet. He knew that Long Chen wanted to train them. Of course, there was a certain risk. However, seeing how confident he was, he should be able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, Hierarch Taihao stood in front of them. The power of black and white, light, and darkness formed a majestic vortex around him. The power of an ultimate god swept out. It should be eternal level power. However, the power of an ultimate god was very powerful. Hierarch Taihao's power was the sum of Long Chen and the other 2. At that moment, Hierarch Taihao had no emotions at all. His face was black and white like a machine. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen noticed that there were 2 changes happening to his body. One was on his finger, and the other was on his neck. A black ring appeared on his finger. Its shape was unclear, but the moment it appeared, Long Chen and the others felt a sense of suppression. It was just a small ring, but it seemed to have endless shadows within it. Just like Devil was black hole law, it was an endless vortex. It was an eternal level creator artifact. Besides that, there was an incomparably gorgeous platinum necklace around his neck. Every gemstone was as dazzling as the eternal opal stone, and they were dazzling and radiant. This was also an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. So the rumors are true. Hierarch Tai Hao, apart from the Gate of the Universe, really has two semi-original incipient artifacts. The black ring is Shadow, and the platinum necklace is Dawn. Both are semi-original incipient artifacts. Long Chen realized that he had underestimated this guy. Di Jun had a semi-original incipient artifact, the Myriad World's Divine Sword, and Hierarch Tai Hao could suppress him. Now that he thought about it, it was normal for him to have two semi-original incipient artifacts. Shadow, Dawn, indeed, the black ring looked small, but it could easily cover everything in the world. The light of dawn was still in the process of awakening. As soon as the two creator artifacts appeared, Long Chen and the others felt great pressure. Mo Xiaolang retreated to the left and held the Chaos Devil Saber with both hands. The other two creator artifacts were hidden in the dark. Lingxi's Gate of the Universe was Hierarch Tai Hao's target, so it was still on her arm. But now, she took out the illusory Myriad World's Divine Sword and held it in her hand, which attracted Hierarch Tai Hao's attention. Myriad World's Divine Sword. Hierarch Tai Hao squinted. It seems that Di Jun's death is all because of you. Both the Gate of the Universe and the Myriad World's Divine Sword were under Lingxi's control. To be honest, Hierarch Tai Hao was very shocked. Lingxi had the Gate of the Universe and the Space Principle, so Long Chen didn't need to worry about his safety. At this moment, Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hands. His murderous intent exploded. Humph! Hierarch Tai Hao snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he launched his attack. He didn't move. He reached for the necklace on his neck. In that instant, the dawn exploded with terrifying light. This was Hierarch Tai Hao's attainment in the Rule of Light. The Rule of Light was displayed through the dawn. In that instant, the dawn exploded, piercing through everything in the world. Cosmic Divine Light. This beam of light swept in all directions. It was like the first beam of light since the creation of the world. Even in the eyes of the people in the Tai Hao Divine Realm, the sky and everything in the world turned completely white. Of course, Hierarch Tai Hao wouldn't attack the Tai Hao Divine Realm. Therefore, they were safe. As for Long Chen and the others, they were in the most direct line of attack of the Cosmic Divine Light. Long Chen didn't worry about Lingxi. Under Long Chen's command, she directly used the Gate of the Universe to travel to a place where the Cosmic Divine Light couldn't reach. As for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was very straightforward. He directly retreated to Mo Xiaolang's side and opened the Death's Rain to enter. This way, no matter how destructive the Cosmic Divine Light was, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Chapter 30-28. Coming out of the Death Rain unscathed, Divine Lord Tai Hao's wrath formed a power that connected the endless territories. Everything seemed to tremble in his light and darkness. Not far away, Lingxi also appeared from the Gate of the Universe. There are no rules to begin with. Why can't we do this? Long Chen smiled faintly. During a battle, every second and minute could change dramatically. Now, he held the Ghost Blood Curse and descended in front of Divine Lord Tai Hao. Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang hid in the dark. I understand. Divine Lord Tai Hao's voice was cold for a long time. The starry sky behind him was divided into two. On the left was an endless world of light, and on the right was a world of darkness shrouded in shadows. In the world of light, power surged. In the world of darkness, shadows lurked. Murderous intentions were all hidden in the deepest depths. When Divine Lord Tai Hao's voice trailed off, Long Chen and he attacked at the same time. Death Rain Massacre. The moment the ghost blood curse appeared before him, the swastika symbol exploded and spread toward Divine Lord Tai Hao. At this moment, a third eye appeared between Long Chen's brows. It was completely blood-red. It was the core of the death rain. Behind him was a surging, endless sea of blood. It was the power of the entire death rain. The murderous intentions of the entire death rain gathered in this sword. Pure murderous intentions. The sword exploded. The death rain massacre slashed down. Within the sword light was a sword-shaped dragon shadow. It let out an earth-shattering roar and slashed toward Divine Lord Tai Hao. Not bad. After finally witnessing Long Chen's power, Divine Lord Tai Hao confirmed that he could fight against Divine Lords. However, fighting and defeating were two different things. Facing Long Chen's attack, Divine Lord Tai Hao took out the Shadow Ring. This semi-primeval incipient grade creator divine weapon was the Heart of Darkness. At this moment, it was beating like a real heart. Shadow Hand. With a flip of his hand, the shadow fused with Hierarch Tai Hao's palm. In an instant, endless darkness gathered on his palm, forming an incomparably huge dark palm. It was invisible and yet tangible at the same time, blocking Hierarch Tai Hao's attack. It was just a palm, but it was half the size of the Tai Hao divine world. In this palm, Long Chen and his attack were as insignificant as ants. Rip. The huge shadow hand tore Long Chen apart. However, the shadow hand was like cotton. After it was torn apart, Long Chen was surrounded by it and fell into an endless swamp of darkness. If he did not use a special method, Long Chen would be trapped in the swamp and become a turtle in Divine Supremacy Tai Hao's jar. It was clear that Divine Supremacy Tai Hao had the upper hand in this battle. Long Chen's Death World Calamity was unable to do anything to him. However, Long Chen would not just sit and wait for his death. He is indeed a terrifying opponent, a supreme deity. Hierarch Tai Hao was already at the pinnacle of all realms. Long Chen had opened the Death World Dragon Gate and escaped from the dark swamp. It had taken him very little time to do so. By the time he appeared, Mo Xiaolang's second wave of attack had already erupted according to his plan. Sun Refining Imperial Fire. This would be the most shocking scene for Hierarch Tai Hao. His former friend Di Jun's nomological law was being used by Mo Xiaolang. Furthermore, it had been modified. The three ancestral fires formed an incomparably huge sun. It swallowed terrifying waves of fire and combined with its unstable form. When Hierarch Tai Hao used the Shadow Hand to stop Long Chen, the sun-refining imperial fire descended on his head. Not bad. Hierarch Tai Hao was shocked. He naturally tried to defend himself. However, he was not prepared for this attack in his haste. The Dawn Necklace suddenly expanded and formed a gemstone shield that surrounded him. Then, the sun-refining imperial fire exploded in front of him. Boom! In the endless universe, all that could be seen was flames. Looking up from the Tai Hao divine realm, the sky was actually completely covered by the sea of fire. Nothing could be seen. The battle was still ongoing. Long Chen could clearly feel that Hierarch Tai Hao's shield had been torn apart under the suppression of the sun-refining imperial fire. The nomological law that Mo Xiaolang had prepared for a long time should have posed a certain threat to him. Of course, every ultimate god was a supreme one. They would not be defeated so easily. If he could defeat Hierarch Tai Hao in one move, Long Chen would not have needed to put on such a show. When the sun-refining imperial fire erupted, Lingxi was also prepared under Long Chen's instructions. She hid the gate of the universe. Mo Xiaolang's sun-refining imperial fire was above while the gate of the universe was below. When the sun-refining imperial fire erupted and suppressed Hierarch Taihao, Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe at the most chaotic moment. Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Although she was a little nervous, Lingxi still swallowed him into the forbidden realm of eternity under the best conditions and under circumstances that Hierarch Taihao did not expect. To Hierarch Taihao, his biggest mistake today was that he did not know that the two opponents had Di Jun's abilities. It was as if Di Jun had been disintegrated by them. That was supposed to be Di Jun's killer move, but it had fallen into Lingxi's hands. It's the forbidden zone of eternity. Lingxi was still unable to completely suppress Hierarch Taihao in that frozen world. Thus, Hierarch Taihao was still able to speak. However, his movements were greatly restricted. Hierarch Taihao was about to use his own power to destroy the forbidden zone of eternity. Although Lingxi had learned the nomological law, she was not as good at using it as Di Jun. This was a problem of battle experience. However, Lingxi's silver hair was flying. She had no intention of stopping. Under the attack of the sun-refining imperial fire, Hierarch Taihao was already slightly injured. Forbidden Zone Obliteration Cut. Under the slaughter of the myriad worlds' god sword, the forbidden realm of the eternal world in front of him shattered. Endless spatial fragments enveloped Hierarch Taihao. Originally, the destruction of the forbidden realm of the eternal world would have destroyed Hierarch Taihao along with it, just like what happened to Long Chen previously. However, Hierarch Taihao was stronger now. In that instant, the shadow turned into liquid and covered his entire body. Boom boom boom. In Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi and Hierarch Taihao appeared again after a strong vibration of space. Lingxi quickly dodged to avoid a head-on confrontation with Hierarch Taihao. Hierarch Taihao was currently very wasteful in the face of the three's nomological attacks, especially the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. His body was lacerated with several bloody scars. His majestic aura was also greatly affected. It could be said that he was in a position where he was being crushed by Long Chen and the others. For an ultimate god, it was an intolerable humiliation. Therefore, Hierarch Taihao was furious. Long Chen realized the danger and had already warned Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. After this attack, Hierarch Taihao was likely to target them. It was just as Long Chen had expected. Blackheart Curse. Suddenly, the black shadow ring condensed on his palm. After being suppressed by Long Chen and the others, Hierarch Taihao finally entered the battle mode that he had not entered for a long time. He became ruthless. His nomological rule was cast on Mo Xiaolang in the distance. A nomological rule transcended everything and moved forward in the darkness. It was an irresistible nomological rule that descended on Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang let out a low roar. Xiaolang. Long Chen was a little nervous. He could tell that the so-called Blackheart Curse was a terrifying dark force. It was like a parasite in Mo Xiaolang's body. It began to melt and corrode his heart before spreading to his entire body. If it was not stopped, Mo Xiaolang would definitely melt in the darkness and turn into ashes. That was the power of Hierarch Taihao when he was angry. However, when Long Chen was at his most nervous, Mo Xiaolang's hair turned green. A large amount of chaos green fire appeared on his body and enveloped him. The chaos green fire was a flame of purification and also had the characteristics of the fire of life. Perhaps it was the most suitable to deal with a nomological rule like the Blackheart Curse. Don't worry, big brother. I can control it, but it will take some time to completely expel it. Mo Xiaolang quickly sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen relaxed a little, but he soon had a bad feeling. Sure enough, although Lingxi was further away, Hierarch Taihao still attacked her. Seeing this, Lingxi immediately activated the Gate of the Universe, but Hierarch Taihao was faster. Lost Forbidden Zone. It was a strange, swift, and irresistible nomological rule. Against Imo Xiaolang, it was the Blackheart curse. Against Lingxi, it was the dazzling light. Countless rays of light gathered in the starry sky and formed a dazzling gem, trapping Lingxi and the gate of the universe within. Don't worry, Chen. These nomological rules can't do anything to me. I will soon be able to activate the gate of the universe. Within the resplendent gem, Lingxi spoke words that reassured Long Chen. Their 3 lifetimes threads were still connected. This allowed Lingxi to completely utilize the power of the two of them at critical moments. In fact, the same was true for Long Chen. This was the benefit of having Lingxi grow stronger. If the two of them were to fuse as one, the explosive power they could unleash would be unimaginable. There was one more person, and that was Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's Yin demon. If she was at the same level as Lingxi, Long Chen would be able to reach greater heights in a short period of time if he fused with her. You're the only one left. Hierarch Tai Hao's angry eyes finally fell on Long Chen. He naturally wanted to end the battle once and for all. At this moment, without hesitation, Hierarch Tai Hao used Dawn and Shadow at the same time. He used 2 semi-primeval incipient-grade creator divine weapons to use the same nomological rule. However, there were 2 nomological rules hidden within this one nomological rule. This gave Long Chen a great inspiration. Evidently, Hierarch Tai Hao had fused the 2 nomological rules of light and darkness in this move. Chapter 30-29. The shadow released by the shadow had already covered countless starry skies. There was only a deathly stillness in sight. On the other hand, a light comparable to the divine light of the universe was born from the dawn, forming an ocean of light that controlled countless territories. The Hierarch Tai Hao was unprecedentedly strong at this moment. In the next moment, the rules erupted from the shadow and the dawn. Heart of light and darkness. Suddenly, a huge heart was born on the boundary between light and darkness. This heart was covered in black and white stripes, as if it was the core of the world. It was beating violently, letting out a terrifying roar. Every time this heart beat, there would be a destructive impact in front of Long Chen. Too strong. Long Chen had no choice but to admit it. However, he might not be afraid in a situation where he could only defend himself. When Supremacy Tai Hao had made his move, the third eye between his brows had given birth to a new color. Now, the power of the world of life and the world of death was being used together. The opponent can perfectly combine the power of light and darkness into a heart. If I can do it too, it will be perfect. The fusion of the powers of light and darkness gave Long Chen a visual and spiritual impact. It made him deeply experience the infinite changes of the nomological laws. When it came to the fusion of the nomological laws, Hierarch Tai Hao was definitely the first to do so. Life and Death Calamity. Ghost Blood Curse and Sacrificial Spear. One left, one right. On the left was the turquoise whirlpool of life, on the right was the murderous sea of blood. Long Chen tried his best to let these 2 rules be close to each other, letting the most violent sea of blood merge with the whirlpool that took away life, retaining their common characteristics, but stimulating their own powers that didn't exist. The heart of light and darkness in front of him gave Long Chen the greatest reference. He entered a perfect state, like a copy, imitating the opponent's rules. A deeper understanding of the heart would require more careful research in the future. In front of the heart of light and darkness, Long Chen's eyes glowed brightly. The blood sea churned and the green vortex swept out. Behind him, under his strong will, the power of life and death, the vortex of the realm of life and the blood sea of the realm of death fused together, turning into a blood-colored vortex. The slaughter of the blood sea and the life deprivation rule of the whirlpool completely fused together, forming a kind of qualitative change. In that instant, the ghost blood curse and the heavenly spear attacked with the same attack. This was a true life and death calamity. Under the circumstances, Lord Taihao had given Long Chen the greatest reference and allowed him to achieve a breakthrough at this critical moment. When the life-death calamity erupted, the power formed was already enough to be in a stalemate with Lord Taihao. Then, there was a destructive collision. Rumble. The entire vast yin-yang godly realm was trembling. The supreme divinity is fighting someone else. How terrifying. That Long Chen Shenhuang hasn't been defeated yet? It said that he defeated Di Jun. His cultivation is very close to the supreme divinity level, but there are 3 of them and only one supreme divinity. It's not fair. Don't worry. Even if there are 300 of them, the supreme divinity will still defeat him. Our supreme divinity is the master of the entire vast domain and controls 300 worlds. The gods and demons of the vast yin-yang godly realm were naturally more knowledgeable. Protect. A large number of divine emperors and demon emperors stood above the vast divine realm, protecting the entire continent. After all, the battle had exceeded their expectations. Even Lord Taihao himself didn't expect it to reach such a level. The battle was still in chaos. The power of life and death, light and darkness were completely mixed together. The entire starry sky was in such chaos that there was no way to avoid it. Lord Taihao was extremely shocked. At this time, the power of life and death was wreaking havoc around him. He actually blocked it. Lord Taihao didn't expect that Long Chen would be able to block his killing move head-on. This was simply a miracle. Moreover, he saw that Long Chen was also able to fuse 2 types of laws like him. In this myriad of worlds, other than him, there was no one else who could do it. He didn't have much time to think. Just as he was resisting the power of life and death, Mo Xiaolang suddenly appeared above him. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already consumed the curse of Blackheart with the chaotic green flame. At this time, he suddenly appeared at the most chaotic moment. Divine Ghost Steel. In an instant, 8 divine ghost steels burning with ancestral fire fell from the sky, suppressing Lord Taihao. The 8 steels quickly merged into one. It was like a continent that Lord Taihao couldn't dodge at all. Break. He didn't particularly care about Mo Xiaolang's attack. While resisting the power of life and death, he summoned the shadow and used the shadow hand to block the huge divine ghost sky steel. But something unbelievable happened. The divine ghost steel broke his shadow hand. His law of darkness was broken like tofu. According to Lord Taihao's estimation of the divine ghost steel, this was simply impossible. But it did happen. The divine ghost celestial steel broke the shadow hand and hit revered supremacy Taihao's head. His head was bleeding, but he wasn't seriously injured. However, in the battle between him and Long Chen, this kind of change would cause him to collapse. Rumble. The slaughter of the world of death and the life of the world of life rushed into his body at the same time. The 3 kinds of injuries were simply overwhelming Lord Taihao. In fact, Lord Taihao didn't know that Mo Xiaolang had directly stuck the Buzhou Mountain God talisman on the divine ghost steel. At first, he was the one controlling the divine ghost steel. Later on, the Buzhou Mountain God talisman suppressed the divine ghost steel and directly hit Lord Taihao's head. In the chaos, the divine ghost steel was broken into 8 pieces by Lord Taihao. However, Mo Xiaolang didn't care at all because his Buzhou Mountain God talisman had broken away and stuck to Lord Taihao's head while he was resisting Long Chen's power. Terrifying weight. Even Lord Taihao's body was crushed by this power, and countless blood vessels were formed. This wasn't the end. At this moment, the gate of the universe opened behind Lord Taihao and Lingxi's beautiful figure appeared from it. Kill him. Long Chen said. Oh, okay. Lingxi was in a hurry, but she had no problem using the law. Now was the best time. The moment she appeared, the myriad world's godly sword appeared as well. World Annihilation / When Di Jun used this law, he could directly block Long Chen's life and death calamity. This was Lingxi's strongest killing move. She followed Long Chen's instructions and channeled her strongest power into the Myriad World's godly sword. The Myriad World's godly sword manifested 10,000 worlds in the universe. 10,000 worlds were annihilated. After the annihilation, a destructive sword qi was born. The sword qi swept through the space between Lord Taihao and himself at the fastest speed in this battle. Lord Taihao was attacked by Long Chen and the others from 3 directions at the same time. He had just been tortured by the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman and Long Chen's life and death calamity when Lingxi's world annihilation / came. When he turned around, he saw the sword qi born from the annihilation of 10,000 worlds. Dawn. Boom. Even the power of dawn couldn't block the Myriad World's godly sword and world annihilation / With a crash, Lord Taihao was cut in half. The higher the level of the body, the harder it was to recover. This kind of injury had already doomed Lord Taihao's defeat. Especially the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman. Under the suppression of the divine talisman, he felt the weight of the entire continent. His body was constantly breaking apart. Heart of Taishu. At this moment, the heaven-sacrificing spear pierced through the power of light and darkness and arrived in front of Lord Taihao. The power of stopping time swept out. If it was before, it might not have been able to lock onto him. But now, under the influence of the heart of Taishu, Lord Taihao couldn't move. Whoosh! The tip of the heaven-sacrificing spear pierced the heart of precepts of Hierarch Taihao. As long as it pierced the heart of precepts, time would accelerate. Even if it couldn't kill him, it would cause him to lose most of his strength and even cause him to fall to the Divine Emperor realm. Long Chen knew that among the Life Realm Calamity, Death Realm Calamity and Heart of Great Void, the Heart of Great Void was the most lethal. That was the power of time. For Lord Taihao, everything seemed to have stopped. You've lost. You know it. Long Chen didn't want to say anything more. The details of the battle could be seen by everyone in the Taihao Yin-Yang godly world. Lord Taihao had already lost. It would be unbecoming of a dignified Lord Taihao to go back on his words at this moment. After saying that, Long Chen first let Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi return to the life realm. They had performed well in this battle. Without them, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat Lord Taihao unless he used the power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Then, he removed the heart of Taishu. When the heart of Taishu disappeared, Lord Taihao's broken body started to fuse back together. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. The black and white eyes looked at Long Chen quietly. Of course, it was dangerous. However, Long Chen knew that the gap between them wasn't that big, so he wasn't afraid of him. He didn't need to say anything. He just waited for Lord Taihao to say it. At this moment, when the deity emperors spread the news of Lord Taihao's defeat, the entire Taihao Yin-Yang godly world was in an uproar. Of course, they weren't willing to believe it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still held a deep grudge against Long Chen. Alright, you've won. Lord Taihao finally said something to reassure Long Chen. After that, he returned to the Taihao godly world and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Although he didn't say anything else, since he had won, it was Long Chen's right to search the Taihao godly world. He heaved a sigh of relief and rested for a while in the life realm. Daddy, were you beating up bad guys just now? Xiao Longyan turned into a divine dragon and coiled around Long Chen's neck. Her pair of big eyes stared at Long Chen. Chapter 30. Hierarch Taihao hid in the Taihao divine world and did not appear again. He seemed to have lost his desire to take back the gate of the universe. Information of this level could not be concealed in the myriad worlds. Soon, many people knew that Long Chen had challenged Hierarch Tai Hao in the Tai Hao Divine World. Although he had 2 helpers, he had defeated Hierarch Tai Hao in the end. As a result, Long Chen's strength was even more recognized. Many people now regarded him as a godly venerable. Even though the celestial emperors in the Tai Hao Divine World hated Long Chen, they also respected Long Chen. No one noticed Long Chen. They only dared to look at him from afar but did not dare to approach him. Most of the divine demons in the Tai Hao Divine World knew that the 3 people who defeated Hierarch Tai Hao were in the Tai Hao Divine World. That's right. Long Chen was completely relieved to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Divine Supremacy Tai Hao knew that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen, so he basically didn't provoke Long Chen. He was a man of his word and kept his word. He no longer disturbed Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen could move freely in the Tai Hao Divine World. In this world where the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance was most likely to appear, Long Chen basically conducted a carpet search. First, he searched the key places. Then, he expanded his search to the entire Tai Hao Divine World. Half a year had passed. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of the blood essence in the entire Tai Hao Divine World. It's really not here. After Long Chen searched the entire Tai Hao Divine World and confirmed that it did not exist, he could not help but feel depressed. It seemed that the difficulty was much higher than he had imagined. Could it be scattered in the universe? The Tai Hao domain is so vast. How can we find it? Lingxi was also troubled. If that was the case, it was basically impossible to find it. Moreover, so much time has passed. Even if it was originally in the Tai Hao domain, it might be somewhere else or in someone's pocket. What do we do now? Lingxi asked. Long Chen thought about it and said, looks like I have to go to the time tunnel first. I've been busy for nothing recently. However, before I go, there's something I have to confirm. What is it? Did Divinity Tai Hao obtain the essence blood inheritance a long time ago? Long Chen took to the skies in the vast divine world. He faced the boundless light and darkness spiritual energy and said, Hierarch Supreme Vast Divine, come out and meet me. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Billions of people in the Tai Hao Divine World could hear him. Long Chen knew he would come. Not long after, Divine Supremacy Tai Hao appeared in front of Long Chen. Why? Are you leaving because you can't find it? Revered God Tai Hao's gaze was as calm as water. Long Chen stared at him and said, the thing I'm looking for is indeed not in the Tai Hao Divine World. However, I want to confirm if you've obtained it long ago. After all, this is your territory. If it was here, you should have found it long ago. Hierarch Tai Hao said coldly, who knows what you're looking for? Long Chen answered, a drop of blood. If he didn't say that, even if the other party knew, he wouldn't know what Long Chen was looking for. It didn't matter if he didn't have it. The words, a drop of blood, wouldn't reveal too much information, let alone anything related to the dragon sacrifice continent's divine dragon. A drop of blood. Hierarch Tai Hao was stunned. He really didn't know what Long Chen was looking for. For millions of years, he had long believed that everything useful to him in the Tai Hao Divine World was in his hands. Therefore, he knew that Long Chen wouldn't be able to find anything. However, a drop of blood, this reminded him of something. A drop of blood. Oh right, it's dark green in color, and there seems to be a brand similar to yours and Di Jun's. It's difficult to detect but useless. It's very beautiful, and even I don't know what it is. I found it in the deepest part of the Eye of Light. You must be talking about this thing, right? Hierarch Tai Hao said frankly. He didn't expect it to really be with him. Long Chen was originally disappointed and prepared to leave. He was just trying his luck before leaving, but he didn't expect to find a clue just like that. He couldn't appear too excited in front of Hierarch Tai Hao. After listening to Hierarch Tai Hao, he replied, "That's right. It's the thing you're talking about. Hierarch, what do I have to do for you to give it to me?" He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Since that thing was with him, there was no other way. He couldn't fight with Hierarch Tai Hao again, and it was uncertain whether he could defeat him this time. The best way was to obtain it peacefully. Hierarch Tai Hao smiled. He said, "I didn't expect such a coincidence. Since you've asked, I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I never wanted to be your enemy, but it's a fact that you took something from me. My request is very simple. I just want the gate of the universe back. This isn't asking too much. Long Chen, I think that since this thing is so important to you, I just want the gate of the universe back. I've already shown you my greatest kindness." This was indeed troublesome. There were too many variables if he forcefully snatched it. The ancestral dragon's blood essence was too important, and Long Chen couldn't take the risk. Hence, he could only use the method of exchange. It would be fine if he wanted other eternal-level divine weapons, but the gate of the universe. Long Chen really couldn't bear to part with it. However, the gate of the universe was too insignificant compared to the ancestral dragon's blood essence. After a short period of struggle, Long Chen and Lingxi had a brief discussion. Of course, Lingxi agreed to his decision. "All right, the gate of the universe it is. However, I haven't confirmed that what you're talking about is what I want. Let me see that drop of blood first." At their level, it seemed that playing petty tricks was a shameful behavior. However, Hierarch Tai Hao shook his head and said, "I can't take it out now. To tell you the truth, I've had this drop of blood for a while, but it was useless. Hence, I gave it to another ultimate god as a gift." "Which one?" Hierarch Tai Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry. What's yours will eventually be yours. I guess she hasn't studied it yet. So, if you really want it, I'll go with you to find her. When you return the gate of the universe to me, I'll definitely give you that drop of blood from her. Don't worry. We're ultimate gods, and we'll keep our promises. We won't play any silly tricks with you." After listening to this, Long Chen fell silent for a moment, then asked, "It should be fine. But I want to know who the ultimate god you're talking about is." Hierarch Tai Hao said, "Hongjun Starry Ocean, the ninth heaven Saint Mother." Hongjun Starry Ocean. Hongjun Starry Ocean, Pangu Continent. Hongjun Starry Ocean was the core of Southern Star Region, and its status was the same as Pangu Continent in Western Star Region. It was the only original incipient realm in Southern Star Region. An 8th-grade original incipient realm was comparable to Pangu Continent. Of course, Long Chen had learned about that place. The biggest master of Hongjun Starry Ocean had a similar status as ancient god Savage Wilderness and heaven god Luya. They were located on the Hongjun Superstar in the center of Hongjun Starry Ocean. That supreme god seemed to be called the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor, ancient god Savage Wilderness, and heaven god Luya were at the same level. Hongjun Starry Ocean was infinitely huge. There were even hundreds of stars at the level of Ling Su Star, and there were hundreds of millions of planets around it. In the center of Hongjun Starry Ocean, there were a total of 6 largest stars, with the Hongjun Superstar in the center. Among the 5 stars around it, any one of them was as huge as the Taihao Divine Realm. The 9th Heaven Saint Mother was the master of one of them, the 9th Heaven Saint Star. She was one of the ultimate gods of Hongjun Starry Ocean. At first, Long Chen was just a domain lord in Southern Star Region, similar to the Taihao domain. A ultimate god like the 9th Heaven Saint Mother was equivalent to the immortal divine Phoenix, Yin-Yang Heavenly Emperor, and others in Western Star Region. She was about the same as Divine Lord Taihao. I have a good relationship with the 9th Heaven Saint Mother, so we have given each other a lot of things. I gave her that drop of blood. It's true. If you really want that thing, you have to go to Hongjun's starry ocean with me. You have the gate of the universe, so it won't take us long to get there. Divine Lord Taihao said lightly. Then, he said, of course, if you're being paranoid, then forget it. I don't want to say more. I want to get the gate of the universe back, but I don't want to beg you. I'll give you some time to decide and then come to me. There's no need. Let's go to Hongjun's starry ocean now. Long Chen said directly. What was there to be afraid of? Even if Hierarch Taihao and the Nine Heavens Holy Mother teamed up against him, he had the resurrection from the dead, the primordial dragon pagoda, and the realms of life and death. Unless Hierarch Taihao could get the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor to deal with him. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor was one of the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Information was always available in the myriad of worlds. Divine Emperor Yu Hua told Long Chen that the possibility of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor dealing with Long Chen was very small. After all, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor was a super character that rarely appeared. Aren't you afraid that I'll join forces with the Ninth Heaven Saint Mother to deal with you? Moreover, I have many friends there. Divine Lord Taihao said. Long Chen smiled. Of course I'm afraid. But I also believe that you didn't lie to me. That drop of blood is in the hands of the Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. That's enough. It seems that you're very confident, Divine Lord Taihao said and didn't say anything else. He looked at Long Chen and let Long Chen prepare. Lingxi had to be there to activate the gate of the universe. Long Chen could have entered Lingxi's divine kingdom directly, but he couldn't let Divine Lord Taihao in. Otherwise, he would be in a passive position. I'll let you in. Once you're there, I'll let you out. How about it? At this point, Long Chen opened the Death World Dragon Gate and exposed the Death World to Divine Lord Taihao. No problem. Chapter 30-31. Supreme Divinity Taihao went straight to the Death World, completely unworried that Long Chen would trap him there. His lack of vigilance made Long Chen feel that he had been too stingy even though he had put up so many defenses. The matter of inheriting the essence blood had been going in circles for so long, and now there was finally some progress. This was a good thing. Then, let's go to Hongjun's Star Ocean. The gate of the universe should have been there. Let's go directly to the sacred planet of the Nine Heavens. Okay. Next was Lingxi's turn. Long Chen was in her divine kingdom, waiting for time to pass. During this time, Divine Emperor Yu Hua told Long Chen all the information about Nine Heavens Holy Mother. This was to prevent Supreme Divinity Taihao from working with Nine Heavens Holy Mother to cause trouble. Speaking of which, this Nine Heavens Holy Mother is quite similar to someone. Of course, they are not on the same level. Who? Taoist of many treasures. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said a name that Long Chen could not guess. Seeing Long Chen's confusion, she continued. The similarity is that Nine Heavens Holy Mother has an amazing love for all kinds of treasures, even to the point of obsession. Her taste is sometimes a little strange. In the myriad worlds, there aren't many eternal rank creation divine artifacts, and most of them are in the hands of the supreme deities. It's said that the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens has 9 eternal rank creation divine artifacts. That's quite a lot, although the number could not compare to Taoist of many treasures, they were all eternal grade destinies. Taoist of many treasures did not even have 1 eternal grade destinies. Just 1 eternal grade destinies was more valuable than the dozens of destinies Taoist of many treasures had. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said, one more thing. Her strength comes from many destinies, and her own laws are also very strange. It's a little like Lingxi's heavenly rules and spirit arts. They look messy, but they are infinitely mysterious, and can even unleash shocking power. She combined those laws and called it the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. Long Chen understood heavenly rules and spiritual arts. Therefore, he was even more aware that such strange methods were sometimes beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This kind of opponent was even more adept at using all kinds of schemes. If he could achieve the desired effect, he might be able to defeat someone much stronger than him. In terms of crafting traps, he was much better than Divine Lord Taihao. It looks like the Nine-Heaven Saintess is a trap. But I still believe that the ancestral dragon's blood essence is in her hands. If only you knew that she might be a trap. Hierarch Taihao would never give up on his determination to take back the gate of the universe. The gate of the cosmos has a miraculous effect. Even if you used other fortune divine artifacts to exchange for it, he wouldn't want it. Do you know anything else about the Ninth Heaven Saintess? Divine Emperor Yuhua contemplated for a while and then said, her infinite divine technique is at eternal level. It's not as exaggerated as original incipient grade. It was called the Nine Heaven Saint Mother's Scripture of Salvation. But I also heard that it has many magical effects. Also, I don't know what her 9 fortune divine artifacts are, but I heard that they are 8 trigrams, horsetail whisk, mahogany sword, gourd, heavenly book, mirror, pearl, bell, and 9-colored stone. It should be these things, but I don't know what they are. If we really fight her, it's enough to know that she has many strange trump cards. The art of Qi Men Dun Jia, the 9 Heaven Saint Mother's Scripture of Salvation, and the 9 fortune divine artifacts. Long Chen memorized them all. He was about to face this challenge. Whether he would obtain the blood essence inheritance or fall into the trap of the 2 hierarch Taihao would depend on the outcome. After some time, Lingxi told Long Chen that they had arrived at the 9 Heavens Sacred Star in the Hongjun Star Sea. When Long Chen came out of the Divine Nations, he was standing in the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, he was in the middle of an incomparably vast star field. Compared to this place, the Spirit Essence Star Sea could only be considered a few %, or even 1,000th. Closer to him were planets similar to the Spirit Essence stars. Each of them was shrouded in dreamy colors. The entire starry sky was swept by a kind of cloud and mist. It was a power stronger than the light spiritual energy and dark spiritual energy. As expected, this was the power of the Hongjun Star Sea. It was called the Hongjun Spiritual Energy. The Hongjun Spiritual Energy was born in the major stars and spread throughout the entire Hongjun Star Sea, covering everything. The closer one was to the core, the denser the Hongjun Spiritual Energy. If the myriad worlds were a world, the interior of the Hongjun Star Sea was like a separate world. In the distance, there were hundreds of stars revolving around the center of the Hongjun Star Sea. Each star was a top-notch world. Beside these stars and in the distance, there were countless planets. There were billions of them, big and small. They either revolved around the stars or directly revolved around the core of the Hongjun Star Sea. The big ones were almost as big as the stars. Even the small ones could probably house many people. It was said that the Hongjun Star Sea was the world with the highest population among the myriad worlds. In front of him, there were billions of worlds, but they were magnificent. Even now, it was so prosperous. Who knew how grand it was before the epoch? No matter what, before the epoch, the Hongjun Star Sea was at least a world second only to the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. What Long Chen saw was only the exterior of the Hongjun Starry Sea. In reality, beneath his feet, there was a dreamlike 9-colored planet. This giant star was incomparably huge, more than 10 times the size of the Ling Su giant star, or even dozens of times. It was shrouded in 9-colored clouds. There were at least 1 trillion living beings below. This was because the 9 Heaven Saint Mother only allowed experts who had reached a certain realm to enter the 9 Heavens Sacred Star. That's right, this was one of the 6 superstars of the Hongjun Star Sea, the 9 Heavens Sacred Star. Among the 6 superstars, the biggest one was located at the core of the entire Hongjun Star Sea. It was the Hongjun superstar. Long Chen looked in that direction. It was a huge planet shrouded in incomparably dense Hongjun spiritual energy. It was several times denser than the nine heavens' sacred star. It gave Long Chen the feeling of Pangu's heart. The southern starfield's strongest heavenly Dao divine emperor was within the Hongjun superstar. Long Chen did not have the time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He stared at the nine heavens' sacred star below. Clearly, the nine heaven Saint Mother was within it. After preparing for such a long time, it was time to face the nine heaven Saint Mother and Hierarch Tai Hao. Long Chen let Lingxi return to the realm of life. Then, he opened the door to the realm of death and let Hierarch Tai Hao out. After so many days, Hierarch Tai Hao was not at all willing to let Long Chen imprison him in the realm of death forever. We're here. The gate of the universe is really fast. Among the eternal grade fortune divine artifacts, there doesn't seem to be a fortune divine artifact as capable as the gate of the universe. Hierarch Tai Hao sighed and looked at the nine heavens' sacred star. He said, "Follow me. She's within it." The nine heaven Saint Mother was the owner of the nine heavens' sacred star. She was one of the dozen or so Hierarch Tai Hao in the southern starfield. Long Chen followed behind Hierarch Tai Hao and entered the nine heavens' sacred star. He looked down at the vast number of living beings. Every world had its own wonders. The people here called themselves the nine heavens' sacred clan. They were self-reliant and arrogant. In the entire Hongjun star ocean, they only respected the people on the Hongjun superstar. They felt that only the people there were nobler than them in the entire world. After crossing the beautiful rivers and mountains of the nine heavens sacred star, they soon arrived at a nine-colored palace. This palace was extremely huge. This is her nine-colored holy palace. It's carved from a semi-primeval incipient grade chaos treasure. It's actually a whole. Long Chen looked at the colorful palace. He had to admit that this was the most beautiful palace he had ever seen. From this nine-colored palace, it could be seen that the nine heaven Saint Mother was a person who pursued perfection to the point of insanity. Tai Hao, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Just as they approached, a dignified, domineering, and kingly voice came from the nine-colored holy palace. The moment this voice came out, not to mention ordinary creatures, even Long Chen and the others felt a sense of suppression. It was as if this woman was born to be a ruler, born with the divine might to rule over trillions of living beings. I came here today because I need your help, old friend. Hierarch Tai Hao brought Long Chen into the nine-colored palace. There were many god kings in the nine-colored palace. After Hierarch Tai Hao arrived, they all welcomed him. In the center of the god kings, Long Chen saw the nine heaven Saint Mother. She was indeed an exquisite, beautiful, domineering, and majestic woman. From head to toe, she was decorated with countless chaos treasures. She was simply a woman covered in treasures. However, this did not affect her temperament. Instead, it made her look more noble. At a glance, one could see that all 10 of her fingers were covered with rings. The rings were all precious gems, and there were even things similar to eternal opals. Her eyes had 9 colors, like colorful gems, which made her look even more outstanding. I didn't expect that you would bring me a legendary figure. He rose in Mount Buzhou, flourished in the third heaven and Pangu continent, and even became the #1 god king in all the worlds. The nine heaven Saint Mother's shining eyes stared at Long Chen, and a faint smile curved the corner of her mouth. You know him? Hierarch Tai Hao asked in surprise. In all the worlds today, the only ones who don't know him are those sealed worlds. Besides, didn't you come to the sacred planet so quickly because of the gate of the universe in his hand? The nine heaven Saint Mother smiled faintly. The gate of the universe originally belonged to Hierarch Tai Hao, but she said it like that. It was a little embarrassing for Hierarch Tai Hao in front of everyone. However, Hierarch Tai Hao did not care. He said directly, the reason why I came to see you this time is related to him. Recently, he has been looking for something in the Taihao domain, which is very important to him. That thing is actually the strange drop of blood that I gave you. I wonder if you still remember it?" The Nine Heavens Saint Mother was shocked. "Taihao, you want to take back something that you gave to someone else? That is not what a man should do." Chapter 30-32. Hierarch Taihao said helplessly, "You're right. It's indeed a rather embarrassing thing. But Longchen really needs it, so I can only bring him here to ask for it from you." Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens looked at Hierarch Taihao, then at Longchen. She suddenly smiled. "Taihao, you're really something. He hasn't risen for long, but you're already so close to him. How enviable. Since that's the case, to be honest, I can't hide it. It's not a problem to give it to Longchen, but..." "But what?" Hierarch Taihao asked. Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens shook her head. The chaotic treasures on her swayed gently, shining with brilliant colors. Her beautiful eyes flashed like gems. "I'm really sorry. I studied that drop of blood a few days ago, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure it out. Then I got a little angry, so I gave it to someone else." Hierarch Taihao was a little depressed. Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens had given something to someone else. It was indeed somewhat inexcusable. It was even worse than giving it away and then coming back to ask for it back. Longchen looked at their conversation and didn't say much. Now, there was another person. Was Hierarch Taihao really plotting against him? Was everything they were saying just a show? "Who did you give it to?" Hierarch Taihao gave up on blaming Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and asked. After all, Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was a woman. It was her choice to do what she wanted with her treasures. Heavenly Tao Venerate. Forget it. That drop of blood is useless to him. I just gave it to him. Since Longchen needs it so much, I'll bring the two of you to ask for it from him. I'm sure Heavenly Tao Venerate won't refuse out of respect for me and Taihao." Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens smiled gently at Longchen. It seemed that she was really sincere about befriending Longchen. She was even willing to ask for something back that she had given away. Hierarch Taihao's request even required Longchen to exchange for it with the Gate of the Universe. This inheritance blood essence, after going around in circles, just where was it? Was it really in the hands of the Heavenly Tao Master? Or was it all fabricated by Divine Lord Taihao from beginning to end? Had he already made an agreement with the Ninth Heaven Saint Mother? However, how could he describe the appearance of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon? Hierarch Taihao turned around and said to Longchen, "Now we can only go find Shangtian Tao Master together. You're pretty lucky. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't bring you there for free." Longchen nodded and said to the Ninth Heaven Saintess, "In that case, Longchen thanks the Saintess in advance. Little friend Longchen, you've been on the rise recently. You're a young hero that everyone knows. It's my honor to be able to help you." It sounded like there was a trace of intention to rope him in. No one would refuse the Nine Heaven Saintess' invitation. She was perfect, dignified, and noble, one of the most powerful women in the myriad worlds. Only the strongest gods and demons dared to covet a woman like her. At this point, the Nine Heaven Saintess led the way. Longchen and Hierarch Taihao followed her to a supergiant similar to the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. It was called the Shangtian Tao Star. The Shangtian Tao Star was on the other side of the Hongjun supergiant. The Nine Heaven Saintess could only take Longchen and go around the Hongjun supergiant. Because it wasn't far, there was no need to use the Gate of the Universe. Along the way, the Nine Heaven Saintess was very curious about Longchen. Her beautiful eyes fell on Longchen. Speaking of which, I'm really curious about your background. Long Chen laughed a few times, which was considered a response to this topic. At this time, he was listening to Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduce the Shengtian Dao Master in the God Nation. Actually, I feel that there's a contradiction. At first, the Nine Heaven Saintess blamed Hierarch Tai Hao for coming to ask for it. Now, she agreed so easily to ask for the inheritance essence blood. Logically speaking, with the Nine Heaven Saintess's personality, she would value any treasure. It's very rare for her to give it away. Anyway, I've never heard of it. So, they've been lying to me so far. Long Chen thought about it and felt that it was about time. Previously, the Nine Heaven Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao didn't dare to attack directly in and around the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. They were afraid that Long Chen would take the opportunity to destroy the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. Now, they were far away from the sacred star of the Nine Heavens, but they hadn't reached a new world. They could be considered to be in the endless starry sky. Moreover, Hierarch Tai Hao also knew that Long Chen had the realms of life and death. Obviously, to deal with Long Chen, they had to find a way to break the realms of life and death. Obviously, the Nine Heaven Saintess was a person who was proficient in all kinds of strange techniques, similar to Lingxi. It was very likely that she had a way to prevent Long Chen from entering the realms of life and death and use the gate of the universe. This is the endless starry sky. It's convenient for them to set up a trap and attack. Moreover, I'll be facing 3 ultimate gods soon. In other words, the Heavenly Dao Master is likely not on the Heavenly Dao star but somewhere in the starry sky waiting for me. Once I get close, the prepared trap will be activated. Long Chen had more or less figured it out by now. What he didn't understand was, it's just a gate of the universe. Why is Hierarch Tai Hao so influential that he could get the other 2 ultimate gods to help him set up a trap just for an eternal rank creation divine weapon? The Nine Heaven Saintess was someone who had 9 eternal rank creation divine weapons. There's another key point. Do they have the inheritance blood essence? If they do, Hierarch Tai Hao can just exchange it with me for the gate of the universe. There's no need to waste so much effort. The inheritance blood essence is useless to them now. If they don't have it, then how did they know what the inheritance blood essence looks like? Therefore, Long Chen believed that they had it. Moreover, he was almost certain that the 3 of them had set up a trap and were waiting for him to take the bait. Although he didn't know their real reason, Long Chen was very resourceful. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "It's hard to go there like this. I'll use the gate of the universe and we can reach there in an instant." With their speed, it would take them about an hour to reach there. The Nine Heaven Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao looked at each other. The Nine Heaven Saintess said, "That's not good. That Heavenly Dao Venerate clearly doesn't like people getting close to him. That old fellow has a bad temper. Let's just follow his rules." Hierarch Tai Hao nodded. "That's right, and it won't take long." To be honest, with Hierarch Tai Hao's desire for the gate of the universe, he would definitely not be able to get it if Long Chen was willing to show it to him. But now, Shen Tian had directly refused. This was a kind of natural and unnatural behavior. Long Chen was certain that their goal was not the Heavenly Dao planet, but a trap somewhere in the cosmos. Of course, this trap might be in the middle of their journey. What if I have to use the gate of the universe to reach the Heavenly Dao planet directly? Long Chen retreated from their vague encirclement and escaped their control. When Long Chen said this, the expressions of Hierarch Tai Hao and the Nine Heaven Saintess turned from warm to cold. They looked at each other. It was clear now that Long Chen understood their goal. The 2 hierarchs looked coldly at Long Chen. One was black and white, and the other was 9-colored. Long Chen smiled and said, "I understand. What I want is still with you. Nine Heaven Saintess, is it not enough to exchange for it with the gate of the universe? What you want so badly is naturally not enough. When Long Chen pointed at her, the Nine-Heaven Saintess was very calm. Her words directly admitted that the inheritance blood essence was with her. It also meant that she definitely had other plans. Moreover, she had already discussed it with Hierarch Tai Hao. Perhaps Hierarch Tai Hao only wanted to return to the gate of the universe at first, but after communicating with the Nine-Heaven Saintess, his goal was no longer the same. It might even involve the involvement of a third ultimate god. Although Long Chen had avoided a trap set by the other party, it would obviously be more difficult after the truth was revealed. He was now even more certain that the inheritance blood essence was with the Nine-Heaven Saintess. However, it would be impossible to exchange for it without paying a price. It would be even more troublesome if it was not an exchange but a battle. The two guys in front of him were both ultimate gods. If Long Chen wanted to snatch something from the Nine-Heaven Saintess Divine Kingdom, he would have to beat the Nine-Heaven Saintess half to death. That would be even more troublesome. Indistinctly, the Nine-Heaven Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao had surrounded Long Chen. The third heavenly Tao Lord was likely to be on his way. They were not anxious at all, because they possessed what Long Chen desired. They knew that it was impossible for Long Chen to leave the matter at that. It was impossible for him to escape. They could not be in a stalemate now. After all, the other party might have more people. Is it this? At that moment, a black spot of light appeared in the Nine-Heaven Saintess' hand. It was a drop of the Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence. Long Chen had seen the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence many times and could certainly tell that it was a drop of inheritance blood essence that was constantly changing. The Shadow Dream Dragon's inheritance blood essence was really in her hands. Whoosh! In just a flash, the Nine-Heaven Saintess took back the inheritance blood essence. She put her hands behind her back and smiled at Long Chen. Currently, they seemed to have regained the upper hand. Alright, I'll just ask. What do I have to do to get this thing? Long Chen was a little helpless. The thing he wanted the most was in the hands of others. That was a weakness. Now that there was no need for trickery and it was more difficult to deal with him openly. Alright, you get straight to the point. I'll get straight to the point. The Nine-Heaven Saintess seemed to be the leader. Obviously, it was her idea. In the beginning, Hierarch Tai Hao really only wanted the gateway of the universe. After a short pause, the Nine-Heaven Saintess said in a cold voice, I heard that when Di Jun fought with you, he seemed to have used an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Anyway, there's this rumor. Before, we were just guessing and hearing about it. Now, we're almost sure. We want this thing. If you can afford it, I'll give it to you. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.